The Duke I Despise, written by Angela E. Johnson, narrated by Grace Noble. Chapter 1. Delightfully clumsy in the most intriguing ways. The ballroom was unreasonably hot for a spring evening, so much so that Juliana Astley was on the verge of committing the unpardonable sin of fanning herself mid-quadrille, when a gust of wind swept through, parted the drapes, and plunged the entire room into darkness. A collective gasp swept through the ballroom, women calling out for their daughters, gentlemen muttering unseemly oaths, and the hostess crying out for more wax tapers. Juliana froze mid-step. Her partner was somewhere to her right, at least she remembered seeing him there before the candles went out. Stepping to the side, she expected any second to find Mr. Crandall's hand, or at least another woman with whom she could stand while they waited for the candles to be relit. Yet her hand found emptiness, and the room around her was strangely bare as she slowly put one foot in front of the other, until she bumped into something quite solid and warm. "Easy now," came a man's voice close to her ear. "Oh dear," Juliana said as she ran her hand along the person in front of her. What she was feeling for she didn't quite know. All she did know was that in the chaos of the ballroom, full of women crying out for their loved ones and men unhelpfully offering suggestions and calling out orders, she had found someone. Then her stomach gave a most treacherous flutter as she realized she was running her hands along this man's arms, and dare she even think the word torso? And more importantly, why were her hands still running along his frock coat? "Do not be frightened." Frightened she most certainly was, yet for some reason her hand had closed around a piece of cloth, and instead of releasing it she kept hold as though it was the only way she would stay safe in all the confusion. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Come now, miss. Should we not wait for a proper introduction?" "I think," Juliana said, her throat like cotton, as she attempted to swallow and found nothing there but stickiness, "we can forego propriety just this once." "What would your mother say?" His tone was teasing, playful, and inviting. She couldn't help but smile in the darkness, so long as no one could see her reaction to this man who did not seem to mind the placement of her hands. She whispered, "Tell me now, sir." "Lucian Montrose, the Duke of Windsor." "Your Grace?" she asked, her voice rising in pitch with a ridiculous need to confirm that the man she clung to in the dark was indeed the Duke of Windsor. Surely this man was in jest. "None other," he said, his tone thick with amusement. "Although I confess I did not expect to find a young lady grasping at me in the dark. If your mother is not scandalized, what will society say?" "I am not grasping," she protested. She could feel the heat rising in her neck and cheeks, realizing one of her hands was in fact pressed rather firmly against his chest while her other held tightly to his cravat. Releasing her hold, she pushed away, only to find her slipper caught on something quite hard, and instead of separating herself from the Duke, she pitched forward, landing squarely against him. He caught her at once, one arm wrapping around her waist as he held her steady. Before she could right herself, a line of servants entered the ballroom, each holding candles aloft, allowing everyone in the proximity of the dance floor to see that she was snugly situated against the Duke's chest, perfectly safe in his arms. To her utter amazement, no one paid them any heed, given that they were watching the servants and the relighting of the candelabra. Even so, Juliana wrenched herself away, attempting to look unaffected in the instance that anyone looked in their direction, and then she met the Duke's piercing gaze. His green eyes sparkled with the same mischief she'd heard in his voice seconds before. "I trust, Your Grace, that you will not make a scene out of this incident." The Duke played with his cravat, straightening it since she had tugged it out of the perfect knot he had sported that evening. He smiled at her, his lips slowly curving, making him more infuriatingly handsome than he had a right to be. He was enjoying her discomfort far more than seemed proper. On the contrary, I intend to treasure this time together. Not every evening provides the pleasure of holding a beautiful woman in my arms. Her cheeks flamed as she turned away from him, smoothing down the front of her dress. What right did this man have to tease her in such a moment? She almost asked him, but decided against it. He was the sort of man who would create an excuse, any plausible reason for his behaviour, and she did not have time for ridiculousness. You are insufferable. Come now. Only those with whom I am intimately acquainted may refer to me as such. If you wish to accuse me, I must know your name. She turned back to him, continuing to smooth her dress down to keep her hands busy. I am afraid, Your Grace, that it is not proper to perform the introduction myself. Only seconds ago propriety was unnecessary, and now it must be observed. However is a man to keep his wits about him with such a contradictory lady around? Calming her breathing, she lifted her chin and gave a curt nod. He had a point, and rightly so. She'd convinced him to share his name. It was only fair to return the pleasantry. Miss Astley. Ah, now that was not so difficult, was it? Odious, she whispered, although deep down she didn't truly mean it. He was charming, and his embrace had been quite welcoming. That is what you are. And you, my dear Miss Astley, he said in a whisper, leaning toward her to make sure she could hear, are delightfully clumsy in the most intriguing ways. She opened her mouth for a retort, but found she had nothing to say. Was he merely teasing her? Or did he truly find her intriguing? And if so, was that a compliment? For a moment, confusion clouded her thoughts, and she could not think of what to do or say. Should she walk away, leaving him wanting more, or should she continue speaking with him until all the candles were relit? Just as she was about to find her voice, her mother and father approached. Juliana, her mother called out as she pulled her into an embrace. We were so worried when we could not find you. Your Grace, her father said, holding out a hand. Thank you for keeping our daughter company during the blackout. My pleasure, sir. The Duke shook hands with her father, gave her a sly smile, then quickly departed, finding the woman with whom he had been dancing before the candles had gone out. Juliana followed him with her eyes, expecting that he would go on about his night, when he looked back at her, smiled, and winked as though he had planned the gust of wind and it had all been a lark. Well, it most certainly was a lark. Everyone around her was now chatting and laughing, hands over their hearts as they spoke of the instant fear the darkness had caused. Her moment with the Duke of Windsor had passed as quickly as it had come. Instead of thinking about it and overly romanticizing it, Juliana laughed along with her parents and her younger sister Rose as they discussed those few moments of fear and darkness along with everyone else at the party. When she finally pulled away from her parents, Juliana took hold of Rose's arm, urging her into the hallway. I need but a moment to compose myself. The ballroom is overheated. Now that the candles were lit once more, the hostess had ordered the windows closed so that another draught couldn't plunge her guests into darkness. As soon as Juliana reached the doors, a light breeze hit her cheeks, and she stopped to savour the moment. She stood with her feet planted on the portico until Rose pulled her forward down the stairs and along the torchlit path. Arm in arm they walked, silently appreciating the spring air until they found the gazebo. Once seated, Juliana leaned to the side, bumping shoulders with Rose. And how have you fared this evening? It has been wonderful, Juliana. An absolute dream. Rose blushed as she looked down at her hands. Which of your admirers do you hope will call on the morrow? Rose's cheeks turned a brighter shade of crimson. I dare not say. Elsewise my hopes may turn to disappointment. Juliana pulled her sister into a side embrace as they both burst into laughter. They sat for a moment, neither of them speaking as they regained their composure, and then her mind conjured up a most pleasing and unwanted reflection. She could not stop herself from ruminating over the few moments in the dark with the Duke, the feel of his wool frock coat and the silk cravat. And dare she allow her mind to think of the shape of his arms under the sleeves of that coat? She had barely allowed the memory of the warmth of her hands against his arms and chest to enter her mind, when an argument reached them through the hedgerows behind the gazebo.
"Do take care to avoid scandal, Windsor."
The man speaking to the Duke sounded elderly, much older than the Duke himself. His voice was deep and gruff.
"I thank the heavens each time you do something to embarrass your family that my brother does not yet live."
The Duke of Windsor's response was controlled, filled with defensive anger.
"There was nothing untoward in my behaviour, Uncle. Miss Astley fell in the dark. You can hardly blame me for the incident. Women like Miss Astley will do anything to cause scandal with a man of your rank. Your title is all she desires."
"That is unfair, Uncle. She did not attempt to trap me in any way. In fact, she was delightful and full of wit." Juliana turned to Rose, her mouth moving without sound. She was not a fortune hunter, and she had a mind to tell that man as much. That was if she weren't listening in on a conversation that was absolutely none of her concern. His uncle's voice rose in pitch.
"I urge you to be more vigilant at gatherings like this. If anyone other than I had noticed that little embrace, you would even now be seeking a special license."
"It would not be a chore, Uncle. She is a beauty."
"Beauty or not, she is unworthy of your notice."
Rose stood, ready to charge into the hedgerows, but Juliana pulled her back to the bench. It wouldn't be proper to confront them, no matter how much she desired to give that man a tongue-lashing.
"Come now, Uncle, you cannot be so snobbish as that. If one of your sons wished to marry Miss Astley, you would bless the marriage and negotiate the contracts." "My sons will never achieve your station in life. You owe a proper marriage to your father and your mother."
"My father died while I was yet in leading strings. I have no memory of him, no memory of his desires for my life, and yet you insist I do right by him. As for my mother, she has spent the whole of my life grieving for her husband instead of raising me, leaving me in your care and forgetting I even exist. She does not love me, and with each passing year she is absent from my life. I have concluded that I owe her nothing."
"Lucian,"
his uncle said, his voice gruff.
"On his deathbed, your father made me promise that I would guide you. A solemn oath to help you become a man worthy of the title you hold. Do not make me an oath-breaker."
Juliana took hold of Rose's hand, trying to pull her up so they wouldn't hear the rest of the conversation, yet Rose stayed where she was, grimacing with every painful word. When Juliana tried with silent hand motions and pointed glares to convince her to leave, Rose put a finger over her mouth, indicating they should stay silent. The Duke sighed loudly enough for everyone in the gardens to hear.
"What would you have had me do? Step aside and allow Miss Astley to fall in the dark? She would have suffered an injury, and although I would not have been responsible, I certainly could never forgive myself for allowing it to occur. No, I do not wish the young lady harm, but nor would I have you ruin any chance of a connection with Lady Beatrice Collings."
"I do not wish for an arrangement with Lady Beatrice. Another man may have her." Although Juliana could not see him, she imagined him waving his uncle off, dismissing him with the movement, but his uncle did not relent.
"Listen to me, Lucian. You must make a match that is equal to your station. If not with Lady Beatrice, then find another lady, a daughter of a duke, and make her your wife. But I beg of you to leave Miss Astley to someone else. Someone whose marriage does not matter to their family."
Juliana pursed her lips. These men were presumptuous to think she would desire the Duke's good opinion. She hadn't gone out of her way to speak to him. Never before that night had she sought his notice. Even then, it had all been by accident. She bristled at the insinuations.
"It is rumoured that Miss Astley has a generous dowry." I would be unwise not to consider her an option. With coffers like yours, you do not need a dowry. Yet is that not what most men seek? Is it not custom to desire an addition to one's coffers upon marriage? I know you too well to think you believe what you are saying, Lucian. Never have you cared for money. You have gladly allowed me to control your finances. And a fine job you have done of it, the Duke said. But perhaps it is time I took control of my accounts so that I may confirm that a dowry is not necessary.
His uncle cleared his throat as though uncomfortable.
You are taunting me now, and I do not care for it. Well, if you wish for me to take a wife of a lesser dowry, then I must understand the reasoning. Certainly it would not hurt for me to meet with my solicitor. What you need outside of a dowry is connections. That is the wealth you lack.
I have plenty of connections, the Duke said dismissively.
You have a pleasant enough demeanour that has built a healthy reputation in Britain, but Lady Beatrice will bring a host of new acquaintances to help you succeed in the House of Lords and in society.
Whom does she know that I do not?
Royalty, my boy. Her father is connected to more royalty than you or I could ever imagine.
The Duke laughed.
I have met the Prince of Wales on many occasions, even spent a week in Brighton at his lavish parties. I did not see Lady Beatrice or her father at any of those affairs. I am not speaking of British royalty. Think of the possibilities of putting the Windsor title on display at banquets with the Romanovs and the Habsburgs, he pleaded.
And that is one place where we differ, Uncle. I do not care for such prestige. I would prefer a quiet life.
You are a duke. Slinking off into a life of obscurity is not an option.
Then I suggest we return to the party before we are missed.
A daughter of a duke, Lucian, his uncle demanded. That is the only bride you may consider. Do I have your word upon the matter?
Uncle. Before the Duke could argue further, Juliana finally succeeded in pulling Rose out of the gazebo. When they were far enough away not to be overheard, Juliana whispered,
Women of high moral character do not eavesdrop. True, but gentlemen should not speak so plainly about women. It is not right of him to say you are unworthy of the Duke.
Rose took Juliana's arm, patting her hand as they returned to the ballroom.
What will you do?
Juliana took a deep breath as she considered the situation.
I do not know the Duke. One encounter means nothing while in London. Surely you must know that. I suppose. I need not speak to him again. But are you not hurt by the assumptions they made about you?
She laughed, the sound wholly foreign to her own ears. It bothered her, but she certainly did not want to think about it. Not at all. That man was rather boorish, if you ask me.
If you are certain,
Rose conceded. Lifting her chin and straightening her shoulders, Juliana knew there was only one response that would help her maintain dignity after what she had overheard. I shall ignore the Duke. Those few moments with him were enough to warn me off. He is insufferable. I need not break my heart over his beautiful eyes and dark, luscious curls. Juliana thought about the Duke and how greatly she had admired him from a distance, along with the other women of the ton. Well, she need not admire him any longer. Not now that she knew his uncle thought her unworthy. I hardly think a man as handsome as the Duke could be insufferable, but I shall trust you upon the matter. Rose held back a laugh, then suddenly let it go as if she were a lunatic. Juliana couldn't help but laugh along with her. It was better than crying over what they had heard, and she was certainly doing all within her power not to allow the floodwaters to burst from her eyes while at the party. It would only make her look ridiculous. She attempted to hold back her laughter as she re-entered the stuffy ballroom, the heat that instantly attacked her face, turning her cheeks red, yet little squeaks of laughter escaped, lifting above the mundane conversations around them. She and Rose held tightly to each other, chatting and laughing in the corner until something quite unexpected occurred. Juliana turned as Lady Evans approached with the Duke of Windsor by her side. The Countess of Evans was clad in a lavender silk gown and a tiara, and in the crook of her arm was a russet-haired fox named Mr. Sparrow she'd domesticated the prior season. Juliana and Rose instantly dipped into a curtsy.
"My lady, how lovely to see you again, and Mr. Sparrow,"
Juliana said. She reached out and patted Mr. Sparrow on the head, treating him as she would a puppy.
"Miss Astley," the Countess said as she too petted her fox. "Mr. Sparrow very much appreciates your kindness to him, yet we are here on a much more important matter." She turned to the Duke. "May I introduce you to the Duke of Windsor?"
Juliana dipped into another curtsy.
"Your Grace."
Lady Evans smiled down at her.
"You are well trained, Miss Astley. Many a lady could take lessons from you on how to curtsy with perfection."
"Thank you." Juliana pulled Rose closer to her.
"Your Grace, my sister, Miss Rose Astley."
The Duke dipped his head.
"I am pleased to meet you both. Lady Evans tells me you are quite the accomplished rider, Miss Astley. Is that true?"
Juliana couldn't fault the Countess for mentioning her skill at riding. She was an accomplished equestrienne, yet the Duke need not know anything about her, especially since it would displease his uncle. She kept her excitement over the introduction at bay. Nothing could ever come of a connection with the Duke, even if his arms had been warm and protective in the dark.
"The Countess has likely overindulged in her praise of my skill, but I do enjoy the exercise."
"Hardly," Lady Evans said as she continued to stroke Mr. Sparrow's head.
Then, without warning, the fox leapt from her arms, running across the room to growl at a man Juliana had never met. The Countess lifted her skirts and set off after him.
"Oh, do not mind him, Mr. Norwich. He is quite harmless."
Juliana laughed, but quickly sobered as she met the Duke of Windsor's piercing gaze.
"Now that we are properly introduced, Miss Astley, might I request your next set?"
"There is no need, Your Grace. You owe me nothing."
A glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes.
"Accept my offer, and allow me to redeem myself from the terms you used to describe me earlier. What were they?"
He put a finger to his chin as though he had to dig deep within the recesses of his mind to recall their brief discussion.
"Ah, yes, insufferable and odious."
Juliana was ready to deny him when Rose pushed her forward.
"She would be happy to dance with you, Your Grace."
"I would?" Juliana asked, glaring at her sister. The Duke held out his arm.
"It seems they have called a country dance. Shall we?"
Hesitating for only a second, she placed her hand on his arm and allowed him to escort her to the queue. The moment her hand touched his arm, a wave of heat rushed into it, running up into her shoulders, her neck, and then her cheeks. She hated how easily her emotions displayed themselves for all to see. Certainly, no one would fault her for the heat. The room was rather hot, with so many people packed into such a small space. If only she could stand near a window. Instead, she did the unthinkable. Juliana Astley stood in the queue with her fan out, waving it wildly as the first strums of the orchestra rose above the conversation and the country dance began. Chapter 2. She may prove impossible to ignore. Lucian Montrose, Duke of Windsor, would not cower before his uncle, particularly not in matters of the heart. He knew it was wrong to use Miss Astley in this fashion, yet he was determined to show Uncle Henry that, while his guidance in finances and the dukedom was welcome, his opinions on marriage were quite another thing. It was not that he lacked affection for the man. Uncle Henry was all he had beyond a handful of cousins, Aunt Mary, and an absent mother. He had grown up under his uncle's roof, placed in his care after his father's death, and Lucian would always be grateful. But gratitude did not mean he remained a child in need of direction. Still, as he took his place beside Miss Astley for the dance, he felt somewhat foolish. If he wished Uncle Henry to see him as his own man, surely that should be shown in steady conduct, not in juvenile defiance. Ignoring his momentary attack of conscience, he flashed a crooked half-smile to the lady standing across from him. When he met Miss Astley's gaze, he was startled and rather dismayed to find she was not entranced as so many women of his acquaintance had been. She did not bat her lashes at him in feigned adoration. Instead, she regarded him in quiet astonishment, as though utterly at a loss as to why he had asked her to dance. And indeed, how could she understand? He didn't fully understand it himself. He thought about saying something, anything that might put her at ease, yet words failed him. The musician struck up a lively reel, and before he could speak, he shifted into place, along with the other couples. With one last glance in her direction, he finally found his voice. "Ready, Miss Astley?" She nodded, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her fan, allowing it to dangle from her wrist.
"As ready as one may be in a fire pit."
Her response was exactly what he needed. An ease filled his chest, releasing the tension that came from his defiance, and he decided if she could be so indifferent, he could also play the same game.
"I assure you, Miss Astley, there is no fire in the grate this night."
The corners of her mouth twitched as though she were fighting a smile. He wished she would smile, give up on this little battle she was fighting, but he found himself sorely disappointed.
"That is hardly reassuring, Your Grace."
Lucian stepped forward, extending his right hand. She met him halfway, their palms brushing for only a moment before they and the neighbouring couple reached into the centre for the right hands across. Her hand was warm in his, steady and completely at ease. As they turned, her slipper caught the edge of his boot, pitching her forward until Lucian tightened his fingers around hers, offering support. Raising his brow, he smirked.
"Miss Astley, if you wished to fall into my arms once more this night, you had only to ask."
Her eyes widened.
"I did not fall into your arms. I tripped."
"A distinction without a difference,"
he murmured, releasing her as they finished the turn. She moved to cast down the line, and he followed, the two weaving gracefully between the other couples. The dance took them in opposite directions, but his gaze kept slipping to her face, only to see that she did not smile. Instead, she kept her jaw tight, as if determined not to enjoy herself. He wanted her to laugh, wanted to put a smile on her face, and so he did all he could to be the cheeky, dashing Duke other women constantly praised.
"You seem to be navigating well,"
he observed lightly as they passed. Her response was truthful, more so than any woman had given to him in all his years of attending the season.
"I am doing my utmost to avoid repeating my misstep."
He laughed. It had bubbled up so completely without notice he couldn't stop himself. What did he care if it was improper to behave so openly? He was a duke, and she was a delightful companion. The only censure he would receive that night would be from his uncle. Meeting her gaze once more, he spoke close enough that only she could hear.
"I cannot decide if I am relieved or disappointed."
She sent him a scathing look that was meant to censure, but only succeeded in amusing him further. Reaching the bottom of the set, they turned together. His hand found hers with ease, and they ascended the centre of the line in unison.
"You are quite steady now," he said.
"That is because I am concentrating."
"Ah, should I feel offended? Few ladies have the wherewithal to exercise concentration in my presence."
"I cannot imagine why,"
she replied, the dryness of her tone gratifying. He couldn't help but grin, like a little boy in a confectioner's shop. The next step allowed them to face each other. They stepped to the right, then the left, then met in the centre to take both hands. Her grip was firmer this time, resolute.
"Still worried about falling?"
he asked as they turned.
"Not in the slightest."
Her indifference made him all the more pleased, as though it were for his benefit alone. If he didn't know better, he would think she had no interest in him. Yet he was a duke, which meant that every unattached woman in that room wanted his attention. He refused to believe for even a second that behind the walls she'd built up that Miss Astley was not among his admirers.
Then I fear I may have lost my chance to be heroic once more. I was dreaming of another gust of wind.
You may seek heroism elsewhere, Your Grace.
Impossible, he teased. There is no adventure quite like keeping you upright.
They separated as the figure ended, shifting upward in the set to take their places for the next cycle. The room swelled with laughter and movement, the scent of beeswax and warmed muslin and the faintest hint of lilac from her hair ribbon rising between them. Lucian leaned just slightly closer, close enough for her to hear him over the music, but not enough for any chaperone to object.
Miss Astley, he said softly, do take care. If you fall into me again, I cannot promise I will let you go quite so quickly.
Her breath caught, barely audible over the violins. Once she recovered, she glared at him. "If I fall again," she said with surprising boldness, "I shall blame the dance." Lucian smiled, slowly, in an attempt to let her know he was not bothered by her coldness. Instead, everything she said pleased him.
Then let us repeat as many figures as needed until the dance conspires in my favour.
The music came to an end and they separated once more. He dipped his head as she curtsied, and then he held his arm out to her.
This was most enjoyable, Miss Astley. Please relieve my mind and tell me you will join me for another set.
I fear 2 sets in one evening may be too bold, Your Grace. With that, Miss Astley removed her arm from his, quickly manoeuvring through the crush to escape his side. He watched, following her dark brown hair, curls bouncing with every step as she weaved around the ballroom back to her sister's side. As he turned to leave, he found his friends Pembroke and Berkeley behind him. Berkeley held out a glass of brandy, and Lucian accepted it, needing something to calm his nerves. He didn't fully understand the reaction fluttering in his chest when he was near Miss Astley, yet he knew no hand on his arm had ever felt so soft and heavy at the same time, nor so dangerous.
"What did you say to her?"
Pembroke asked, his lips pulled tight as he too looked in the direction of Miss Astley.
"Pardon me?" "She practically ran from you, Windsor."
Pembroke brushed something off Lucian's shoulder.
"Surely you would not behave badly in a ballroom."
Lucian laughed as he met his friend's challenge.
"Not in a room full of women. I would be forced into a match before the clock struck the hour."
"She is pretty," Berkeley said, his focus also upon the dark-haired beauty who had unseated Lucian's evening. "Who is she?"
"Miss Juliana Astley."
He heard the longing in his voice, a longing he'd not realized until her name had slid across his tongue. And then he realized his mistake and he could not take it back. Berkeley patted him on the back. "Uncle Henry will not be happy about that." Defensive, he shrugged away from his friend.
"Hold your tongue, Berkeley."
Pembroke laughed a bit harder than necessary.
"What is this, Windsor? I have never seen you so smitten."
Thrusting the glass back into Berkeley's hand, he turned away to find his uncle and Lady Beatrice Collings standing behind him.
"Uncle, my lady."
He dipped his head in their direction.
"Windsor, you remember Lady Beatrice?"
His uncle's tone was curt, a warning that he was displeased with what he had either heard or witnessed or both. Well, Lucian didn't care. He had known his uncle would be displeased with the decision to dance with Miss Astley. The lecture wouldn't happen in the ballroom, but it would happen at a later time.
"Certainly, uncle." "Lady Beatrice was just telling me that she had not the pleasure of seeing you this evening."
Uncle Henry guided the lady forward.
"Is that not so, my lady?"
"It is, Lord Henry."
Her voice was high-pitched and clogged, as though she were speaking out of her nose. Even though he did not extend his arm, she latched onto him, sidling up a bit too close for his comfort.
"Yet we can hardly blame Windsor. It is all my doing, for I have danced every set from the moment I arrived."
Her eyes followed his concentrated gaze, drifting to the corner of the room where Miss Astley and her sister stood.
I have not had the luxury of holding up a wall like some women this night.
It took every ounce of self-control he could muster not to shiver at her touch, the warmth from Miss Astley completely evaporating as Lady Beatrice pulled close. He slowly extracted himself. I do apologize for my oversight, my lady, but the evening is far spent, and since I was unable to secure one of your dances, I now must live with the folly of my own choices. I offer my humblest apologies. She laughed and then playfully slapped his arm.
Not to worry, Your Grace. It seems we have both been saved the need for apologies since your uncle foresaw this little issue and secured the next set in your honour.
Lucian slightly turned to his uncle, his jaw tight enough to start an ache at the base of his skull. If he did not relax and breathe, it would not be long before his head started pounding in rhythm with the music. How very fortuitous. Uncle Henry is most observant.
Indeed,
Lady Beatrice squealed. As the dance was announced, Lucian turned toward the queue to find Pembroke and Berkeley parting, making an aisle for him to walk through with Lady Beatrice clinging to his arm. He met his friends' gazes, both offering silent sympathies as he led the lady to the floor. Instead of the easy manner of the previous dance, he found his shoulders straight, as if he were pressed against the wall. No smiles crossed his face, the difference between duty and desire made plain. As Lady Beatrice Collings took her place across from him, she grinned, and shame filled his chest as he could not return the pleasure, not even out of kindness. He had not sought her company, had never wanted her attention, and yet it seemed he was doomed to entertain her at every party this season.
I am delighted to dance with you, Your Grace.
Her voice was loud, pitched in a perpetual nasal whine, cutting through the chatter of the ballroom. He noticed more than one group of gaggling women turn from their conversation to discover who the poor soul was who had landed himself as Lady Beatrice's partner.
I do adore this dance. It is so deliciously energetic. Do you not agree?
Lucian summoned the calm he'd long been accustomed to when dealing with people for whom he did not care. It can be, he said mildly, offering a strained smile that felt uncomfortable. When done well.
Oh, but I always dance well, Your Grace.
She curtsied as the orchestra began.
And you are quite accomplished. We should make a fine match.
He stopped, stunned at her proclamation as he looked around to see if anyone had overheard. He did not want any gossip or expectations where Lady Beatrice was concerned. Regaining his composure, he forced his feet to move as they reached into the centre with the neighbouring couple, right hands joined. As they came together, an aggressively floral scent wafted up from Lady Beatrice's head, causing Lucian to cough, his lungs unable to function properly given the scent and the heat of the ballroom pressing upon him. He turned away from the dance, catching his breath, laboured as it was, and then rejoined the throng.
You lead beautifully, Your Grace,
she cooed, batting her lashes so forcefully he feared she might take flight.
I always say a lady can tell a man's character by the way he promenades.
Indeed, Lucian said as he coughed once more. What was he to say to such a ridiculous claim? And then a bit of sympathy for the lady pierced his thoughts. She was doing her best to persuade him toward courtship, which attempts were not working for him, but might on another man. More than anything, he pitied her for her lack of self-awareness.
Oh, yes,
she leaned forward, whispering as she forcefully took his hand.
And you radiate strength of character.
Lucian missed a step, halting the progression of the dance for a split second before recovering. You are too kind. They separated, each turning outward to cast down the line. Lady Beatrice's skirts swirled dramatically as she moved ahead of him, and she smiled and giggled as she looked over her shoulder every few seconds to ensure he was following behind.
He had no option. It was the dance, and he was not a cad. He would finish the steps, escort her to her father, and then leave her without any hope of another dance. As they came around the circle, she slowed deliberately, allowing him to step closer.
"Do not let me run away from you, Your Grace."
"A tragic loss," he said under his breath.
"What was that?"
she called, still peering backward. "I said I shall keep pace," he replied smoothly. At the bottom of the set, they turned twice, and then a half-turn before they met again. She seized his hand with both of hers, squeezing far harder than necessary.
"Your Grace," she whispered. "Everyone is watching us."
He doubted it. Only his uncle and possibly his friends cared about this dance, and his friends' interests would be for laughs. As he looked around, he noticed a couple 3 places up was having an argument in pantomime, drawing far more attention than any other couple. "I believe the room is engaged in the dance," he said gently.
"Oh, you mustn't be so modest. They are watching you. I only hope I look well beside you."
Lucian guided her up the centre, careful not to meet the eyes of the gossiping matrons. "You look perfectly appropriate," he said.
"Oh!"
Her eyelashes fluttered.
"You do know how to flatter a lady, Your Grace."
Facing one another, they began the side steps, then met in the middle for the 2-handed turn. Lady Beatrice glowed with the triumph of a hunter who believed her prey trapped.
"I have always said,"
she breathed nasally,
"that I have a natural affinity with dukes."
"Have you?" he asked.
"Oh, yes, they are drawn to me."
She gave a self-satisfied sniff.
"Like moths to a very bright flame."
He offered a polite, silent nod. What answer could possibly improve the situation? They separated to progress up the set. Beatrice nearly tripped over her own flourish of enthusiasm, but he caught her arm before she could topple into the next couple.
"Oh!"
she cried, clutching him dramatically.
"Your Grace, how gallant!"
"Not at all," he said, already releasing her. "I only feared for my toes." She laughed, the sound sharp and nasally, making him shiver.
"Oh, Your Grace, you grow bolder the more we dance."
"Do I?" he asked. Before she could reply, the musician struck up the next figure, and Lucian prepared himself with the stoicism of a man about to weather a second assault. He inhaled, forgetting the offence her perfume had launched on his throat moments before, sending him into another coughing fit, from which he was unable to recover. Removing himself from the dance, he stepped backward to avoid a collision with the other dancers. To his dismay, Lady Beatrice followed. She immediately seized his sleeve, nearly pulling his hand away from his mouth.
"Are you unwell, Your Grace?"
Lucian attempted to force a smile, but was wholly unsuccessful. Thankfully, he escaped to the nearby refreshment table and found a glass of punch, swallowing the contents with one gulp. When he finally recovered, he turned to find Lady Beatrice smiling up at him. She had asked a question. He searched his mind until he remembered. "I am perfectly well, my lady. I apologize for ending the dance so suddenly."
"Not at all, Your Grace."
She placed her hand on his arm once more.
"Will you escort me to my family?"
"Certainly." He had known, even before agreeing to escort Lady Beatrice back to her family, that he would be trapped for the remainder of the evening. Her father, the Duke of Montague, delighted in political conversation, a subject Lucian did not mind, as he, too, held a seat in the House of Lords, but he would have far preferred spending his time among friends. By the time he finally disentangled himself from Lady Beatrice and her relations, he was thoroughly drained. Calling for his carriage, he stood in the hall, hat and gloves in hand, as his uncle approached. "Can this not wait until the morrow?"
"Lucian, she is the right choice. Trust me on this."
Weary of the same old discussion, Lucian placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder. He lowered his voice so as to not be overheard. I cannot in good conscience agree with you on that. Please, respect my ability to make this decision without your assistance.
As his carriage drove into the courtyard, Lucian placed his hat firmly upon his head and changed out of his pristine white party gloves, donning his travelling gloves in their stead. He nodded once more to his uncle and left him standing in the entryway. This was one area of his life he would not indulge his uncle. He was determined to make the decision of a wife on his own. Chapter 3. A Man of Unnecessary Consequence. Juliana's dreams haunted her sleep, waking her at all hours so she could ruminate over the ball and her encounter with the Duke of Windsor. It wasn't as though she'd never danced with the Duke. Given her father's wealth, she'd been the recipient of more than one Duke's addresses, although none of them had the same charming and easy manners as Windsor, which was the source of her discontent. She liked the Duke. His attempts at charming her might have been a little short-sighted, but what could a man do when she responded sharply to every comment? She hadn't been fair, especially since he'd defended her against his uncle's insinuations. The conversation she'd overheard had unsettled her. She hadn't done anything, at least not purposefully, to indicate she had designs on the Duke, yet simply speaking with him had sparked some sort of issue with his uncle, an issue she didn't care to explore. If Lord Henry Montrose did not want his nephew associating with her, she would do her best to avoid him at every social function from that moment forward. With the decision made, she expected to fall into blissful slumber, but she tossed and turned, her coverlet and bed sheets twisting around her legs until the sun's rays peeked through her bed hangings. Exhausted from a night of dancing and fighting with her thoughts, Juliana dragged her tired body out of bed. She sat on the edge with the coverlet wrapped around her, waiting for her maid to decide upon the frock she would wear that morning.
What about the pink?
Anna asked as she pulled it out of the wardrobe.
Far too fancy for breakfasting,
Juliana said as she rubbed her eyes. Anna laughed as she crossed the room with the dress in hand.
You must have forgotten, miss. Your family is attending the cricket match at Montrose Hall this morning. You must be ready before you break your fast.
At the mention of Montrose Hall, Juliana sat a little taller. When her father had originally mentioned their morning engagement, she'd had no reason to avoid the Duke. She hadn't even met the Duke. But now, well, she certainly had no desire to meet with him again. His charming smile had haunted her dreams enough. Instead of cooperating with her maid, she crawled back into the middle of the bed, pulling the coverlet over her head. "Tell my mother I am ill." Anna pulled the coverlet back, throwing it to the end of the bed.
"There is no time to delay, not if you want to eat before leaving."
Juliana curled into a ball. She wasn't pretending. The thought of seeing the Duke again, especially after a restless night, was more than she could bear. "I do not want to go."
"It is a fine day, miss."
Anna pulled her up by her hands, and reluctantly Juliana allowed her to do so.
"A few hours in the sun will do you some good."
"I hardly think that possible." But Juliana acquiesced, allowing her maid to assist her with the dress and her hair. When her toilette was completed, she slowly walked down to the breakfast room. As she entered, her eyes rested upon her parents and Rose, who were jovially discussing the previous night's events. She could not bring herself to find any of it exciting enough to talk about, and so she prepared a plate at the sideboard and then picked at her food, pushing it around until it was time to leave. Anna had been right. It was the perfect day for sitting in the shade as the men played a game of cricket. The sun was high in the sky, and a light breeze flitted across the lawn, making it a pleasant afternoon as they sat with parasols and lemonade. She feigned interest in her lemonade or gloves or even the grass each time the Duke stood at the wicket, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his cravat discarded in favour of unrestrained comfort. A stray lock of dark curls fell across his brow as he called out to his teammates. She couldn't hear his words, but the laughs he received were enough to tell her he was the same charming man she had spoken with the previous night. He'd teased her, mercilessly, and she had deserved it. When the lights had gone out, it would have been better for her to plant her feet on the dance floor rather than attempting to find her partner. What had she been thinking? Juliana pressed her lips together. She could not think about the Duke. His charming smile was not for her to admire. He was destined for greater alliances than what she could offer, which meant there was no reason for her to play the ninny. She looked around at the other women, each of them nearly swooning as they fanned themselves and giggled at every movement he made and word he spoke. "More lemonade?" Rose asked as she leaned over, pointing to Juliana's empty cup. Juliana shook her head as she peered through her eyelashes at the Duke. "I cannot deny it. His Grace is a formidable man. Do you not agree, Rose?" Rose giggled as she nodded. "Indeed, although you can do better than that when admiring a man at the wicket." Laughing, Juliana covered her cheeks as they heated. She leaned forward and whispered, "Very well, Rose, I shall admit to you, and only you, that I find he possesses the most remarkable bottom I have ever beheld." She never would have said as much to anyone else, but Rose was her sister, a confidant, someone she could trust with such errant and inappropriate thoughts. Rose dropped her glass to the table, the clank pulling their mother's attention to them. She examined their faces, their smiles, and then once she was satisfied that they were merely enjoying the morning, she turned back to the game. Safe from their mother's watchful gaze, Rose whispered, "Juliana!" It was supposed to be a rebuke, yet she dissolved into giggles instead of issuing a full chastisement. "Oh, do not look so scandalized," Juliana said as she whipped at her fan. "It is simply an observation of form, not feeling. One would have to be blind not to notice such proportion." "Stand ready!" one of the men shouted. Before she could turn to find out what the commotion was all about, a ball came hurtling in her direction, landing in the grass beside her slipper. A collective gasp rose from the ladies, followed by relieved laughter and chatter about how they had all been frightened. Ninnies. The Duke jogged toward her, bat still in hand, his grin apologetic. She looked up at him, the sun momentarily blocking her eyes before he stood in front of it, providing shade. She'd rarely seen a gentleman in his shirt sleeves and without a cravat. He brushed his hair back from his forehead as he stood before her, sweat pooling on his forehead and running down his face. "My sincerest apologies, Miss Astley. I had no idea my aim was so poor." She took a deep breath. Knowing that every eye in the yard was upon her, she would not give in to the girlish desire to swoon. Instead, she lifted her chin, defiant and proper. "Please do try to keep the ball from injuring your guests. It is a poor host who endangers the life of his spectators." He stooped to retrieve the ball. "Too right you are, Miss Astley. And in the future, how shall I convey a token of my admiration, if not by hitting a ball in your direction?" "Women prefer flowers, Your Grace." The Duke laughed, a deep, unguarded sound that made Juliana's heart speed up as goose pimples covered her arms and neck. She hated the way he made her feel all warm and silly inside, as though she were going to swoon by way of his smile. "I shall remember that for another day, Miss Astley." "Do not trouble yourself," she said crisply, lifting her parasol. "I am not accepting deliveries this season." For a moment, something warm flickered in his expression. She couldn't be certain, but it was quite possible he was amused. She couldn't have that. But before she could say something more, he inclined his head. "Ah, then I shall have to find another way to convey my sincerest regrets for nearly injuring you. Do not fear. I have never failed." "I fear nothing where you are concerned, Your Grace." He gave her a bow and then returned to the game, running with the ball held high for all to see. Juliana lowered her parasol once more as she kept her eyes on the game, refusing to look at those around her. Her breathing had barely returned to normal when Lady Beatrice Collings and 2 other women stepped up, blocking her view of the game and, thankfully, the sun.
"Miss Astley,"
Lady Beatrice said as she lowered herself into one of the chairs the servants carried over and quickly arranged at the table for the 3 ladies.
"I have long wanted to make your acquaintance."
Juliana looked between the 3 ladies, doubting the sincerity behind her words. She only knew of Lady Beatrice by reputation. As for the other ladies, they were all titled and from important families. "My lady, I am honoured." She pointed to her sister. "This is my sister, Rose." Without looking at Rose, Lady Beatrice simpered, paused, and then turned to her companions.
"Lady Caroline Mumford and Lady Margaret Granville."
Juliana nodded to the other 2 ladies. "I do hope your view of the game is better here. Elsewise, there is little reason for you to join my sister and me." Lady Caroline reached forward, taking hold of Juliana's hand. "What a fright you must have had when the ball landed near your feet. Did it hit you?" "I am uninjured. Thank you for your kind inquiry." Juliana tipped her parasol slightly to the left, blocking the sun once more.
"The Duke was rather attentive. What did he say?"
Lady Margaret asked. Juliana blushed, her involuntary reaction leaving her momentarily stunned. Could it be possible that even though she knew his uncle disapproved of her, she appreciated his attention? Pushing those feelings aside, she met Lady Margaret's questioning gaze, knowing that the moments that had passed between her and the Duke were for her to ponder and analyse alone, not for these 3 ladies who were certainly not her friends. "He apologised for nearly hitting me. It was kind of him to do so." Juliana's answer seemed to disappoint Lady Margaret, who leaned back with a sigh. Lady Beatrice, however, narrowed her eyes as though she would accept nothing less than a word-for-word recitation.
"Oh, Miss Astley,"
Lady Beatrice said at last, folding her hands atop her lap with great ceremony.
"I do hope you will not mistake the Duke's courtesy for anything more meaningful."
Lady Caroline gave a small, eager nod.
"His Grace is famously polite."
"Exceedingly so," Lady Margaret echoed. "Certainly not," Juliana said.
"The colour in your cheeks says otherwise,"
Lady Margaret claimed. Lady Beatrice lifted her chin, her tone dripping with benevolent superiority.
"Indeed. His Grace is unfailingly attentive to everyone, regardless of circumstance. It is simply his way, and is nothing personal, I assure you."
She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice as though imparting a treasured secret.
"One must take care not to read into it. Many young ladies have mistaken his good manners for admiration. It has always ended in disappointment."
Rose bristled, but Juliana pressed a calming hand against her sister's arm. Lady Beatrice offered a pitying smile, the sort bestowed upon someone deemed hopelessly uninformed.
"I should hate for you to find yourself similarly misled, my dear. The Duke's attentions belong firmly within the highest circles of society, and he is far too well-bred to give encouragement where it cannot be reciprocated with the right connections such as I have."
Juliana felt heat rise in her cheeks. No, she didn't have connections to royalty, but that did not give Lady Beatrice the right to point it out. She was mortified over the truth of her lowly state amongst the elite of the ton, yet she would not allow anyone to know it. She met Lady Beatrice's gaze with a polite smile. "I thank you for your concern, my lady," she said evenly. "But I assure you I am in no danger of misunderstanding His Grace's intentions. I accept his courtesy simply as courtesy. Nothing more." Lady Caroline blinked, her mouth curved in shock as she gaped at Juliana. Lady Margaret looked away, suddenly fascinated by her gloves. But Lady Beatrice's simper grew frostier, the nasal quality of her voice somehow increasing.
Very wise, she said. Very prudent.
Juliana inclined her head, her grip tightening on her parasol.
If you will excuse me.
She stood, not waiting for a response from the three ladies. A moment of peace was well deserved after that conversation, and Juliana needed fresh air, away from the simpering stares of Lady Beatrice and her finely lacquered entourage. The brightness of the morning almost felt too sharp, the air too thin. Her heart beat uncomfortably high in her throat, which she knew was a foolish reaction to the exchange, and yet she could not quite master the thumping in her ears.
"The nerve of that woman!" she mumbled.
How easily Lady Beatrice had spoken. How thoroughly she had dismissed Juliana as though she was some naive girl plucked from obscurity who had wandered into a part of society where she did not belong. The Duke's attentions belong firmly within the highest circles of society. The words clung to her like burrs. Juliana was neither foolish nor presumptuous enough to imagine the Duke of Windsor harboured any true interest. She knew her station. She knew her circumstances. But to be warned, so sweetly, so publicly, felt far more humiliating than she would have anticipated. And yet, she could not dispel the memory of the way he had looked at her, not with courtesy alone, but with genuine regret that the cricket ball had flown too near enough that she could have been harmed. The warmth in his voice when he apologized clung to her chest, warming her insides. She pressed a hand against her middle, irritated with herself. What did any of that matter? A glance, a smile, a moment in the sun. It was nothing more than pleasantries. Lady Beatrice was right to caution her, even if her manner had been unbearable. Still, Juliana could not help thinking that if moments meant nothing, they would not linger so stubbornly. Walking around a nearby garden, she regained her composure before joining her family once more, thankful to see that Lady Beatrice and her simpering sycophants had departed for their own section of the lawn. She sat beneath the canopy next to Rose once more, her parasol resting on her shoulder.
"Lady Beatrice is not worth your time,"
Rose murmured as Juliana joined her.
"Do not give her words another thought."
Juliana allowed an appreciative smile.
"You are right. Yet I cannot disregard everything they said. You heard Lord Henry in the garden last night. Another person who is unworthy of your consideration. I do hope you ignore them, especially where the Duke is concerned."
"Why?" Juliana asked, brimming with curiosity. "What good is there in encouraging false hope?" Rose smiled as she nodded toward the Duke, who was again standing at the wicket.
"He watches you with interest. Clearly it is more than a passing fancy."
"I cannot imagine why," Juliana said as she twirled her parasol between her fingers. Rose clicked her tongue in amusement.
"Truly, Juliana, you must learn to recognize which people are wholly unworthy of your time and those who are deserving. If I must explain it to you every time we are out, you shall never find a match."
Juliana huffed out a laugh.
"Darling, the Duke of Windsor is a man of unnecessary confidence. Trust me, I have danced with him. He may do his best to charm someone other than me."
She settled in once more, her glass of lemonade refreshed as she lifted her head intending to watch the game, but instead found the Duke of Pembroke standing before her with a mischievous smirk. What did she care if he overheard her words? In truth, she cared very much. After all, he was a duke and Windsor's friend.
"Miss Astley, Miss Rose, I do hope you are enjoying the morning."
Rose instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with warmth.
"Very much, Your Grace."
Pembroke's eyes fell upon Juliana.
"And you? It is a trial having to watch Windsor strut about like a peacock, putting on a show, but alas, he is far past any help we might throw his way."
Juliana nearly choked as her eyes widened with the realization that he had overheard her words.
Oh, Your Grace, I must apologize for what I said. I did not mean—"
He burst into laughter, rich and unrestrained, his eyes crinkling with good humour.
Do not fret, Miss Astley. I shall only divulge your statement at the most opportune moment.
He leaned toward her with a wicked grin.
Preferably one that humbles my dear friend most effectively.
As the Duke said his farewells, Juliana turned to Rose, mortified at having been overheard, yet delighted at the Duke's easy manner.
"Rose, what do you think of Pembroke?"
She shrugged, attempting to look unaffected.
"He is very kind. Seems a good man, someone you would want in your corner."
"I agree." She thought about it for a moment, then quickly turned and grabbed Rose's hand.
"I think I shall do all within my power to match you with him."
Rose's cheeks instantly reddened to the colour of ripe strawberries.
"No, Juliana, I beg of you, do not play matchmaker."
"But why?" She pulled her hands away from Juliana's, placing them over her cheeks as she looked down at the grass.
"Please allow me to find my own match."
Although she agreed, secretly Juliana was determined and decided she would not fail in her goal. Nodding once to appease her sister, she took hold of Rose's hand as she turned back to the cricket match. Cricket was not one of her favourite pastimes, but since her father was playing, she would support him with enthusiasm, cheer when appropriate, and bolster his confidence even if his team happened to lose spectacularly to the Duke. Chapter 4. Restoring one's spirit by gambling on the ridiculous. Rain hit against the windows at White's as Lucian Montrose, the Duke of Windsor, sat with his feet resting on an ottoman, a drink in one hand, his head resting against the cushion as he drifted in and out of sleep. There were far better things he could be doing with his time. His uncle had requested a meeting to discuss the most eligible ladies of the beau monde, which meant he would make another case for an advantageous match with Lady Beatrice. The thought of marriage to that particular lady made Lucian's blood run cold. It wasn't that he didn't find her attractive. Lady Beatrice was beauty personified with her blonde curls, high cheekbones, and slim figure. She was perfection to behold, until she opened her mouth, which was a quality Lucian couldn't overlook. The lady's conversation, though abundant, was of a pitch so shrill and nasal that even the pianoforte seemed subdued in her presence. It hadn't always been that way. No, Lady Beatrice was once a relatively enjoyable companion when they were younger. But her voice had turned shrill upon her debut in London and the pronouncement of her position as a diamond of the first water. It was then that he decided he would not spend the rest of his life with a woman whose voice was stuck somewhere between her nose and her pride. In his mind's eye, he imagined a list of 5 women from which his uncle would make him choose a bride. All daughters of dukes. All of them perfectly refined ladies of upstanding reputation, but none of them made him eager to enter the institution of marriage. As each of their faces flashed upon his closed eyelids, one lady's face intruded who would never make it onto his uncle's list. Miss Juliana Astley. He could not allow himself to think of her or even dream of her. Those sorts of thoughts were far too dangerous if he were to marry for his duty and title. Yet, even as he thought of it, the question lingered as to why he should have to marry for duty. It seemed a rather ridiculous notion. Lightly slapping his face a few times, he ran a hand through his curls as he pulled out of the slog of slumber, only to find that the most interesting thing happening about him was the smoke rising above his friend the Marquess of Berkeley, as it created a layer of smog above through which he could barely see the ceiling. Next to Berkeley sat the Duke of Pembroke, endlessly tapping his fingers on the table to the beat of the ticking clock. Lounging in his armchair next to the crackling fire, Lucian let out a long sigh.
"I declare," he said, London itself has fallen asleep. Now that the annual cricket match at Montrose Hall is done, they have no reason to stay in town. Even scandal has lost its enthusiasm.
Then perhaps, Berkeley replied, it merely awaits your direction to wake it again. You have a talent for mischief, Windsor. Why not apply it to our present boredom?
Because mischief requires imagination, Lucian said, lifting his glass.
He thought to take a drink, but it would only encourage his mind to grow heavy, so he decided against a sip, setting it on the table next to him. As he peered out of the corner of his eye, he smirked at Berkeley.
And I fear yours deserted you when you chose that waistcoat.
Pembroke barked a laugh. He kicked his foot out, hitting the side of Lucian's right boot.
You wound him, Windsor. It is the height of fashion, or so the modiste told him before charging him thrice the price.
Berkeley raised his glass in mock salute.
At least I paid for my fashion. Yours was inherited from your father's portrait.
Lucian smirked.
And yet my father's tailor had better taste.
They laughed for a bit, and once the joke had run its course, they all settled back to their slouched positions on their respective cushions. Berkeley tapped his cigar out and lit another, while Pembroke resumed tapping a tune with his fingers. Lucian turned to the window, counting each drop of rain as it splashed, and his eyes drooped once more.
Would you like another drink, Your Grace?
Grimsby, the butler, asked as he held out a decanter of port.
No, thank you.
Lucian sat up a bit, looking around at his friends and the other men assembled at White's.
If this is all we have to do here, I may as well try out Brooks. A lively debate may well fix the boredom, rather than wasting away while choking on Berkeley's smoke.
Berkeley laughed as he took another draw on the cigar.
Your jealousy is showing, Windsor. The ladies think I am dashing with my cigar.
Hardly, Lucian said as he drank the last of his port and then set the empty glass back on the table. Pembroke grinned, rubbing his hands together as he leaned forward before tapping Lucian's leg.
Gentlemen, if we cannot insult one another to satisfaction, and Berkeley and I are obviously far too boring in our political views to debate Windsor, might I suggest we turn to the betting book? Nothing restores one's spirits so much as gambling on the ridiculous.
As though Grimsby was listening in, waiting for them to decide upon their afternoon activities, he stepped forward with the thick, leather-bound tome, its cover polished from years of idle wagers and broken promises. Once he placed it on the table, Pembroke flipped it open to the last entry and dipped the nearest quill. With the quill poised, he looked between his two friends.
Now then, what absurdities shall we record today?
The usual nonsense, Berkeley said.
Whether it will rain tomorrow or the number of raindrops the window will hold during the next 5 minutes.
Far too dull, Lucian said. He sat forward, his elbows resting on his knees.
We need something of greater consequence.
Pembroke smiled up at him, his brows wagging with mischief.
Like what?
Lucian thought about it for a bit, then sat back, stretching his legs out as he stared into the flames in the grate.
Something sporting.
Berkeley instantly came alive, tapping his cigar out. There was nothing he loved more than a good bet and making sport of the season.
Sporting or scandalous?
Lucian shook his head. He had that wrong. Berkeley equally loved scandal.
Is there a difference when you are involved?
Pembroke chuckled.
Go on then, Windsor. You propose it, you write it.
Lucian leaned forward, plucked the quill from Pembroke's hand, and tapped it thoughtfully against the blotter as he considered the options. It never hurt to wager on a gentleman's prospects with a lady, or if a gentleman would be successful at the gambling halls. But for this first wager, he wanted to set Berkeley's ire on alert.
Very well. I wagered 10 guineas that Lord Berkeley's valet will elope before the season ends.
Preposterous! Berkeley cried out, slapping his hand on the arm of the chair.
My valet is a model of loyalty.
Indeed, Lucian said smoothly. And yet I saw him smile at Pembroke's cook this morning. Pembroke roared with laughter. Mark it down, and if it comes to fruition, I refuse to lose my cook, so your valet will simply have to take to my employ. Lucian scribbled the note, signing his name elegantly beneath it. Now, Berkeley, your turn. Berkeley's expression turned sly. Before he spoke, Lucian knew he would regret having bet upon the valet. Berkeley was never one to let a slight go unchallenged. With a flourish of his hand, he plucked the quill out of Lucian's, dipped it in the ink, and held it over the empty page. I'll wager 5 guineas that you, Windsor, cannot steal a kiss from Miss Juliana Astley before the month is out. Lucian froze mid-smile. The laugh he had expected stuck in his throat as he watched Berkeley write the bet and sign his name. Taking a deep, measured breath, Lucian forced calm into his voice, yet he felt anything but calm. Miss Astley? You know of whom I speak, Berkeley said, pointing the pen at him. The very one who fell into your arms and yet pretends not to care for your presence, Pembroke said with a grin. And who I heard only this morning at the cricket match describe you as a man of unnecessary confidence. Of course I know Miss Astley, but I should not wish to put a lady's name in the book. Lucian didn't know why he was so hesitant, but it made him itchy and rather uncomfortable to bet upon Miss Astley. You have never had reservations about a lady's name before. Why now? Berkeley asked. Well, he couldn't come up with a simple answer. It just seemed wrong, and the quickness of his breath at the mention of her name made him less inclined to speak for fear of revealing the way she affected him. This is a first, Berkeley said. I have never known you to back away from a challenge. It was true. He'd always accepted wagers, not from eagerness, but because refusing them invited more attention than he cared to bear. With an air of ease he did not feel, Lucian forced his lips to curve into what he hoped was a convincing smile. His heart pounded in his ears, far more frustratingly than the tapping of Pembroke's fingers on the table moments before. Forcing a laugh, he turned to Pembroke. Unnecessary confidence, you say? That did sound like something Miss Astley would say about him. With that, against his better judgment, he decided this could be the opportunity he sought with the lady. With a smirk, he recovered from the shock and decided stealing a kiss never hurt a man, especially if it was done in privacy so as not to scandalize the woman's reputation. Miss Astley knows exactly how to win my heart, for that sounds dangerously close to admiration. Or irritation, Berkeley said dryly. Are you taking the wager? Lucian pulled the quill out of Berkeley's hand and dipped it in the ink, eyes glinting. 5 guineas, you say? Done. Pembroke leaned back, smirking. Make it 10. We may as well enjoy your defeat properly. Lucian sighed again, his grin deepening. Gentlemen, I do not lose. Berkeley's laugh was slow and indulgent. Then may the heavens protect Miss Astley. Lucian threw pounce on their entries and then closed the book with a satisfying thump, yet the satisfaction was merely a ruse. Inside, his chest had tightened, and he knew the decision to accept the bet might well be his undoing. Outside, the rain beat harder against the windows as Lucian leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant as he considered how best to approach both wagers. Matching the cook and the valet would be simple. He had that wager already won. But stealing a kiss from Miss Astley, that one was a challenge he had not expected but would enjoy most thoroughly. Of course, he'd stolen more than his fair share of kisses in the past, but those had been from women he didn't particularly care about. Women who wanted to kiss a duke and brag about it to their friends. He'd been more than willing to share moments like that in hedgerows and darkened corners,
but he'd never considered pulling Miss Juliana Astley into a darkened alcove. No, she deserved a proper kiss. One a man could place on her lips at the appropriate time, one that would leave her in no doubt of his feelings. But what were his feelings for her? He rightly didn't know. What he did know, for certain, was that Miss Astley made him uncomfortable in a pleasant way, a way that made him think he was ailing and happy at the same time, but without any reason. And for the first time in the history of writing a bet in the books at White's, Lucian Montrose suspected he might lose a bit of coin, and the realization of that did not plague him one whit. Chapter 5. Despising the Duke. Juliana had spent enough time in the ballroom that evening. She'd danced every set until the man dancing with her, a Mr. Harbrow, if she remembered correctly, stepped on her toes for the third time. 2 toes down, she thought as his mouth twisted into an unspoken apology. Juliana quietly reaffirmed that she still had 3 toes on her right foot that hadn't been smashed, 3 toes to keep her upright and dancing the quadrille, until they came back together and Mr. Hackwood— no, that didn't seem right— stepped on the left side of her right foot, instantly taking out her big toe and the next one to it. She now only had 1 toe that wasn't throbbing and possibly bleeding in her slipper. Without a word, she grimaced and quitted the dance, limping away from the queue so the other participants could continue without stumbling over her. Yet even as she did so, her escape would not go unnoticed by all and sundry.
"Miss Astley, allow me to suffer my sincerest apologies for your injury,"
Mr. Harbrow spluttered, spit flying from his lips with the enthusiasm of a man offering marriage to his supper. The spittle flew across the distance, and before she could whip her fan out or even hold her hand up to avoid the downpour of saliva, a drop fell on her lip. She shuddered while wiping it away with her gloved finger, holding her other hand out, placing it in front of the gentleman's face. It was not that she despised Mr. Hackwood, or Harbrow, or whatever his name was. She simply believed the man's feet and her toes were destined for separate ballrooms. "Do not think another moment on it, Mr. Harbrow. Now, if you will excuse me." She had said his name with confidence, expecting she'd landed on the correct one, allowing her words to trail off as she limped away.
"Harbrow?"
the man said, his voice rising in pitch.
"Thunder and turf, Miss Astley, my name is Harwood! Harwood!"
Juliana didn't stop, didn't turn back as she made her escape. Certainly it had been rude of her not to apologize for mispronouncing his name, but she desperately needed to escape the ballroom. As she broke free of the crush, wagging tongues and curious glances following her through the room, she limped out the side door and released a sigh of relief as the cool air of the empty corridor greeted her. 1 toe! That was all she had remaining on the right foot to carry her away from the simpering pleasantries Mr. Hadcock. Oh dear. She truly did not care to remember his name.
"Miss Astley."
The voice behind her was soft, smooth as silk and delectable to her senses, as though a cup of drinking chocolate was pouring down her throat, sending sweet warmth over every inch of her body. Every part of her reacted, her heart racing, while her head reminded her that the man behind her was untouchable for a woman of her station. She was not in the beau monde. Her father was not a duke, and no matter how much her father wanted to believe their family belonged in the upper echelons of society, it simply wasn't true. "Your Grace," Juliana said as she turned to dip into a curtsy, 1 toe keeping her right leg from collapsing. Well, at least her left leg was sturdy. Mr. H, she decided not to even attempt to remember his name, hadn't attacked the other foot. Perhaps if she had agreed to a country dance, he would have done the job properly. "If you will excuse me." She didn't finish her statement, opting not to inform the Duke of her injury for fear he might think she was asking for his assistance. She most certainly was not asking for the Duke of Windsor's arm or any part of him.
She would finish limping out to the portico on her own. No assistance needed, even if it came wrapped with a dashing smile, dark unruly curls, and eyes so green they made her forget which foot pained her. If you wish it, I could have Mr. Harwood banned from all future balls. Any gatherings where dancing might occur would be much safer without his monstrous feet injuring his partner's delicate toes. She looked up at him, a smile pulling at her lips as he held his hand out. She would not smile at him, no matter how charming and sweet his words. Allow me to assist you to a chair.
I am perfectly well, Your Grace.
It was best. If she allowed him to help, she might well be accused of entrapping him in a marriage by none other than his overly protective uncle.
Pardon me, Miss Astley, but I can see the pain in your eyes, and it would be highly ungentlemanly of me to allow you to limp away, in which time you might further injure the vestiges of your foot.
There is no need.
As though she needed to prove herself capable of walking without assistance, Juliana placed her right foot on the carpet and allowed her weight to settle on the heel so that her bruised toes would not be affected. Unfortunately, whatever pain had been in her toes had travelled through the whole of her foot, and it took every ounce of poised control for her to keep from grimacing.
See, no harm, no foul.
The Duke peered down at her, doubt written in the crease between his eyes. She could see the moment he gave in, his shoulders slumping only slightly as he accepted her decision. He sighed.
If you insist.
I do, Your Grace. Please return to the ball. I am certain Lady Beatrice Collings and other women of importance are waiting for a dance with you.
Without waiting for a reply, Juliana turned away and forced herself to put weight on her injured foot without allowing a cry of pain, or shriek, if she were honest, to escape her mouth. She knew this house well, having attended numerous parties over the season, which meant the retiring room was to the left. She also knew that in said retiring room there would be a gaggle of ladies, each of them swooning over the Duke of Windsor and the little flirtations he'd had with each of them. The information those ladies were not privy to was that he could not take those flirtations any further than they had already gone, not unless they had the right family connections and titles. Surviving her nightly run-in with the Duke was more than she could bear. She did not care to join a conversation to hear all the things everyone loved about the dashing Duke. Nor did she care for questions about her injured foot. So she kept walking, past the door where the women would rest, straighten their hair and gossip without being overheard by men, and she found her way to the portico. Limping to a stone bench situated against the windows of a darkened room, Juliana let out a sigh of relief as her weight no longer pressed upon her injured foot. Crossing her injured foot over her knee, she removed her dancing slipper and began rubbing each toe from right to left, expecting it would take more than a massage to work out the tension caused by Mr. Hancock. Harwood? Oh, she couldn't remember his name, and it truly didn't matter. She had no interest in pursuing another dance or conversation with that particular gentleman. Leaning against the open window pane, Juliana let her head fall backward, allowing it to rest against glass. She closed her eyes, very aware that she'd been sitting out of doors and out of the eyes of society for exactly 2 minutes. She had precisely 2 more minutes before society would begin constructing elaborate tales of her ruin. Society was exhausting. One could not limp across a ballroom without being suspected of either heartbreak or scandal. As she gathered her composure, Juliana took her slipper in hand to refit it on her foot. But instead of standing to return to the ballroom, she froze in place as she heard men speaking in the room behind her. Eavesdropping was not a favoured activity, yet this was the second time she'd found herself listening in on a private conversation to which she had no right. A very real part of her hated the idea of overhearing, but when she heard her name, she decided no one would fault her for this little mishap.
It was Miss Astley.
The voice was smooth, exactly like a certain silver-tongued duke she had spoken to moments before. Turning her head ever so slightly,
Juliana peered into the darkened room to find a sole candle lit and sitting on a table where 3 men sat. She recognized each of them. Lord Berkeley puffed on a cigar, the air above his head filled with smoke as it slowly swirled about.
Speaking with that beauty again, when do you plan to give up on her, Windsor? Admit you were wrong and declare me the victor. Give him time, Berkeley. It has hardly been a day since you made the wager.
The lightly amused voice belonged to the Duke of Pembroke. She'd always thought him a kind man, but now she wasn't certain. Why was he equating a conversation about her with a wager? Perhaps she had been wrong to think he was a better man than the company he kept, and in that moment she decided to rethink her goal of matching him with Rose. Windsor sighed, a roguish smile crossing his features. Even in the darkened room, she could see the moment he lit up brighter than the candle beside him.
I must consign myself to the truth that she does not think highly of me, does not even like me, if truth be told. She would rather limp and pretend her foot does not hurt than accept my assistance. My offer was harmless.
Juliana rubbed her foot once more. It wouldn't have hurt for her to accept his arm. That was, unless they were seen. The last thing she needed was the matron's whispering about her high aspirations. She already had to fight the stigma of her father seeking to purchase a title for his family. He'd made his daughter's dowries irresistible to catch a duke, marquess, or earl. Any man with a title would do.
Then you have given up? Berkeley asked.
Windsor laughed. Oh, how she loved the sound of his laugh as it rolled along the air and out to the portico. There was no denying he was a charming man. It was no wonder every female with the title lady sought his notice.
Not at all. Juliana Astley is precisely the madcap I wish to tame.
Madcap? Juliana nearly climbed through the window to set the Duke of Windsor straight, no matter how charming his smile and laugh were. She most certainly was not a madcap, but something kept her from moving. Instead of confronting the Duke, she sat rooted to the stone bench, her ears poised for more.
Oh dear, then you plan to continue this campaign, Pembroke said.
Campaign? Juliana nearly snorted, but she caught herself and covered her mouth to prevent sound from escaping. What ridiculous notion were these men on about? The Duke of Windsor had some sort of campaign where she was concerned. Well, he wasn't doing a very good job of it.
I most certainly do plan to continue. A gentleman of my caliber does not so easily accept defeat.
Windsor sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Pembroke laughed.
Well, if you do win, I cannot wait to see Berkeley eat crow.
Pembroke pointed a finger at his friend.
Do remember, it is recorded on the betting books. 10 guineas if you do not succeed.
It does not matter, for I have seen Windsor's attempts at wooing Miss Astley, and that poor girl is clueless. She does not even know she is the subject of his attention. Berkeley took another puff on his cigar, tilting his head upward and slowly releasing the smoke.
The more accurate question is, what is it about Miss Astley that Windsor finds so intriguing?
A very good point, Pembroke said, both men suddenly staring at Windsor as though he would reveal a secret so delectable it would make the wager worthwhile.
There is so much of her to admire. Her cheeky wit, her beauty, her lips.
Lips? Berkeley questioned. Windsor smiled, the same charismatic charm he carried with him at all hours. His voice was smooth, delightful, and yet the words escaping his mouth made her want to slap his cheek.
Miss Astley's lips are a public menace. I only wish to admire them properly.
As Pembroke and Berkeley burst into laughter, Juliana felt heat rising in her cheeks. The hair on the back of her neck instantly came to life, warning bells ringing in her ears. Betting books, wagers, some of the ugliest words in the English language, at least when one's name was on the line. Women whose names were written in the betting books were not considered respectable, at least not according to her father.
Was her father aware that her name had made it onto the pages of that infernal book? She was ready to find him and request he discover the book and blot her name out when she realized she didn't know which gentleman's club these men belonged to. Tipping her head inside the window once more, she continued to listen. "Too right you are, Windsor. I have rarely seen a pair of lips worth risking pistols at dawn," Berkeley said. Pembroke crossed one leg over the other. "How shall you go about it?" "All I need is for Miss Astley to smile in my direction. The moment she does, I shall instantly trade my estate, my dignity, and perhaps my soul for a taste of her smile." Windsor pushed Berkeley's shoulder like a gentleman bragging about his conquests. Pembroke leaned forward, his voice lowered but not so much that it didn't reach her hearing. "And in that moment, Berkeley shall not only lose his coin, but I dare speculate, Windsor, that you shall lose your bachelorhood as well."
Coin! Juliana had had enough. She shoved her foot back into her slipper, and ignoring the continued pain, she marched back into the ballroom to find her parents and sister. She'd barely found her family and caught her breath when she noticed the Duke of Windsor entering the ballroom with his friends, all three of them laughing about their little game. She narrowed her eyes in his direction, determined never to smile while in his presence. There was no need for her to cause a public display since she was such a menace. "Juliana?" Rose asked, pulling on her arm. Without thinking, she turned around. "What?" The question came out much harsher than she'd expected. Recovering, she smoothed down the front of her dress. "Apologies, Rose. What did you wish to speak about?" "I only wanted to know who is on the receiving end of that glare." Quickly checking herself, she smiled at her sister. "Whatever do you mean, dearest?" "It is only that you looked ready to attack, and I certainly would not want to be the person who had insulted you." Juliana laughed, brushing away the concern. "I do not know what you mean. I was merely thinking about my injured toes. Mr. Haymore stepped on 4 of my toes. If I can dance even once more this evening, it will be a miracle." "Do you mean Mr. Harwood?" Rose asked. "Juliana, Rose." Their mother waved her hands at them, so the girls abandoned their conversation and stepped closer to her. "2 dukes and a marquess are coming this way. Smile, girls." "Smile," Juliana thought with horror as she turned in the direction her mother was looking. The Duke of Windsor was most certainly on his way to their little corner of the ballroom, followed by the Duke of Pembroke and the Marquess of Berkeley. His friends were always around like little spectators in a game. She would not provide them any laughs. Juliana refused to smile, even when her mother poked her in the side and whispered out of the side of her mouth, "Juliana, these men are titled." She whispered back, but didn't take the precaution of trying to hide her words. "They are regular men, nothing special about them." "Nothing special," Rose said with a laugh. "Readjust your eyes, dearest. These men are the most eligible in the ton this season, and I have it on good authority that you would give Windsor's tailor a medal for cutting his suit so fine." Juliana blushed as she pinched Rose's arm. "Do not say such things in a ballroom, Rose. Someone might overhear." They fell silent as the 3 men approached. Windsor nodded his head in her direction. "I trust your foot has recovered, Miss Astley." "Do not concern yourself on my account, Your Grace." The Duke smiled, his green eyes catching the candlelight, nearly taking her breath away. She had always adored green eyes. This man had no business possessing eyes that glittered like emeralds. "And yet, I am very worried. You are standing as though no longer in pain, yet your features have not recovered. Where is the famous Miss Astley's smile society has lauded the whole of the season?" Juliana's lips twitched as she allowed a partial upturn. It took all her effort not to slap the Duke, knowing he was insincere and wishing to win a smile for the little game he was playing with his friends. "Take care, Your Grace. Men who attempt to admire too closely have been known to forget where they stand." Lord Berkeley let out a strangled cough as he attempted to conceal a laugh.
A truly bright and menacing smile indeed.
She kept her attention on the Duke, refusing to look at the other men. I am told, she continued lightly, that men of courage often meet danger head-on. I trust, then, that you are properly armed.
Only with admiration, Miss Astley.
A vein in the Duke's cheek twitched as he locked eyes with her. Oh, he was vexing, and deep down she somewhat admired him for his unrelenting efforts. Her mother took hold of Juliana's arm. Your Grace, you must forgive my Juliana. She is quite out of sorts from the last set. The gleam in Windsor's eyes only brightened.
Miss Astley, if you are not engaged for the next set, I should very much like to stand up with you.
Juliana whipped her fan out, waved it once or twice, and then snapped it closed. Thank you, but I am not a charity case in want of a partner. Your Grace, her mother said, holding up a finger to quiet any further excuses. Juliana will happily accept your offer for the next set and any other you wish to claim. Juliana turned to argue with her mother, but found the Duke's hand in her way. He held it out, an offering for her to accept.
It appears the waltz has just been called. We must make haste.
With no other option but rudeness and scandal, she reluctantly relented and accepted the Duke's hand, allowing him to tuck it through his arm as he led her across the ballroom to the queue. Chapter 6. Mistaking irritation for encouragement. Lucian placed a careful hand at Miss Astley's back, drawing her close. Close enough for his pulse to quicken, yet not so close as to send a dowager into a fainting fit. The waltz, though grudgingly accepted, remained the evening's favourite spectator sport. Every spin, every glance, every inch of distance between them would be measured and discussed by breakfast the following morning. He may want to kiss the young woman standing before him, but that would be accomplished in a private assignation. His goal, at least for that night, was to ensure Miss Astley's reputation remained impeccable so as not to be served up with the morning tea. He watched out of the corner of his eye as her gloved fingers slid up his arm to rest upon his shoulder.
Comfortable, he murmured, lips barely moving.
Perfectly, she said, though her voice broke as she took in a strangled breath.
Your injured foot?
No longer an issue, Your Grace. His heart sped up as he looked into her eyes, waiting for the music to begin, perilously close enough to breathe the same air, yet far enough away to pretend it meant nothing. Her hand barely rested against his shoulder, as though she didn't wish to touch him for even a second, yet knew that if she didn't take the proper stance, it would be noted. The first steps of the dance were slow, measured, perfectly respectable, and then he quickened each step along with the beat of the music and the other dancers, leading her through each turn as the skirts of her dress whispered about his legs, forcing her hand on his arm to grasp tighter lest she tumble out of his arms. The world blurred at the edges, and he could see only her as his mind suddenly forgot that there were people watching, examining each interaction between the dancers. He smiled down at the woman in his arms, this dark-haired beauty that had captured his admiration, yet somehow seemed to be the only woman of his acquaintance who did not flutter about when he was nearby. If he did not go out of his way to speak with her, she would keep her distance. It was charming and vexing, and he did not understand why it bothered him so keenly, only that he found himself wanting to spend every spare moment in her company. For the first few turns of the dance, she kept her head down, eyes focused upon his cravat. There was nothing of interest in the rag. The knot wasn't anything special, nor was the silk, yet it seemed she found the subtle sheen of the white material far more interesting than his features. Not wishing for the little time he had with her to pass without so much as a conversation, he made a quick deviation from the dance, forcing her head to lift, and with that he captured her eyes, locking her gaze with his.
You dance beautifully, Miss Astley.
That is fortunate, Your Grace.
for you seem to have mistaken me for a woman who enjoys being twirled into submission."
His laugh was low, far more wicked than he'd expected, but it suited the quickening of his heart and the tingling in his hands and arms where they touched.
"Then I shall have to adjust my strategy."
"You might begin," she said archly, "by loosening your grip before the gossips accuse us of eloping mid-turn."
Lucian measured the distance between them. He had pulled her close without meaning to. Inwardly recognizing the error, he allowed his hold to loosen enough for her comfort. She was right to be concerned, but even as he relaxed, the challenge in her eyes and the quick wit of her words was enough to make him forget himself. Leaning closer, he shrugged a little as he teased.
"Let them whisper. What harm could it do?"
"Very little to your reputation, Your Grace, but a great deal to mine."
"You underestimate your position in society, Miss Astley."
His smile only widened as she scowled at him. He knew she was right. As a duke, he could do almost anything, and the matrons and marriage-minded mammas would consider him charming. But he wouldn't purposefully harm Miss Astley's reputation, especially in a ballroom. Desiring to bolster her confidence, he spoke the absolute truth.
"Your father is a wealthy man, far beyond many in this room."
Her eyes narrowed, a look that might have frightened a man of lesser consequence, but Lucian found her attempts at intimidation more diverting than daunting, not because they failed, but because she wielded them with such earnest determination. "He lacks a title, which means he is lesser in all the ways that matter to many in this room, your uncle being one of them."
"My uncle is a snob. It cannot be helped. Is that why you glower at me?"
Lucian teased. Miss Astley's brow furrowed, a little crease forming between her eyes that made her beauty far more endearing.
"I do not glower, sir."
"You certainly do not smile in my direction," he said, undeterred. "What harm would it do to encourage me with a sparkle in your eye and an upturn of your lips?"
"I do not wish to encourage you, Your Grace."
"Ah," he murmured, pretending to sigh, yet smiling down at her so she would know he wasn't at all bothered by her continued resistance.
"Then I am in grave danger, for the less you wish to encourage me, the more intrigued I find myself, and I cannot help but desire to be near you."
Her lips parted as though she would protest, yet no words escaped as they continued turning about the room, following precisely in line with the other waltzing couples. He caught the faintest tinge of pink in her cheeks before she turned away.
"You mistake irritation for encouragement," she said at last.
"An easy mistake on my part, but only because both sentiments make your eyes spark with life."
"Your Grace,"
she warned, her eyes flashing with the spark he'd mentioned seconds before. He leaned closer near her ear, speaking low.
"Yes, Miss Astley."
"You are entirely too sure of yourself."
He dropped his voice even more, a gruff tone he rarely used but knew was usually perceived as charming.
"Not at all, but I am growing increasingly sure of you."
Lucian led her through another turn, the polished floor beneath them catching his eyes as she stumbled slightly. He pressed the hand at her back tighter, holding her steady until she could regain some semblance of her composure. As soon as she was steady, he loosened his hold once more. Her voice was breathy, broken, and lacking the crisp tone she usually used when speaking with him, even as she redoubled her efforts at a scowl.
"You presume too much, Your Grace."
"Perhaps,"
Lucian said softly, his thumb brushing ever so slightly against her spine as they turned.
"But it seems to have gained your attention."
Her eyes flicked up to his, quick as a dart, then away again. His little thumb caress was likely a bad decision, a realization made a little too late.
"My attention," she said, "is occupied by the dance."
"Then I am in luck,"
he murmured, then smirked and lowered his voice.
"For I am the dance."
"Arrogant creature," she whispered.
"Hopelessly so."
His grin deepened, though his gaze softened.
You see, Miss Astley, when a lady looks at a man as though she wishes to scold him, it is dreadfully difficult for him to remember what, precisely, he has done wrong.
I was not looking at you, she protested.
No? Then I am relieved to hear that, for if you had been, I might have mistaken your expression for fascination.
Fascination, she repeated, scandalized.
As the music drew to its final note, he finished turning her once more, and then he released her, a cool rush of air passing between them as they parted. He bowed low, his eyes catching hers.
Miss Astley, we have completed the waltz, scandal-free.
She curtsied, fighting the twitch on the side of her mouth that would easily fold into a smile if she would allow it. He watched as she smoothed down the front of her dress, taking the time she needed before responding so that she could do so with a scowl.
You are impossible.
And yet you continue accepting offers to stand up with me.
Lest you forget, Your Grace, it was my mother who accepted on my behalf.
He took her hand in his, wrapping it around his arm once more as he led her from the dance floor back toward her mother.
I shall have to thank her for that.
Is that how you convince women to dance with you? Present yourself before their mother and make her believe there is a chance you will renew your attention at the next gathering?
Lucian laughed, lifted her hand and kissed it before bowing.
Miss Astley, you have enchanted my evening. Do take care of your toes. I would not wish to see such an accomplished and charming woman sitting on the sidelines.
As he walked away, a smile played at his lips, though it lacked his usual certainty. Their brief exchange had, he was certain, marked the first crack in the formidable wall Miss Astley had built between them. He loved teasing her, loved watching the muscle near her lips twitch before she dealt the tongue lashing. He couldn't be certain, at least not yet, but he hoped she would soften, hoped she would one day see he was more than just his title, and possibly someone she could learn to esteem. Lucian whistled as he entered Montrose Hall, his London residence. The marbled floor caught the glint of the candles overhead as he handed his hat and gloves to the butler, then stopped at the looking-glass to smooth down his curls. He was thankful to be home. The comfort of furniture polish, the faint smell of brandy and beeswax lingering in the air allowed him to relax and push off the public persona he constantly displayed while in society. He was exhausted and wanted only to crawl into bed after spending the night receiving one introduction after another while avoiding marriage-minded mammas and their debutante daughters, who all dreamed of snatching a title.
Your Grace, Lord Henry is waiting for you in the study,
the butler announced with the solemnity of a man declaring the rain would start up that night and not cease over the next 3 days. Taking a deep breath, he finished fussing with his hair and then nodded his thanks.
I shall see him directly. Please have his carriage in the courtyard for when he is ready to leave. I should think it will not take more than an hour for him to remind me of my duty.
The butler nodded.
Very good, sir.
Taking his time, he checked his reflection in the looking-glass once more before slowly walking toward his study. He entered, crossed straight to the sideboard, poured a generous measure of brandy and then dropped onto one of the armchairs directly across from his uncle.
It is rather late for a social call, Uncle. Have you taken to haunting my study after midnight, or is this a new form of moral instruction?
Lord Henry's brow tightened.
Do not think you avoided my witness to the waltz you shared with Miss Astley this evening.
Lucian smiled lazily, the memory of holding her in his arms renewing the warmth in his chest.
You and half of London, no doubt, although I did keep a proper distance. For most of the dance.
Ah, yes, the scandalous half-turn that ruined me. Shall I take her to Gretna Green this very hour, or wait until the morrow to get a special license? I am speaking of the caress of your thumb on her back. Was that wholly necessary?
He feigned shock and then nodded.
I think it was. Lucian, have a care with Miss Astley's reputation. Once you have chosen the right woman to be your bride...
Lucian spoke over his uncle's next words.
Uncle, we have discussed my prospects ad nauseam. I simply do not agree with you on the matter. Can we not agree to disagree on this one part of my life?
Lord Henry sat forward, handing a folded piece of parchment to him.
I have listed out the ladies I should like you to consider. Your mother has given her blessing on the list. Any of these ladies will do for the role as your Duchess.
Lucian crumpled the parchment before placing his glass on the table. He stood, walked to the window and looked out at his vast property. His eyes instantly fell to the lawn where Miss Astley had sat under her parasol watching him play cricket.
My future wife is not a role to be played for the sake of society.
That is exactly what a marriage should be, Lucian. The sooner you come to this realization, the easier it will be for you to accept,
Henry countered.
Now, let us discuss each of these ladies in turn. Then I will approach the man who will be your new father. I will see to the arrangements so that you do not have to concern yourself with any part of this. You will merely have to show up for the nuptials. Then you and the new Duchess can discuss your living arrangements.
How efficient. Shall I send a proxy for the wedding night as well?
Do not be flippant. Your mother is willing to give up her home here in London so that the new Duchess can take up residence.
Lord Henry smiled at him as though this was all very normal, yet nothing about it seemed customary. He may not have a relationship with his mother, but throwing her out of the only home she'd had since his father had died seemed heartless and unforgivable. Lucian turned sharply, his hand trembling as he met his uncle's weary gaze.
My mother? You would have me turn her out like an old housekeeper? You have other estates, Lucian. Pick one that you do not frequent and send her away. You need not concern yourself with her affairs.
You speak of it so casually, without any feeling.
It is what is done.
His uncle's expression softened as he pointed to the parchment.
You must think of your duty.
Lucian held the parchment up, then allowed it to fall from his hand to the floor.
I am not concerned with taking a wife at this time, Uncle.
Leastwise, not from any list you have prepared. Do not forget, your mother reviewed the options and finds them suitable.
Considering his words, Lucian chose to speak with the greatest caution. Any discussion of his mother beyond what was necessary always seemed to cause his uncle discomfort.
Perhaps it is time I speak with my mother.
What would possibly make you think that would be appropriate?
She is my mother, for one, and I think she should know how I feel about my marital prospects.
I have informed her,
Uncle Henry said, dismissing the idea without giving it serious consideration.
But it does not seem as if you understand what I hope to find in marriage, which means my mother cannot possibly know my feelings upon the matter.
Your mother wants nothing to do with you. She never wanted a child.
He pointed to the paper on the floor once more.
There is no need to invite trouble by changing the relationship now.
Lucian bristled.
I am no longer a child. Surely she can handle a visit from me.
His uncle turned away, slammed his glass onto the sideboard, then whipped around to face him, his cheeks burning crimson.
You have a duty to this family, Lucian. I will not allow you to squander your life in idle sentiment. Nor will I allow you to change how we have chosen to handle your education. My answer is no. You cannot speak with your mother.
But is it not my life? Do I not have a choice in how I spend my time?
Lucian crossed the room, lifted his glass from the table and took a sip.
Am I not the one who holds the title of Duke? Is she not my mother?
Taking a calming breath, his uncle held his hands out as though he planned to bring a semblance of civility back to their conversation.
You are correct. The title is yours.
Then why do you insist on controlling my life?
Your father
has long been dead, Lucian interrupted. His body decays in the churchyard near our ancestral home. His wants and desires no longer matter.
Please,
Uncle Henry said as he crossed the room to where the parchment lay on the floor. He bent down to retrieve it and held it out to Lucian once more.
Consider each of these ladies for what they can offer your position in society.
Lucian took the list and opened it with mock ceremony.
We have discussed Lady Beatrice Collings and her thin, reedy voice already.
My answer remains in the negative. Then what of Lady Margaret Granville? Her eldest brother is riddled with scandal. Do you wish for his problems to be tied to our family name? Think of the ruin it would bring.
Uncle Henry balked at the accusation.
None of those allegations have been substantiated. My answer is no. Surely you cannot find anything wanting with Lady Caroline Mumford. Her family is above reproach, well-bred and a staple in social situations both here in London and in Nottinghamshire. Highly respected, and well-suited to someone who enjoys conversational torture. She is a gossip of the worst sort, never a kind word about anyone. Do you honestly wish to listen to that babble at every meal?
He laughed and then took another sip of brandy.
I would not be the one listening to her.
Well, I would, Lucian said as he lifted a brow and slowly waved a finger back and forth, giving his answer in the negative.
Then do as I suggest. House her separately and see her long enough to sire an heir.
A shudder pierced Lucian's neck, running down his back as he thought about performing spousal duties with a lady he did not love or even care about.
Absolutely not. I beg of you, uncle, allow me to choose my own bride without further argument, and I shall take your advice on all other matters. This is the most important choice you will make in your young life, Lucian. I only wish to guide you towards success.
He pointed to the parchment once more.
Take the next few days to consider all we have discussed. Review the other names on this list. I will approve any of them once you have made your decision.
Lucian crumpled the list once more, walked to the grate and threw it in. With the swiftness of his frustration, he lit a match and threw it onto the parchment. The parchment flared to life and was devoured by the flames before he turned back to face his uncle once more.
I am decided. I will accept none of them.
Chapter 7. An Improper Use of Hyde Park. Juliana woke with a smile and excitement prickling in her chest each time she thought about her heated words with the Duke. She'd stood up to him, and it left her light-headed with triumph, for she had never once spoken so boldly to any man, least of all a Duke. Surely by now he understood there was no possibility of a dalliance between them, yet deep down she worried that she knew him well enough from their few interactions to know he was not easily discouraged. But if he truly considered her words, she was certain he would choose to dance with women who admired him, women who wanted his attention. Wouldn't he? Something told her it was wishful thinking, but she would not allow herself to think that way. The memory of his unrelenting pursuit of her and his wager would not darken the triumph she wished to claim, not that morning. She waited under the covers until her maid entered with a choice of dresses for the day. Juliana surprised them both by choosing her riding habit instead of a day frock. She hadn't ridden for at least 2 weeks, and since the morning looked bright, she planned not to waste it by staying indoors. Anna assisted her with the green riding habit and pinned her hair up in a fashionable chignon with a few curls loose and resting on her shoulders, all while Juliana planned her ride for that morning. Once she had eaten her fillet breakfast and persuaded Rose to join her, they left for the stables. When at their country estate, Juliana rode every morning. She had done so since she was a child, and being in London was no reason to skip the exercise. That morning's ride was in celebration of her triumph. She'd earned an hour of pleasure while sitting atop her mare with a light breeze turning her cheeks pink. She smiled brightly as she sat with her posture firm, every stride a reminder of the words she had dared to speak. Hyde Park wasn't far from Astley House, situated perfectly to Mayfair, which meant on this bright sunny morning it was the best destination for exercise. Juliana and Rose rode side by side, discussing the waltz and her sassy, or rather inappropriate, conversation with the Duke with great delight, when Juliana's smile faltered. Her laugh seized in her throat as her eyes fell upon the Duke of Windsor. "Rose, turn to the left," she hissed. Rose blinked a few times as she looked about. "But we always go right." "Not today," Juliana said, her heart traitorously fluttering as she admired the way the Duke's curls shimmered in the morning sun, entirely too charming for a man who had done the unpardonable by writing her name in the betting books. She would dig her heart out of her chest if that would stop it from pounding altogether, but as it was, she couldn't help feeling like her body and mind were at odds with each other, given one was fully aware that the Duke was a scoundrel, and the other seemed to want to flutter about with the other ladies of the ton, laughing at his every word. The sensation was so unexpected, she pulled her mare to a stop, uncertain how to proceed. Before she could decide upon a course of action, the Duke and his friends cantered up, blocking all options for an escape. His smile was different that morning, more subdued, yet no less devastating.
"Miss Astley, Miss Rose."
He inclined his head, tipping his hat to them.
"Forgive the interruption of your morning ride. When Lady Evans mentioned that you enjoy riding, I allowed myself to hope that I might one day encounter you in Hyde Park. I therefore make a habit of being here each morning in expectation."
His mouth curved as he raised a brow at her.
"I am pleased to find my optimism was not entirely foolish."
An involuntary heat rushed into her neck.
"Each morning,"
she repeated faintly. Was she impressed by his boldness or angry at the assumption? In truth, she didn't know.
"What Windsor means to say," Pembroke said, interrupting any response the Duke might have given, "is that we were on our way to a prior engagement, and it is simply a grand happenstance that we have met this fine morning."
Now it was Juliana who raised a brow, her head tilting to the side as she sought confirmation from the Duke. "You speak as though this encounter was coincidence, when in truth it is the result of the Duke of Windsor's remarkable presumption." The Duke of Pembroke and the Marquess of Berkeley both laughed. Berkeley slapped Windsor on the shoulder, while Pembroke turned away to hide his full reaction. Windsor adjusted in his saddle and then dipped his head in acknowledgement.
"I prefer to think of it as perseverance. Do not women enjoy being pursued?"
"Generally such excitement is only when affections are mutually shared." "Juliana," Rose said before she whispered a faint rush of words that sounded much like an admonishment, but Juliana ignored her. Instead, she kept her eyes focused upon the Duke of Windsor. The Duke glanced between them, his expression thoughtful.
"If I did not know you cared so deeply, I should think you are offended."
"I am affronted," Juliana corrected. "There is a distinction."
"Of course there is," he said solemnly. "Affront implies dignity. Offence suggests wounded pride, and a lady as poised as you is entirely free of pride."
Her eyes flashed. "You presume a great deal for a man who has admitted to loitering in Hyde Park each morning in the hope of ambushing unsuspecting ladies." He leaned forward in his saddle, his focus entirely upon her.
"Ambushing is a strong word."
"Lurking, then." He smiled, slow, deliberate, and entirely infuriating.
"If I were lurking, Miss Astley, I should be hiding behind a tree, hoping to jump out at an opportune moment to frighten you before stealing you away. I have made no effort to conceal myself."
"That does not improve matters."
"On the contrary," he said mildly, "it suggests honesty and a lack of indecency."
She huffed. "It suggests arrogance."
"Confidence," he countered.
"Insufferable confidence."
"Possibly."
She stared at him, momentarily robbed of words by the ease of his agreement. What right did he have to agree with her? He waited, patient as ever, a slow smile spreading across his features which only increased her vexation with him. "You are quite convinced of your own appeal," she said at last.
"I have been told," he replied, "that my horse is handsome."
Rose slapped a hand over her mouth, pulling Juliana's focus toward her. "Do not laugh at his absurdities." Rose quickly corrected her features, nodding once with the greatest solemnity. "I do apologize." Juliana's grip tightened on her reins as she turned back to the Duke. "You mistake me if you believe I am impressed." He placed a hand over his heart.
"I would never assume such a thing."
She inhaled sharply.
"You are the most—"
It took her a moment to choose the right word, fighting her own mind and the absurd pounding of her heart. When she settled upon a choice, she straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin. "Provoking man I have ever met."
"High praise."
"Believe me, Your Grace, there is no amount of praise whatsoever. It is merely an observation."
"Well," he said, settling more firmly in his saddle, "since we are exchanging observations, Lady Evans did not exaggerate your skill. I can confirm that you ride well."
Her eyes narrowed. "You cannot possibly know that."
"I can," he said. "You sit easily. Your hands are light, and your mare obeys you without question."
She hesitated a moment too long, allowing his smile to deepen as though he thought he had scored a point. "I am not returning the compliment," she said quickly. "And I have no desire to win your praise."
"Of course not."
His tone was infuriatingly agreeable, making her want to ride away and leave for the country before she could think better of her choice. Juliana's mare stomped, sensing her rider's agitation. She glanced ahead to where the path stretched, open and inviting, the grass still damp with morning dew. A wild idea entered her mind, one she knew better than to put voice to, but she found herself saying the words without thought. "You could not keep pace with me," she said coolly. He looked genuinely startled.
"Miss Astley, what, pray tell, are you implying?" He pointed to her mare. "You think that gentle animal could outpace my mount of superior breeding?"
"I have ridden since childhood."
"As have I."
"My mare is faster."
"Mine is better trained and has a strong racing pedigree."
She smiled then, certain she could win against him, for her mare was also bred for racing. "Shall we discover which of us is mistaken?"
Rose gasped.
"Juliana!" Berkeley moved his horse forward, nearly taking up the space between them.
"Windsor, this is unwise."
Windsor waved his friend away.
"Only to the oak," the Duke said smoothly, already turning his horse. "As a gentleman, I can hardly refuse such an invitation from a lady."
"A gentleman," Juliana retorted, urging her mare forward, "would not have lurked in a park near my home." She did not wait for his reply. Before anyone could count down or call out to start to the race, she kicked her heels into her mare. The mare surged beneath her, the wind tugging loose strands of hair from her chignon as Hyde Park blurred around her. She heard him behind her, too close, infuriatingly so, his laughter urging her forward still.
"You are cheating!" he called.
"I am riding!"
"You are enjoying this far too much!"
She risked a glance sideways and saw him grinning like a boy half his age as his horse matched her mare's speed.
"Admit defeat," he said.
"Never!" They swept beneath the oak's outstretched branch as one, neither clearly victorious. Though she would never admit it aloud, Juliana knew he had checked his horse at the last moment, unwilling to prove that his mount was the superior breed. She pulled her mare up short, chest heaving as she was unable to hide a smile. "That," she declared, "was wildly inappropriate."
"Entirely," he agreed, eyes bright. "I hope you will forgive me."
She met his gaze, her smile fading as she lifted her chin once more. "Do not presume upon it," she said.
"I would not dare, for I have discovered something quite wonderful," he replied.
"What do you mean?"
Windsor moved his horse a little closer as he leaned toward her, whispering. "Why, Miss Astley, if this little race has shown me anything, it is that you do know how to smile."
"What business is it of yours?"
"I find it utterly delightful." He smirked, and she couldn't be certain,
but the way he gazed at her, the delight shining in his eyes, made her think this wasn't just a game to him. He might actually be attempting to court her. Even if he was, it was entirely too ridiculous to consider, given his uncle's expectations.
A view I could grow accustomed to with little effort.
Do not think overlong about it, she said as she manoeuvred her mare away. They slowly started back down the path they had just travelled, meeting up with Rose, Pembroke, and Berkeley once more. Juliana looked to the two gentlemen. And who won? Pembroke lifted a brow.
Hard to say, Miss Astley, although the two of you need to rein in whatever this is. Elsewise, you will be the latest scandal to hit the ton.
She nodded to Pembroke. Right you are. Windsor cleared his throat.
Well, we'd best be on our way. We have much to do this morning outside of an improper use of Hyde Park.
Oh? Juliana asked as she met the Duke's gaze. I thought your sole purpose was to seek me out.
While that may be half my purpose in life, Miss Astley, I'm afraid I have other business to attend to this morning, although I do hope to see you at the Argyle's picnic this afternoon.
She didn't respond, and he didn't wait for her to give an answer in the affirmative. He was well aware that everyone of consequence would be at the picnic that afternoon, which included her family. As the Duke and his friends rode away, Rose turned to look at her. If I did not know how deeply you despise that man, I would think you were in love with him. Quiet, Rose. You are speaking nonsense. Perhaps, although for a moment it seemed you were enjoying yourself. Juliana set her horse into a canter. She needed time to think about the Duke of Windsor. Time to compose herself in preparation for their next encounter, especially if she were to see him again that afternoon. Chapter 8. A lady's reputation is every gentleman's duty to protect. Lucian pulled at his lapels, smiled confidently at Pembroke and Berkeley, then tossed his reins aside as he hurried toward the garden. They knew his only purpose for attending the picnic was to find Miss Astley and monopolize her afternoon, while proving all the reasons she should care for his good opinion.
Good luck, Windsor, Pembroke said as he accepted responsibility for tying off Lucian's horse.
He will need it, Berkeley scoffed. The young lady will have recovered from their encounter this morning. Upon seeing him, she will likely slap him for his admission of stalking the park. That is, if she even looks in his direction. Lucian turned back as he continued walking toward the garden. Jealousy is unbecoming, Berkeley. What have I to be jealous about? Berkeley threw his reins to Pembroke, falling into step behind Lucian. You will lose this wager, and I shall see my purse a little heavier.
Take care of what is happening in your own home, Berkeley. Your valet is secretly courting Pembroke's cook.
It is I who shall have a heavier purse. A falsehood if ever I heard one. Berkeley quickened his steps, passing Lucian. As they stepped under the ivy-covered trellis, Lucian's eyes fell upon the scene before him. The Earl and Countess of Argyle stood off to the side, greeting a long queue of guests. Beyond them was the rest of the party, lounging on the lawn with blankets and picnic baskets. Berkeley leaned toward him.
It appears that you are not the only young man seeking Miss Astley's attention. What do you mean?
Following Berkeley's gaze, Lucian's eyes fell upon the Astley family. They were seated beneath a tall tree, but they were not alone. His words came out as a whisper. Wycliffe.
I suppose the only question now is if she can be seduced into marriage with the aeronaut.
Berkeley patted him on the back.
It seems you do need a bit of luck.
Lucian was not deterred. In fact, he was quite pleased to see that Miss Astley had garnered the attention of other men. No one wanted a wife who was overlooked by other gentlemen.
Not at all, Berkeley. I simply need to remind her that I am the more sensible option.
Then you relish the competition?
I thrive with it.
And with that, he left Berkeley standing in the queue. He knew the Earl and Countess of Argyle well enough that they would not care that his greeting came a bit later than his arrival. He kept his stride steady until he was close enough to the Astleys and Mr. Wycliffe to hear the conversation, ready to interject at the most agreeable moment.
Which is precisely why the public insists upon calling it reckless, Wycliffe was saying, his hands sketching invisible shapes in the air. Anything that refuses to remain obediently on the ground makes people nervous.
Mr. Astley chuckled as he lounged on the blanket with his family.
I should think the ground has much to recommend it. Undeniably, Wycliffe agreed. It rarely explodes.
Miss Rose gasped softly. Miss Astley, however, smiled, but not so completely to be convincing. It was more of an indulgent smile, the sort a woman might give when she wants to be polite.
Sounds terribly interesting, Mr. Wycliffe. Do you often have mishaps with your inventions?
Before he could answer, Lucian decided to join the conversation and do all within his power to steer Miss Astley's thoughts away from the romanticism of an afternoon among the clouds.
And if she desired the clouds so greatly, he would convince her to view them while on the ground and looking up at the sky. A bit of cloud gazing never hurt a courtship.
Good afternoon. I do hope I am not intruding.
Wycliffe looked up, his face brightening with unmistakable delight.
Windsor, you have arrived just as I am being accused of endangering polite society.
Lucian inclined his head to the Astleys, his eyes resting upon Miss Astley.
She was lovely.
Realizing he'd paused too long, he recovered and jovially replied,
I see you have survived the accusation thus far.
For the moment, Mrs. Astley said, though my husband insists the gentleman is teasing us.
I never tease, Wycliffe replied solemnly. I merely explain poorly.
Miss Astley arched a brow. She then turned to him, as though she expected he could give an opinion on the matter. Mr. Wycliffe has regaled us with tales of floating into the heavens inside a balloon. We hardly know what to think. What say you, Your Grace?
I am hardly an expert, Miss Astley, although I do know Mr. Wycliffe to be genuinely enthralled with his experiments, and one day he may well be the reason we can float around the world.
Wycliffe laughed.
It is my fondest dream. Although, as I told Miss Astley, the true danger is not ascent, but landing. One must have good ground and a steady hand to land properly.
Your Grace, please join us. Mrs. Astley motioned to an empty spot on the blanket. Lucian accepted Mrs. Astley's offer, sitting opposite Wycliffe and as close to Miss Astley as society would accept. That is not reassuring, Miss Astley said.
It is accurate, Wycliffe countered. The air is remarkably forgiving. Gravity less so.
Miss Astley laughed, her skepticism making Lucian's heart speed up a bit more than necessary. It wasn't as though her reactions to Wycliffe were a result of his presence. Her focus was fully upon Wycliffe. You speak as though gravity were a personal enemy.
It and I have had words, Wycliffe said.
He winked at her, which made Lucian all the more wary. Certainly this young man could not have serious intentions toward Miss Astley. Wycliffe's eyes softened as he jested.
It insists upon pulling me down. I persist in going up.
Lucian couldn't allow her to be charmed by another, so he inserted himself once more in the conversation.
And society persists in watching with distinct disapproval.
Yes, Wycliffe said lightly.
Half the ton with admiration. The other half in hopes I shall fail spectacularly.
Mr. Astley cleared his throat.
You do not truly mean to ascend again, do you?
Of course, he said, as though asked whether he intended to breathe. The passion was admirable, just not when the woman Lucian wanted to court was nearby.
I am refining the envelope. Stronger silk, better varnish, and I have altered the basket to have less sway and more control.
Miss Astley's smile faded into something thoughtful. You speak of it as though it were a carriage.
That, Wycliffe said gently, is the trick. The moment people believe it is no more dangerous than a carriage, progress follows.
Mrs. Astley took hold of her husband's arm and put one hand over her chest.
or catastrophe.
Wycliffe met her gaze unoffended.
Every advancement looks like catastrophe from a comfortable distance.
Miss Rose timidly asked,
Will women ever be allowed to ascend?
He turned to her at once.
Allowed? They already have. The question is whether society will pretend not to swoon at the sight.
Miss Astley glanced at Wycliffe, almost dismissively, but not enough to calm the concern Lucian felt over the entire encounter with the aeronaut. I imagine swooning would be inconvenient when floating in the air.
Highly,
Wycliffe agreed. He leaned forward and chuckled as he whispered, his gaze resting upon Miss Astley.
One must remain conscious to scream properly.
Despite himself, Lucian smiled. He'd invested in Wycliffe's inventions and truly believed in the young man, although as he watched the expert flirting with Miss Astley, he suddenly wished he'd never given the man the time of day. Attempting to regain his composure and put aside the sudden bout of jealousy, he asked,
And you? What do you hope to prove with your next ascent?
Wycliffe answered quickly, without giving it thought.
That the sky is not reserved for birds and prayers alone.
Mr. Astley looked at him steadily, as if he'd been waiting for that moment.
That sounds like ambition. I am quite impressed, Mr. Wycliffe.
It is, he admitted.
The best kind and completely impossible to explain to one's mother.
Mrs. Astley laughed.
Then I wish you luck, Mr. Wycliffe, for none of my daughters will ever step foot in one of your balloons.
Wycliffe bowed his head.
Luck is useful. Natural philosophy is better, and I do hope to change your mind one day, Mrs. Astley. Perhaps my next launch will be enough to convince you to try it out yourself.
Lucian watched him closely as the conversation continued. He envied Wycliffe for his easy manners and his ability to speak of danger, making it sound almost romantic, enough to capture the attention of both Miss Astley and Miss Rose. Moreover, he couldn't help but notice how completely enthralled Miss Astley was at times, both eager to hear more and disapproving of certain aspects. But when she challenged Wycliffe, it wasn't with a sharp tongue. Nothing like how she spoke to him. Just as the conversation began waning, Lucian nearly asked Miss Astley to take a walk with him when Mr. Astley surprised everyone, including his wife.
I wish for you to perform your next experiment at my home. I shall offer my financial assistance, if only you will grant me a ride in the basket.
Mr. Astley. Wycliffe stumbled on his words as he fought the excitement of the offer.
Your financial backing is the most generous offer I have had this day. You must promise. I have a spot in the basket.
Yes! Wycliffe could hardly contain his excitement, his hands twisting as though they itched to leave the picnic and spend the rest of his day in his laboratory.
You shall have the spot of honor, sir. How soon can we take flight? It will be but a few months from now. This summer, to be exact. Very good. I shall expect the launch to take place on my estate. I wish all my friends and neighbours to be in attendance when I ascend into the heavens. Your Grace, I do hope you will be there as well.
Lucian nodded. He would have voiced his acceptance, but Mrs. Astley closed her eyes, uttering a quiet prayer. Her reaction did nothing to dissuade Mr. Astley from his decision. He and Wycliffe spent the next half-hour discussing the process of ballooning, which was interesting enough, but as Lucian turned to meet Miss Astley's eyes, he realized her demeanor had changed. She was no longer curious about the process. No, her father's announcement had changed everything. He lowered his voice, concern filling his every thought as he realized she was altered by the turn in the conversation. It was no longer a simple experiment. Not with her father's desire to ascend with the aeronaut.
I do not think it is something you should concern yourself over at this moment, Miss Astley.
She turned on him, tears forming in the corners of her eyes.
And why not, Your Grace? My father wishes to put his life in the hands of a man who speaks of mid-air explosions.
I have witnessed Wycliffe's experiments in the past. He takes the greatest precautions, ensuring the safety of all participants.
And would you put your life in his hands?
Lucian slowly shook his head. I am not bound for the asylum. My feet will stay firmly on the earth upon which God placed me.
That may be the first sensible thing you have ever said in my presence.
Miss Astley lifted a plate of sweets and held it out to him. Lucian accepted it, momentarily caught off guard by the ease of the gesture. She had not scowled once since his arrival, nor had she made any effort to excuse herself from the blanket or from his company. Instead, she appeared content to endure him. The realization came to him slowly, and with it a measure of relief. What he'd originally thought was interest in the aeronaut had proved to be skepticism. Miss Astley listened to Wycliffe with politeness. She challenged him when necessary, corrected him when she felt inclined, and never once leaned closer than propriety required, proving unimpressed with his dreams. Lucian exhaled. It was not the triumph he might have wished for. Her laughter turned solely toward him, her attention unmistakable, but it was far preferable to discovering he must compete for her regard with a man determined to conquer the skies, especially if she proved inclined to admire such things. Later that afternoon, as Lucian said farewell to his hosts, he was surprised to find Wycliffe running after him. He stood next to his horse, reins in hand as he waited for him to catch his breath.
Your Grace, I should like a moment of your time.
Patting him on the shoulder, Lucian nodded.
If you are in need of another donation, I should be most happy to oblige.
Your support is most appreciated.
His cheeks heated as he looked down at the ground, his foot scuffing across the cobblestones.
That was not exactly what I hoped to speak about.
What is it? Lucian asked.
He lifted his head, straightening his shoulders as though he were confident, but Lucian knew otherwise. The poor man was sweating and fighting for every word.
Have you made claim to Miss Astley's hand?
Lucian stilled, caught mid-breath, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face before discipline reclaimed it. When he spoke again, his tone was measured.
I have not had the pleasure of winning her affections, as of yet.
But you do intend to seek her hand?
Wycliffe held out his hand to stave off an immediate response.
Do not misunderstand. I only hope to know your intentions so that I do not overstep.
You are sweet on Miss Astley.
Not exactly.
Wycliffe grimaced with the confession.
I have heard she has a generous dowry, and it would allow me the freedom to live comfortably and continue my research.
I see.
Lucian's grip tightened on the reins, slightly pulling and causing his horse to scuff one hoof on the roadway.
Do you not think love is an important consideration for marriage?
Wycliffe laughed as he pulled on his cravat.
Perhaps for you and my elder brother, who have a fortune by right of your birth. For a man in my position, the youngest son with elder brothers and a gaggle of sisters, I must marry a fortune.
Again, Lucian stalled, then attempted to speak with care.
Forgive me for saying this, but it seems as though Miss Astley found your profession as a natural philosopher unimpressive.
Yes, that did seem to be her response.
He took a deep breath as he rocked back on his heels.
I wonder, is Miss Rose's dowry equally impressive? She seemed more inclined with the few of her inquiries.
That is my understanding, as are the dowries of Astley's other 2 daughters who have not yet come out in society.
I have 4 of his daughters to choose from?
If you wish to think of it that way.
You seem hesitant to agree.
Lucian chuckled as he considered how best to say what was bothering him.
Wycliffe was a good man. He would make an excellent husband for the right woman, but was that woman Miss Astley or Miss Rose? He could say with a certainty, just from the little bit of time he'd spent with both ladies, that the answer was no, but he would not discourage the man, at least not from pursuing Miss Rose or one of the other 2 daughters he had not met.
I dare not say much, for a young lady's reputation is every gentleman's duty to protect.
I see, Wycliffe said, nodding in understanding. Then I am right.
You do intend to seek a courtship with Miss Astley? As I said, Wycliffe held his hand up. No need to say anything more. I shall focus my attention on Miss Rose, or perhaps one of the younger girls.
Lucian thought it best to say something, anything, to discourage him, but there was no time. Before he could manage a thoughtful response, Wycliffe was running along the side of the house to rejoin the garden party. A bit dismayed over the entire conversation, Lucian mounted his horse and left for home. Chapter 9. Sir Pecky and Lady Fluffles. Juliana had been told often enough that a young lady might spend her mornings far more pleasantly than within the walls of a parish workhouse. Suggestions for how she could help the children without dirtying her hands included sewing circles and collecting old books to donate, but none of those suggestions appealed to her, leaving her wholly unsatisfied. The corridors always smelled of damp stone and boiled cabbage, and the roof leaked when it rained, but none of that would stop her from entering the crumbling edifice. If she could teach a child to read a sentence without stumbling, the inconvenience seemed a very small price indeed. Since arriving in London, Juliana and Rose had made the workhouse a regular part of their week, determined to bring what learning and laughter they could to the schoolroom. They arrived each visit with baskets in hand filled with books nestled beside a small indulgence. This morning it was biscuits with cream and jam and lemon tarts. In her mind's eye, if she thought about it very hard, she could pretend the building was an enchanted kingdom where little children were allowed to play and enjoy life, where they had more than enough food for every meal and no one ever went hungry. But the reality was far different. Thankfully, her father donated money each month that filled the pantry, and he had never begrudged his daughters their desire to visit and teach the children. The schoolroom was a cramped chamber with 3 long benches, a soot-stained hearth, and a scattering of thin, barefoot children who she knew waited in anticipation for the sweets they had tucked into their baskets. As the door creaked open, Juliana heard their little voices, each of them wondering what delights would be shared that day. She checked her smile, making certain it was bright and cheery, before pushing through the dilapidated door. As they entered, Mrs. Hargreaves, the matron, bustled toward them. "Miss Astley, Miss Rose, bless you for coming. The children are beside themselves with excitement." Juliana embraced the matron. "Thank you, Mrs. Hargreaves. We brought treats and more books. A few primers for reading and comprehension." She handed her basket over and then set to work. It would be a long day, but that never deterred her from the joy of spending time with the children. Before she could sit, little Jane ran forward with a mop of blonde curls bouncing uncontrollably. She jumped into Juliana's arms and snuggled close.
"Can you read all the stories to us today, Miss Astley?"
Juliana smiled as she wrapped her arms around the little girl. "Every last one. Miss Rose has a basket full of books for you, and we will stay until we have worn out our welcome." Rose set the basket on the table and knelt on the rug, inviting the children to gather round.
"We brought books about animals today," she said softly, "and biscuits with cream and jam and lemon tarts, if we have attentive listeners."
With that announcement, the youngest children ran forward and sat around Rose like little obedient ducklings as she pulled out the first book. Juliana took the older children to the benches, where she could assist them with their reading. "Now, Harry, you were doing splendidly last week with the letter B. Do you recall?" Harry frowned at her, but he accepted the primer she held out, turning to the correct page. He leaned forward, his tongue sticking out of the corner of his mouth. "B is for ball?" "Precisely." She tapped the illustration. "And what else?"
"Red!"
Hannah shouted. "Boots," Andrew whispered. David scooted a little closer to the group. It took him a little time to warm up to them each week, but he proudly smiled and tilted his chin upward as he announced, "Botheration," with great seriousness. Juliana stifled a laugh as she patted him on the shoulder. "Indeed, that is also a word, and one that starts with the letter B."
Juliana walked back to the basket and pulled out a few more books. I want each of you to take one of these and turn to the page where you last left off. Slowly, each child accepted a book and began reading aloud. The room filled with little voices, voices of children reading on their own. It had taken a lot of work to get them to this point, but she was happy with their progress. Juliana walked between them, helping where she could and guiding their learning when they stumbled upon words. She helped Susie with the word cat, and David with harder words like responsibility and independent, each child accepting her gentle guidance as they learned. "Well done," Juliana murmured, her chest warming as she gazed upon each of the children. "You are all so very clever, and will one day be able to read without my help." "No," Jane said as she left the rug where she sat with Rose. "We never want you to go away." Pulling Jane into her arms once more, Juliana kissed her on the forehead. "I shall be here every week when I am in town." "Forever?" "Yes, as long as I am able." She certainly had no plans to forget about these little ones. She loved them all so dearly, but she knew better than to make a promise she may not always be able to keep. "Longer than the chickens?" "Chickens?" Juliana asked as she turned to Mrs. Hargreaves. "You have chickens?" Jane put her hands on Juliana's cheeks as she turned her face back toward her. "And cows for milk and a goat." She laughed and mussed little Jane's hair. "What is this? Has the parish turned into a farm?" Jane's eyes widened as she nodded. "We have milk. Every meal, but we had to eat Matilda." "Matilda?" Mrs. Hargreaves laughed as she moved from her desk in the corner to where Juliana and Rose sat with the children. "Matilda was a chicken. I told the children not to name them, but alas, they did not listen." "Oh dear," Juliana said as she covered her mouth to hide her laughter. "We have been greatly blessed with a new patron who has been as generous as Mr. Astley and yourselves." "Oh?" Jane lifted her little feet. "I have shoes now, and Mrs. Hargreaves says we will all have new clothes before long." Juliana looked at the feet of each child, which she'd become accustomed to seeing bare every time she'd entered the schoolroom, but this time she found each of the children with shiny new slippers. "How wonderful!" David folded his arms and frowned. "I don't like my shoes." Mrs. Hargreaves laughed. "It will not be long before you are thankful for them, especially when the weather turns cold." Rose closed the book she held. "Instead of reading about animals, why do you not introduce Miss Astley and me to your new friends?" The children instantly began shuffling about, closing books and placing them once more in the baskets as they each claimed a biscuit and lemon tart on their way out the door. With the excitement of showing off a new toy or even a pretty new frock, they ran down the poorly lit corridor out into the back courtyard. It was a modest patch of earth, square with ill-placed patches of grass and cobblestone. At the centre, a gaggle of chickens wobbled around in a portioned-off area. The children sat around the little wired fence eating their treats as they pointed out each of the chickens by name: Matilda the second, Gertrude, Mary, and Flora. Juliana knelt beside little Jane, who continued pointing out each chicken, their names growing more fanciful by the second as she earnestly introduced her to every chicken in the parish workhouse yard as though presenting members of the Royal Society. "The one with the red stripe is Lady Fluffles," Jane announced solemnly, pointing at a plump hen standing directly in front of Juliana. "And that's Sir Pecky. He bites." "Delightful," Juliana murmured, smiling as she offered a tentative dip of her head to Sir Pecky. "I shall keep all my fingers well behind my back." Before Jane could present the next dignitary in her feathered parliament, a shrill screech split the air. "Chickens!" David shouted. Then, as though the boys had done this before, he threw open the gate and charged in, one hand held high in the air with a stick, like a tiny general leading his troops into battle. The chickens instantly went on alert, their feathers ruffled, erupting like a down pillow being tossed about. Hens squawked, flapped, and tripped over one another as they sprinted off in every direction, the wired fence no longer holding them bound as each one fluttered about. Juliana sprang to her feet. "David!" But in truth, it was not only David who was causing the commotion. Every boy, the sweet little children she'd come to love as she taught them to read, now ran around the coop, chasing the chickens and frightening them. "No! Boys, stop!" Oh, bother it all. She turned around, throwing her hands in the air as the chickens scattered, ready to stand out of the way until she could find a solution, but her heart suddenly jumped into her throat as Rose ran past her, lifting her skirts. "Juliana, they're heading for the laundry line!" "Not Lady Fluffles!" Jane wailed, chasing after the hen with her hands outstretched. "Come back!" Knowing she must do something, Juliana lunged for the nearest chicken, which darted away before she was even halfway to it. She stumbled after it, feathers flying back at her as though the chicken would be plucked and ready for supper by the end of this little kerfuffle. "Come back here, you villainous creature!" One chicken after another, as though they were somehow multiplying, flew past her as she attempted to grab hold of at least one. The courtyard erupted with the boys cheering, the girls crying, and Mrs. Hargreaves chastising the boys. Rose dove in front of Juliana, falling flat on her stomach, nearly catching Sir Pecky, only for him to hop neatly onto a barrel and glare down at her with disdain. Juliana, running after Matilda II, nearly tripped over her sister, but instead leaped in the air as her hands finally closed around one of the fleeing hens. Laughing, she stood triumphant, hair dishevelled, feathers sticking to her cheek. Juliana clutched the squawking Matilda II like a debutante, presenting a masterpiece of embroidery as she whirled about to show the children. But she froze mid-turn to find another person had entered the yard during the commotion. Heat instantly rose in her neck and cheeks. The triumphant smile stuck on her face as though it had been painted in a grim portrait. She couldn't escape. Her eyes moved about, seeking the best place to hide, yet it was impossible. He had already seen her, and was standing not 10 paces away, perfectly polished boots planted on the dusty ground, gloved hands clasped behind his back, one brow raised in exquisite amusement. As though the chicken did not realize there was a duke in audience, Matilda II chose that moment to flap violently in indignation, smacking her squarely in the face. Juliana couldn't move as she pretended not to feel the wings against her face. "Your Grace," she managed, voice high and breathless, clutching the chicken like a curious offering. "Good morning." The Duke regarded her with an expression that hovered somewhere between admiration and unholy delight. "Miss Astley," he drawled. "I do not wish to disturb you on this fine morning." Jane tugged on her skirt. "Miss Astley, Flora has escaped toward the privy." Windsor coughed into his hand, attempting to hide his laugh, yet failing utterly. Juliana closed her eyes, attempting not to laugh as well. Once she'd partially composed herself, she looked down at the little imp. "Jane, might I introduce the Duke of Windsor?" Jane laughed. "No, his name is Lucian." Instead of worrying about the chickens, she ran to the Duke and wrapped her arms around his leg. He lifted her with ease, kissing her cheek. "And how is my little Jane today?" "We ate Matilda," Jane cried, her little lips pouting. The Duke bit back a laugh as his eyes softened. He wiped at the tears that suddenly sprang to Jane's little eyes. "I have no doubt Matilda was very happy to provide a filling supper for all you children." He turned to look at Juliana. "Do you not agree, Miss Astley?" Juliana attempted dignity, attempted to move her feet, yet she was still wholly unable to break away from this moment of calm amid the chaos still ensuing around them. "Your Grace, this is—" "Not a regular occurrence," he supplied, eyes dancing. "Precisely." She bit her bottom lip as feeling came back into her legs. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, Sir Pecky leapt from his barrel, flew straight at her skirt and disappeared beneath it in a flurry. Juliana shrieked as her feet launched into a dance step she had never once encountered in a respectable ballroom, and certainly nothing would ever be tolerated at Almack's. She was quite certain she would never escape the chicken. Then her foot slid, her balance abandoned her entirely, and she tipped sideways, bracing for the indignity of falling on the cobblestones. Just as she was certain to land on the hardened earth, she instead found herself caught and cradled in a pair of very warm arms that were altogether too steady, too close, and too pleasant for the chaos of the moment. As she looked up, her eyes caught the mirth in Windsor's. Scrambling out of his embrace, she righted herself. "Thank you for the assistance, Your Grace."
"Your humble servant, Miss Astley."
Juliana was still brushing feathers out of her dress as she walked with haste toward their home, Rose nearly running beside her.
The nerve of that man!
Even as she said the words, she didn't know why her ire was so set against him. He'd saved her from injury, again. Clumsiness was becoming a habit she did not care to repeat.
"He seemed rather gallant to me, catching you before you fell, helping to round up the chickens and getting them back in their pen."
Rose paused, so Juliana stopped walking and turned to glare at her. "Do not say anything kind about that man."
"He allows the children to call him Lucian. Did you hear that?"
Shrugging, she pulled a feather out of Rose's neckline. "I did."
"Well, he cannot be as insufferable as you claim, given his kindness to the children we both adore."
"How dare he choose our parish workhouse?" Juliana began walking again, her pace increasing with her frustration. She knew it was ridiculous to be angry with the Duke. The children adored him, and they needed the clothing and shoes and everything else he had provided. It was far more generous than what her father had done. Ignoring all of that, she remembered the conversation she'd overheard, the way he had spoken about her lips, his wager in the betting books, and she could not forgive him. "Is there not another poorhouse in London he can invade? Surely we can take care of this one on our own."
"Yet they have more than what we have provided,"
Rose said as she ran to catch up.
"Did it not warm your heart to see how generous he has been?"
It had, but she would never admit as much. "I shall speak to father," she said, not waiting for Rose. "He can donate more money so they do not have to accept the Duke's help."
"Juliana!"
Rose called out. She stopped and turned around, her voice much harsher than she'd meant. "What?" Rose placed a hand over her chest, breath heaving as she tried to speak. She held a finger up, and after a few more breaths she spoke.
"Do you despise him so greatly you would wish more hardships on the children?"
"No, of course not. What a silly question." Although, as she reviewed all she had said, she realized it wasn't so silly. She was being ridiculous.
"Why do you despise him so?"
Letting her shoulders relax, Juliana walked back to her sister and took hold of her arm. They slowly walked toward their home, this time at a more acceptable pace for a woman of gentle breeding. "If I tell you this, you have to promise not to say a word to anyone."
"You can trust me."
"I am in earnest, Rose. No one can know about this." Rose crossed her heart in a dramatic fashion.
"The promise is sealed. Now out with it."
"I overheard the Duke claiming he wishes to steal a kiss from me." As they walked home, Juliana told her everything. She spoke of the Duke's boasting about her lips, the betting books, and the horror of realizing the Duke fully intended on winning the bet. As she finished speaking, she turned to her sister. "I cannot forgive him for putting my name in the betting book. It is unforgivable."
"I agree,"
Rose said with a glint of mischief in her eyes.
"But if I know anything about you, Juliana Astley, you shall rise to the occasion and not let him off with ease."
"Of course not. I fully intend to make him regret that decision."
"How?"
"How do you plan to punish him?" "I have not decided." Juliana tightened her hold on Rose's arm. "It has to be something public.
something that will take time to recover from.
You do not mean to ruin him?
Juliana laughed, and then suddenly a devious idea formed in her head, taking root in such a delicious manner that she could not think of anything else. I have just the plan.
May I help?
I do not wish for you to be caught in this web of deceit.
Please,
Rose begged.
The season has been a bore. Allow me to help.
I thought you were enjoying the season.
Indeed, I have. But now that I know you wish to cause a bit of trouble, I do hope to be involved.
Oh, very well. She tilted her head, resting it against the side of Rose's head as they walked. I do believe the Duke of Windsor is in need of a new calling card, and I am just the person to fashion it for him. Chapter 10. An older version of the portrait. The parish workhouse never failed to leave Lucian in a state of unrest. It didn't matter how much money he donated, how many shoes or chickens he provided, it was simply not enough. Each child in every poorhouse in London deserved more than money could provide. The children needed love. The only bright spot of his visit that day had been Miss Astley and the chicken fiasco. He couldn't help but smile as he rode home, his mind replaying every instant, since he entered the yard to the moment she'd fallen into his arms. Indeed, it had been shocking when the chicken flew up under her skirts, but he'd welcomed the diversion all the same. The warmth of her body resting in his arms for a second time that season was a memory he would think upon for many days yet, even if she had scrambled away as though he'd stuck a fire poker in her back. He walked the silent halls of his home, a smile playing on the corner of his lips as he thought about the things little Jane had told him. She'd prattled on about the books Miss Astley and Miss Rose had brought them, talked about having milk for every meal and about her shoes. She loved her shoes. He only wished he could give them what they truly needed. Family, home, the loving care of two parents. Inevitably, his feet took him to the portrait gallery on the second floor. It had become his tradition after leaving the poorhouse to visit this room that was filled to capacity with paintings of his ancestors. People who were his family, yet he knew none of them. By the time he'd been born, his grandparents had both passed on, and then in his 3rd year, while he was still too young to realize what had happened, his father had passed away, leaving him and his mother alone. Much to his chagrin, his mother had left him soon after as well. He slowly walked past each portrait, taking time to stop and admire the artistry. Some of the painters had been more talented than others, and upon greater examination it seemed facial expressions were likely the hardest to paint, for one of his ancestors merely had black dots for eyes, making him rather sinister in comparison to the others. Finally, he stopped at the last painting in the gallery, the one he had stood before many times wondering what his life would have been like if only his father had lived. The painting had been commissioned as a wedding portrait, both his parents looking young, smiling at each other with what appeared genuine love. He'd long known that his father had married for love, defying the duty he'd been left to carry. It was a source of pain for Uncle Henry. Each time his uncle mentioned the Duchess and the deep mourning she'd suffered after the Duke's death, it was with bitterness and disgust. No one need love so deeply as to ruin any chance of a second marriage, or so he claimed each time he spoke of her. Lucian looked into his mother's eyes. They were blue, if the artist had done the portrait correctly. It was strange how his mother lived a few blocks away from him, yet he had not seen her since the day she had abandoned him. He had no memory of that day, but even so, a rush of anger brushed through him as he looked at her, wondering why she couldn't love him enough to stay in his life, why she didn't have the constitution for a visit or a walk in the garden. His parents had only had 4 short years together. His father had taken ill with consumption soon after Lucian had been born and lived with it for 3 years. A horrible death of slow suffocation and his lungs failing after a long fight, or so he'd been told. His father looked much the same as Lucian, other than his hair.
The previous Duke had straight hair, no curls to tangle in the wind to make him look unkempt. The curls came from his mother, who looked lovely. He wondered if she still looked this way, or if time and mourning had worn her down.
"Did you forget? We agreed to meet at White's for a drink."
Lucian could smell Berkeley from across the room, the smoke mixed with liberal amounts of cologne a constant companion. He kept his focus on the painting.
"I apologize. Not quite in the mood today."
The leather squeaked as Berkeley and Pembroke sat in chairs on the centre of the room, making themselves at home.
"I have one of these infernal portrait galleries. Never visit it, and I certainly do not plan to sit for a portrait any time soon,"
Pembroke mused. Lucian looked at the portrait of his parents once more before crossing the room to take a chair across from Pembroke. He didn't speak. Didn't need to with friends like his. They could carry on a conversation without him, allowing him the time he needed to ponder whatever was bothering him. Berkeley knew Lucian didn't appreciate smoking in his home, so he held an unlit cigar in his hand, transferring it between his mouth and fingers.
"I plan to burn every portrait in my gallery one day. I have no need for the reminder of my parents."
At least you had parents. Lucian hadn't meant to say it, but now that he had, he couldn't very well take it back. Berkeley took the cigar out of his mouth as he nodded.
"You have been at the poorhouse today, am I right?"
"What of it?" His words were cutting, uninviting, yet Berkeley did not take the hint to stay silent.
"You are not an orphan, at least not in the sense that those little ones are."
He would never compare his situation to the bleak conditions of the poorhouse, yet he understood their desire for love and acceptance. He may have more wealth than he could ever imagine spending, but he was dreadfully poor in the things that mattered. When it came to love, he was sorely lacking.
"Perhaps not, but they are in need of help."
Pembroke nodded, tapping his fingers on the cushion next to him.
"And you have provided abundantly. Why, I even sent £1,000 to the one in St. James Square, like you asked."
"They could use a new roof before winter," Lucian said. He wasn't above coaxing money out of his friends. They had enough to see to their needs. Charity and generosity of spirit never hurt anyone.
"I shall speak to my solicitor today," Pembroke said.
Berkeley pulled his unlit cigar out of his mouth, pointing it at Lucian.
"Why does every visit to a poorhouse leave you harassed?"
"Because I know how they feel. And before you tell me I cannot possibly understand, just remember that you were not left at school for the summer and 12th night holidays. I was."
"It was not for lack of care on our part," Pembroke said. "My parents begged your uncle to let you come to us, every year."
Berkeley nodded.
"As did mine. Although you would not have wanted to spend time at my home. Too much arguing. We were not the happiest family, and you would have left it forever frightened and jumping at the sound of a Persian vase breaking."
Lucian smiled at Berkeley, knowing that his friend had long lamented the constant bickering between his parents. Although he mentioned it every once in a while in passing, Lucian knew his friend still mourned his parents in his own way. Instead of revisiting that history, he turned to Pembroke.
"I was unaware. What reason did Uncle Henry have for denying the requests?" "He wanted you to focus on your duty, and he certainly did not want you spending time with your mother."
"My mother?" Lucian ran a hand through his hair. "She never wanted me." He was not one to wallow in self-pity, and yet the same feelings he'd experienced while at the poorhouse and while looking at his mother's portrait battled inside him. He wanted someone who could offer advice as a parent, but he was angry with her. Angry that she had left him all those years ago. Pembroke sat up a little, his brows raised as he looked from Lucian to Berkeley.
"Who told you that?" "If she wanted to be a part of my life, she would not have handed me over to my uncle, abandoned me to his care."
He stood, paced the length of the sitting area, and then sat back on the sofa once more.
"She left me to a man who cared more about the money in my father's trust than me. A man who demands only two things from me: Money and duty. There were no nighttime stories before tucking me into bed. Everything about my life has been focused upon duty and living up to what my father wanted for me. She left me to that life. Is that what you think happened?
Pembroke shook his head as he chuckled, the sound anything but jovial.
You know our mothers are sisters.
I am aware of our relation, cousin.
Then you should know that your mother did not abandon you. She was forced by Parliament to leave you in the care of your nearest male relative. Your uncle claimed it was best for the dukedom and the powers that he agreed, forcing her to leave you in his care. She had no rights to you, not once they determined she was unfit in her knowledge of running an estate and guiding you in your role as duke.
Lucian stood, unwilling to believe his uncle could be so misguided, and yet, as he considered the way his uncle made decisions for him, the determined way he was forcing marriage to a particular woman, it suddenly seemed quite possible that Uncle Henry may have done exactly as Pembroke claimed.
Why did no one tell me?
He turned on Pembroke.
Why did you stay silent?
Pembroke threw his hands in the air.
Do not take your anger out on me, Lucian. I thought you knew. My uncle said she did not want a reminder of my father, and I resembled him too greatly for her liking. I can attest that it is not true, Windsor.
Lucian ran a hand through his hair, stopping midway and pulling at the strands as he considered Pembroke's words.
Are there any other life-altering secrets I should be made privy to? Other than the knowledge that your Uncle Henry is a lout, I cannot think of anything.
Pembroke smiled as he relaxed against the cushions. Then he suddenly sat up again.
Oh, do wait. One more thing. Lord Henry has given your mother a notice of eviction. Claims you need it to house your future wife. He has given her a month to vacate. I told her she is welcome at my home, although I did inform her you have not confided in me about a marriage.
Lucian closed his eyes, willing his breath to steady as the weight of everything he'd learned settled over him. It was one thing for Uncle Henry to suggest moving his mother out of the home she had known for years, but to send her a notice to vacate. That was wholly unnecessary. A slow heat climbed through his chest. How many times had he excused his uncle's overreach? How often had he told himself it came from affection, from habit, from a misguided sense of stewardship? But this was different. It trespassed into a place no guardian had right to tread. He opened his eyes, jaw set. The line had been crossed, and if he did not draw another, it would only widen. The conversation was long overdue, and he would have to pay call to his uncle, but first he had another duty to see to.
Thank you, Pembroke, for being willing to take her into your care. But it is not necessary.
Lucian left without another word. His friends could spend the rest of the afternoon eating the kitchen clean and drinking his port if they wished, but he had far more important matters to attend to before he lost his nerve and settled back into the comfort his uncle had built up around him. Devon House was less than a mile from Montrose Hall. In fact, Lucian had passed his mother's home every day of his adult life as he'd attended parties and gone about the social season, never once feeling welcome enough to drop by for a visit. Even as he stood on the porch, looking up at the 3-story home, his heart raced in fear over what he would say to her now that he knew another side of his history. Part of him wanted to hear her speak about it, and another part of him simply wanted to forget about the past and build a relationship with her. Yet how could he do that without acknowledging all that had transpired? And he certainly could not boldly walk into her home and expect the comfort of a mother-son relationship without knowing the truth from her mouth. At this point, all he knew was decades-long rumors and speculation. He'd been a small child, 3 years of age, when he'd been handed over to the care of his uncle and aunt. He knew how those years had molded him, but what had they done to his mother? She'd lived in London all this time, and yet he'd never seen her at any social event. She'd removed herself from society, Whether it was due to mourning or another reason, he needed to know. He rubbed the back of his neck, staring at the red door and gold knocker. It would be easy for him to walk away and forget about what Pembroke had said, but he didn't have it in him. There was a very real part of his soul that ached for a relationship with his mother, the type of relationship he had seen between his cousins and their mother. His Aunt Mary had been accommodating to his presence in her home, but she had never been loving. Until he left for school, he'd spent his days with his uncle, learning the duties of a duke, duties he knew well enough to perform in his sleep. Lifting his hand, he took hold of the gold lion knocker and tapped it against the metal plate 3 times. With that one decision, there was no turning back. When the door opened, he handed his card to the butler.
"Is the Duchess available?"
The butler's eyes went wide as he read the name on the card. Instead of opening the door further, he looked up, his curiosity momentarily distracting him from propriety, before he suddenly realized Lucian was waiting for a response.
"Please, Your Grace," the butler said as he ushered him into the hall. "I shall inform the Duchess of your arrival."
Lucian followed the butler into a small parlour, a quaint little room much like the one at Montrose Hall, though on a more modest scale. A round table occupied the centre, surrounded by 4 chairs upholstered in gold fabric, patterned with white flowers. He stepped closer, intending to sit while he waited, but paused when he noticed the faint fraying of the fabric along the edges. He ran his fingers over the fabric as he looked with greater notice at the carpet and the furniture. Although the home looked to be clean and cared for, it was obvious there had not been funds allocated for keeping it up to date. The care of the home was his responsibility, a misstep he planned to correct. He didn't need the home to be redecorated in the current fashions. If his mother preferred the neoclassical style, he was happy to replace the worn-out pieces with something close to what was already there. Stepping to the fireplace, he stood with his arm resting against the mantel, waiting until his mother entered. She slowly stepped forward, head bowed, eyes averted, and curtsied, an older version of the portrait hanging in the portrait gallery at Montrose Hall. Lucian pushed away from the fireplace, taking a few steps toward her, uncertain what to say. His hands shook as a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He lifted his hand to wipe it away and instead ran his fingers through his hair.
"Your Grace," his mother said as she pointed to the chairs. "If you are concerned about having the house ready in time for your wife, I can leave before the month is out. That way you may do what you need to with the furniture in the home. I have no doubt the future Duchess will want to tour the home and make it her own."
Lucian waited for her to sit before he accepted the chair she'd offered. His arms and legs were stiff, as though they had forgotten how to bend, yet somehow he slowly lowered himself into the chair.
"My reason for coming here today was to let you know that there has been a terrible misunderstanding. This home is yours. You need not vacate, that is, if you wish to stay."
"I do wish that, very much. Thank you, Your Grace."
"Lucian," he said, then he laughed as he ran his hand through his hair again. "You already knew that."
She smiled at him, and he recognized the smile as the same one he saw in the looking-glass each morning.
"I do."
She played with the lace on her dress, her fingers nervously smoothing it out and then tucking the frayed edges underneath.
"Would you like tea?"
"Yes, thank you."
He stood as she walked to the bell cord. Once she was seated again, his eyes took in the dress she was wearing, from the out-of-date fashion to the well-worn fabric. Her clothing needed an update, yet even with everything she appeared not to have, she looked content. Her face paled as she noticed he was staring. Instantly she folded her arms, trying to hide the frayed lace.
"You must forgive my appearance and the state of the house. I was not expecting visitors today."
Lucian's brows rose as he looked around the room.
"It appears you have not entertained for many years. We must rectify the situation. I am certain there have been funds allocated to the upkeep of Devon House. Have you not received them?"
"I am afraid not." Your Uncle Henry informed me that there was little by way of upkeep, and he has reduced my widow's annuity to £300 a year. I have used that to keep a staff." Confused, he paused as he took a moment to consider what he knew about his finances. When he spoke again, it was with the certainty that there had been a misunderstanding.
"It seems you and I have much to speak about."
Lucian turned as the door to the parlour opened, admitting a maid with a tea tray. He waited until she had left before he spoke again. Gathering his courage, he straightened his shoulders and reminded himself he was a duke. Dukes did not get nervous when inquiring about things of importance. It was best he ask his questions first and then switch to softer topics if time permitted.
"First, I wish to know what happened after my father died. I want to know why I was handed over to my uncle instead of staying with you."
She repeated the same scenario Pembroke had told him earlier that day, with greater detail, giving him a visual of what had transpired the day after his father had been buried. Her voice faltered, each word edged with pain, some sharpened by agitation as she shook with the memories, others incomprehensible and lost to tears. After speaking for nearly a quarter of an hour, she took a deep breath, her hands shaking as she lifted her cup to take a sip of tea. Gathering a bit of courage, she continued her tale.
"Your father's will declared that you were to be raised by me, with your Uncle Pembroke guiding your training for the dukedom. Yet upon your father's death, your Uncle Henry produced another will, one naming himself as your guardian. I knew nothing of the change, and to this day I cannot say whether it was written when your father was too ill to understand what he signed, or if it was a cruel forgery. You were taken from me all the same, and the sound of your cries as you clung to my skirts that dreadful day still haunts my dreams." She finally met his gaze, tears pouring down her cheeks. "I have missed you."
Lucian reached forward and placed his hand on hers.
"And I have needed you."
"Your uncle will not be happy that you are here."
"My uncle and I have a great many things we disagree upon. It seems I must speak with him."
He pulled back, taking a sip of tea.
"Uncle Henry claims my father wished for me to marry the daughter of a duke. An alliance instead of a marriage, which is why he wishes you to leave this home."
"What do you want?"
No one had ever asked him that. With that one question, a heaviness he'd been carrying lifted from his shoulders, replaced by a belief that he may very well be able to choose his own bride. Lucian laughed as he thought of Miss Astley, her chocolate eyes as they narrowed each time she issued a sharp rebuke. Once he'd realized he hadn't responded to his mother, he looked up to find her studying him, smiling at him with a sense of pride.
"All I have ever wanted is to be happy."
"And the lady who will make you happy is not the daughter of a duke?"
"No, which means my uncle heartily disapproves."
"Your father and I were introduced at a garden party. He was the handsome duke, every bit as dashing as you, although he didn't smile as often as you do. He had more of a brooding nature about him. But I fell in love with him the moment we met. It wasn't the same for him, though. He was concerned about finding the right match for his position in society."
"You did not qualify as the right match?"
"Oh, no."
She laughed as she took a sip of tea, her wet eyes sparkling as she thought back on those days so long ago.
"My father was a nabob, a textile merchant who had made his fortune in the East Indies before he finally settled in India. That alone excluded me from marriage, both in your father's estimation and in the estimation of his family, especially his mother and your Uncle Henry."
"Which was why Uncle Henry determined you unfit to be my mother."
"I have no doubt it played a role in his arguments before Parliament."
She played with the lace on her dress once more.
"My sister married the Duke of Pembroke, which put me in the path of your father at social gatherings. He had made up his mind to marry another young lady, although he didn't care much for her and was making himself ill over the prospect of offering for her hand.
It wasn't until his friend convinced him that marriage to the daughter of a nabob had not harmed his opportunities as a duke that he allowed himself a bit of grace over the restrictions of his duty. It was then that he offered for my hand. Those 4 years of marriage were the happiest of my life. Even though he was ill, we had all we needed.
Then you approve of love matches?
Lucian's heart raced as he looked at his mother, waiting for the words he knew she would say. In truth, he didn't need her to approve of his choice, but he wanted her blessing, wanted to know that at least one person in his life approved of his decision. She smirked and then nodded enthusiastically.
I most certainly do.
He sat back, a weight releasing off his chest as duty and honour and everything his uncle had pounded into his head over the last 25 years took on new meaning. His father hadn't married for status. He'd married the choice of his heart.
Tell me about her,
his mother said as she poured him a fresh cup of tea. Lucian laughed as he crossed his legs at the ankles.
She despises everything about me, which makes me want her all the more.
Chapter 11. Wholesale dealer in love, kisses, and embraces. Almack's assembly rooms were always overcrowded, yet the weekly invitation was the single piece of stationery everyone in London longed to see on their doorstep. Anyone who failed to receive one immediately became the subject of eager whispers. How the Ton managed to discover such things was beyond Juliana's comprehension, especially when one could hardly push through the crowd to find a place to stand, much less keep track of who was missing. Rose held tightly to her hand as they traversed the crowd until they were standing slightly to the right side of the dance queue, close enough for possible suitors, but not so close as to look desperate.
Perhaps we should abandon our plan.
Rose squeezed her hand.
The calling card?
Yes, Juliana said, exasperated as she clutched her reticule. She whispered from the corner of her mouth, her eyes searching frantically for the Duke of Windsor.
What if he discovers I am behind it? I hardly think it possible. I am the only person who knows about the card, other than the print shop, and I vowed never to tell another living soul.
Rose laughed as she pulled on Juliana's arm so they could find a place a little less obvious. No one need notice that the Astley sisters weren't dancing.
Besides, I agreed to assist with placing the cards in noticeable spots. Therefore, I am an accomplice.
Juliana rolled her eyes as she rested her head against Rose's shoulder.
It shall be the end of the Duke.
Oh, hush, Rose said with a chuckle.
His reputation can withstand a little scandal.
She continued searching the room with her eyes until she found him, standing with his friends and a lady who was turned away from her.
Yet my reputation cannot.
What should I do if Windsor tells everyone about the chicken fiasco?
Pretend you know nothing about it.
Convince people he's a liar.
Well,
Rose said as she tugged on the reticule.
You are attempting to convince everyone he is a rake. Between the two options, I think it is best to tell people he spins tales of his own making.
Indeed. As they stepped to the side of the room, Juliana reached into the reticule and extracted one very small calling card. There would be no mistake the target of this little charade, as the card clearly stated that the Duke of Windsor was a dealer in love, kisses, and embraces. Cupping it in her hand, she slid the card onto a side table before she and Rose quickly walked away, leaving it for someone else to discover. Montrose Hall, London. Wholesale and dealer in love, kisses, and embraces. The Duke of Windsor. Witty conversations, moonlit walks, carriage rides, and dancing. Willing to oblige at all hours, day or night. Will be happy to demonstrate down darkened paths and in candleless rooms. All business is confidential. The man in your life need never know. Consultations available upon request. Special attention paid to engaged or married women. They were making their escape and were nearly to the middle of the assembly hall when the Duke of Windsor stepped in front of them.
Miss Astley, Miss Rose.
He bowed as both girls dipped to a curtsy.
Juliana met the Duke's gaze as though it were a challenge. Your Grace?
I trust you and your family are well.
Heartily, sir. Juliana's feet twitched, wanting to escape further away from the little calling card she'd planted seconds before, yet she was stuck and could not make her excuses without causing a scene. She didn't want to be near the card once it was discovered, nor did she want the Duke to remember she'd been on this side of the room at any time during the evening, but that part of the plan had not worked in her favour. Knowing courtesy dictated that she ask about his family, she lifted her chin a bit higher. What of you and your family? Is everyone well?
We are all well. Thank you for your kind inquiry.
The Duke flashed a dashing smile and then turned to the woman next to him.
I should like to introduce you to my mother, the Duchess of Windsor.
Juliana and Rose both dipped into another curtsy, murmuring, Your Grace. The Duchess nodded to them as well. I am very pleased to meet you. Her voice was soft, nothing by way of similarity to the teasing tone her son constantly employed.
Miss Astley, if you are not otherwise engaged, might I have your...
Before the Duke could finish asking for one of her dances, a loud harumph sounded behind them, followed by the shocked exclamation, Windsor! The Duke flashed his smile, his eyes alight with humour at having been interrupted.
Lady Charrington, how lovely to see you this evening. May I assist you in any way?
Lady Charrington bounded forward, her hand outstretched with the little calling card hanging between two fingers as though it were an abomination. What is the meaning of this? Windsor held his hand out, allowing her to drop the card in his palm. Juliana squeezed Rose's hand, sweat breaking out on her forehead and her heart pounding in her ears as she waited for the Duke's reaction. Before that moment, she'd imagined his response would be one of outrage, but as his eyes fell upon the calling card, his mouth moving as he read each word, a grin slowly spread across his face.
I assure you, my lady, I am as unaware of the origin of this card as you are, although I do think it is quite creative.
Lady Charrington turned on the Duchess. Is this, she ripped the card out of Windsor's hand, how you have raised your son to behave? The Duchess accepted the card, the colour instantly draining from her face as she too read the words. Forgive me, Lady Charrington, but I do not believe my son capable of such brazen idiocy. The Duke's shoulders shook with suppressed delight.
Someone seems to have a vendetta against me, my lady. I assure you this card does not belong to me.
He reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a card of similar size, but the wording was not dark black as the one that Juliana had printed. The lettering on his card was styled in gold.
This is the card I have commissioned for myself.
The Countess accepted the card, reviewed it in detail, and then handed it back to him. Your Grace, I would not want to ban you from attending Almack's. Please see that none of these disgraceful calling cards are presented in the assembly rooms again. Do I have your word? The Duke placed a hand over his heart.
My dear Lady Charrington, I shall do all within my power to discover the culprit behind this card.
Lady Charrington nodded and then looked to Juliana and Rose. Miss Astley, Miss Rose, it would be best for your reputations not to associate with the Duke until the source of that card is revealed. Juliana nodded solemnly. I shall trust your opinion on the matter, my lady.
Miss Astley, I do believe you have already agreed to dancing the next set with me. I should not think it appropriate to go back on your word.
He turned to the Countess, his eyes alight with mirth.
Do you not agree, my lady? It would be rather rude for her to walk away after promising to stand up with me.
Juliana was ready to protest, knowing she hadn't agreed to a dance since the Duke had been cut off mid-sentence, but her argument was overshadowed by the Countess's quick reply. Well, it would be highly irregular to turn a man away now that you have agreed to a dance. But, Juliana said. The Countess held up a finger. No one beyond the five of us is aware of this little mishap. She leaned forward and whispered so only those in their group could hear. We shall keep silent upon the matter
After all, the Duke appears rather smart with that silk cravat.
Windsor lifted his chin to bring emphasis to his cravat.
Now then, Miss Astley, I believe this is my dance.
Juliana released Rose's hand, accepting the Duke's.
I suppose it is, Your Grace.
She allowed him to lead her to the queue, the laughter and chatter of other attendees piercing the heaviness between them as they lined up next to the other dancers. This time, instead of a waltz, she was dancing the cotillion with the Duke. She kept her lips tight, biting them so that she didn't say anything she would regret.
I trust you do not think me capable of handing out such a ridiculous calling card,
Windsor said, a ripple of amusement passing between them, wholly on his side alone.
Since I have no knowledge of what was printed on the card, I can hardly accuse you of anything, Your Grace. It would take a more secure man than you to think himself impenetrable to society's judgment.
You think me insecure?
Oh, I do apologize,
she said as the first strains of the orchestra filled the air around them. They took the first steps of the dance as a breath of amusement rumbled in her chest.
My governess always did say it was rude to speak truth to a man, especially one who is titled.
Windsor released a boyish bark of laughter as they separated, and she danced down the line, going from one partner to the next until they met up at the end, taking hands once more.
How many feathers did you extract from your skirts after leaving the poolhouse?
Her lips twitched at the memory, but she would not give in to his charms. She couldn't, not now that she had vowed to ruin him.
Ever so many, Your Grace. I made 2 new pillows.
I always knew you were the creative sort,
he said as they separated once more, taking the hands of the other dancers until they were back to the starting point. They then moved into a 5-pointed star-like circle, Windsor taking her hand as they danced.
How is that?
Your ingenuity with catching the chickens was delightful,
she scoffed, narrowing her eyes.
You are mocking me, but allow me to let you in on a little secret.
Do tell, Miss Astley.
I care very little for your opinion.
You misunderstand me, Miss Astley. My words were meant as a compliment.
They switched partners again, then came back together before separating once more. The cotillion was the sort of dance Juliana preferred when her partner was as odious as the Duke, because it allowed them to dance with other partners far longer than most dances, and she was determined to spend very little time in his presence.
What sort of man compliments a lady on her...
Juliana leaned forward before whispering.
Chicken-chasing skills.
A man who knows the lady should never be given a cleaver.
And what do you think I should do with one once I had it?
Poor little Jane and her friends would lose another chicken.
Or you a toe.
Juliana looked down at his foot.
I suppose you can dance as well as this with 4 on one foot.
Are you critiquing my dancing?
She bit her lips as she separated from him, dancing with the other men in the cotillion and then coming back to him once more.
I suppose I am. What do you plan to do about it?
As the music ended, applause sounded through the assembly room. Juliana accepted the Duke's arm once more as he led her back to her sister, who was still standing with the Duchess, but someone else had joined them. As they drew closer, she recognized Mr. Wycliffe standing next to Rose. When they approached, the Duchess reached out and took her hands.
Thank you for accepting my son's offer for a dance. I have heard he can be quite the tease.
Juliana smiled at her. The Duchess seemed to be a pleasant woman, and the few minutes she'd spent in her presence had made her feel wanted and completely at ease.
It is a pity the Duke is not more like you, Your Grace.
The Duchess laughed, the sound soft and whimsical.
Shall I?
Whatever the Duchess planned to say, she was unable to finish as Lord Henry Montrose approached, cutting off her words.
Windsor, I have secured the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Uncle, but there is no need. The Duke reached out, taking the Duchess's hand and tucking it through his own.
I have already taken care of my evening.
Lord Henry's eyes fell upon the Duchess, his face contorting somewhere between shock and disbelief as his cheeks turned pink.
What is the meaning of this?
Uncle, you must remember my mother.
Of course.
He looked ready to swallow a toad as he dipped his head in acknowledgement.
Your Grace, it has been many years since you have attended Almack's.
The Duchess didn't offer a curtsy. She stepped closer to the Duke, holding tightly to his arm. I thought it time, now that Lucian has asked me to join him in society. Lord Henry spluttered, his words incomprehensible for a brief moment, and then he took a deep breath before turning back to the Duke.
Your next set is with Lady Beatrice Collings. The one after that is with Lady Caroline Mumford.
You will have to give my apologies to them, Uncle, for I have asked my mother to join me for the next set. Then I have arranged to dance with Miss Rose Astley for the following. That is, if Mr. Wycliffe has not stolen that dance from me. Mr. Wycliffe slowly shook his head.
Of course not, Your Grace. I would not dream of taking anything that belongs to you.
As he said the words, his eyes fell upon Juliana. She stiffened at the insinuation, but could hardly argue her dislike of the Duke in front of so many people. Rose must have sensed her unease as she grabbed hold of Juliana's arm. She looked to the Duke and then nodded in agreement, her acknowledgement anything but smooth as her voice cracked. And I did accept his offer. That is, after I danced with Mr. Wycliffe. Lord Henry pulled the Duke around, yanking his arm away from the Duchess.
This sort of behaviour is unbecoming, Lucian. I have secured the rest of your evening, and you will not make a fool out of me.
I wish you had informed me before I agreed to stand up with other partners. Although in the future, you need not concern yourself with my social calendar. He patted his uncle on the back. Now, you shall have to ask your sons to dance with Lady Beatrice and Lady Caroline, as I have no intention of breaking my word. As the Duke turned back to their little group, Juliana was surprised to find his smile was as genuine as it had been before the interruption by his uncle. Mother, he said, taking her hand once more, I do believe this is my dance. She smiled up at him, her pride evident as she followed him to the queue. Juliana grabbed her reticule once more, feeling for the little cards sitting in the bottom of the cloth pouch. She watched as Rose accepted Mr. Wycliffe's outstretched arm, then she went to work. She visited the smaller assembly rooms, placing the little cards on the tables, under used glasses, and dropping a few on the floor. By the time she returned to the room where Rose was dancing, her sister was taking part in a lively quadrille with the Duke. When he returned Rose to her side, she leaned close to whisper. I placed cards in the smaller assembly rooms. Rose's eyes went wide. Should we not stop? I am a bit frightened after Lady Charrington's response. Not a chance, Juliana said as she watched the Duke speaking with his friends and his mother. He dared mention the chickens. He did not, Rose said, her ire rising. What sort of gentleman does that? Juliana held up her reticule. The sort who deserves to have his reputation in question. It will be quite ruined after tonight, Rose mused. Turning to her, Juliana narrowed her eyes. Did you enjoy dancing with Mr. Wycliffe? He is nice enough. Rose's cheeks heated as she rocked back and forth on the tips of her toes. Then you are not bothered by his desire to thwart gravity? Juliana studied her sister's face as she waited for a response. Of course I am bothered by it. But do you not think it romantic? Dangerous, to be sure. Indeed. Rose took hold of her arm as they stood to the side of the room. Although he is a fine dancer. Is he? Juliana asked. I should not refuse an offer to dance from a man as kind as Mr. Wycliffe. Just an offer to dance? Juliana asked. Rose swatted Juliana on the arm. Stop this very moment! I am far too sensible for a dreamer like Mr. Wycliffe. In truth, I agree with you. Far too sensible. Juliana turned to face her sister. And if not Mr. Wycliffe, whom do you wish to match with? I dare not answer that question, lest you think me imprudent. With that, both girls burst into laughter. Chapter 12. Banned from Almack's. The crush at Almack's was at its peak, the air hot and miserable as more people crowded into the room,
Yet Lucian continued to stand next to his mother, content to be by her side for her first foray into society after 25 years. He didn't know what had taken her completely out of society. Perhaps one day he would, but for now it was enough that she sat next to him, supporting his decision not to dance with the ladies his uncle had arranged.
"Windsor, you sly dog,"
Berkeley said as he sidled up against him, leaning casually against the wall.
"I never thought you had it in you. This is something I would have done, and I'm not very distressed that you thought of it first."
Lucian rolled his head to the side.
"What now, Berkeley?"
Berkeley held up a little white card, the exact replica of the one Lucian had collected from the Countess of Charrington only a few hours before.
"Found this on a table in the gambling hall. What do you have to say for yourself?"
Plucking it out of his hand, Lucian crumpled it before stuffing it in his pocket.
"I know nothing of it other than they are readily available this evening."
"Then you are not offering consultations on how best to woo another man's wife?" Berkeley asked as he stuck an unlit cigar in his mouth.
"Certainly not."
Lucian pulled on the bottom of his waistcoat as he looked out at the crush.
"I would like to know the source of that little card."
"As would I.
The mischief maker was quite creative and has caused a stir, bringing life back into the ton. It is exactly what I had hoped for this season. Not even we could have managed such mischief with our friendly wagers." "Then word has spread of this little card." "I am afraid so, Windsor. You have somehow become the most dangerous duke for a lady to spend time with. Her reputation will suffer if left in your company for even a second without a chaperone. No more matchmaking mammas for you."
"His Grace, the Duke of Windsor is what?"
a lady gasped from the corner of the room. Lucian groaned as he held his hand out to his mother. The last thing he wanted was a scandal on the same evening he'd reintroduced her to society.
"I fear we must take our leave."
"I think it is best," she said, accepting his arm. Before they could take a step toward the door, Lady Beatrice approached, her fan furiously waving to combat the heat of the ballroom and her voice as high-pitched as a misused violin.
"Your Grace, what a pity it was that you are unwell. Your uncle tells me you were white as a ghost in the retiring room when we were set to dance."
Annoyed that his uncle had told a falsehood instead of the truth, he decided not to make a fuss and simply leave.
"I do apologize, my lady, but the Duchess and I were just leaving."
Lady Beatrice's eyes fell upon the Duchess.
"Yes, I had heard she was out of mourning. 25 years. That is rather excessive."
Lucian opened his mouth to defend his mother, but found she was ready with an answer of her own.
"When a woman loves deeply, there is not a day without her husband that does not include mourning."
Lady Beatrice laughed, leaning forward and placing her hand on the Duchess's arm.
"That is the folly of falling in love. I certainly hope I do not find myself in such a conundrum. Do you not agree, Windsor?"
"Not at all." His jaw tightened as he met her gaze, willing her to give up and walk away so that he didn't have to offend her.
"But you must,"
Lady Beatrice said as she held up one of the vexatious calling cards.
"You claim to be fond of engaged women. If I had known that would draw your attention in my direction, I would have accepted one of the many offers I have received this season. Sadly, as of yet, none of them have come from you."
"Engaged? Never. I prefer my heartbreaks uncomplicated. That is why I only pursue women who make it clear they have no interest in me."
Lady Beatrice giggled. She closed her fan and tapped him on the arm.
"Why, Your Grace, I never knew you were so ridiculous."
Berkeley pushed away from the wall, removing his cigar from his mouth.
"Lady Beatrice, might I have your next dance?"
She didn't spare him a glance.
"No, thank you."
She took a step forward, causing Lucian to sidle up against the wall.
"You smell like an ash tub, Berkeley."
Berkeley stuffed his cigar in his pocket.
"I shall never smoke again, my lady, if you wish it."
She turned, her eyes wide with disgust.
"I wish for you to leave so I may speak with Windsor without interruption."
"What sort of gentleman would I be if I left you with a man whose name has been tainted this evening?"
"The kind who knows when he is not wanted."
Lady Beatrice turned back to Lucian.
Now, tell me more about these services you are offering.
Lucian wiggled out from between the wall and Lady Beatrice.
I fear you have been misinformed, my lady. I am not offering any services.
Are you certain?
She asked, looking up at him through her eyelashes. He placed his hand on his mother's back, ushering her to stand next to Berkeley.
I shall call for the carriage.
Thank you, Lucian.
Berkeley, I trust my mother will be safe in your company. Certainly, I shall see her to the door.
Before he left, he dipped his head in Lady Beatrice's direction. Once he was out of the ballroom and away from the heat of the assembly room, he ordered the carriage and then stood against the wall as he pulled one of the little calling cards out of his pocket to take a look at the troublesome thing.
Witty conversations,
he whispered as he read each line. Well, he certainly knew how to apply wit to a sentence.
Moonlit walks and carriage rides, nothing scandalous there, he said with a laugh.
But when he got down to the ins and outs of the card, he had to admit the person who created it had done so with the intent of causing him digestive issues. Yet, even with that realization, he found it amusing. Whoever had done this apparently did not understand the beau monde, for he would laugh it off, and by the morrow no one would remember it had even happened. For the first time in his life, Lucian Montrose, the Duke of Windsor, had miscalculated his position in society. The scandal of the mysterious calling card had not disappeared overnight. No one of consequence was laughing about it in the ballrooms, at least no one but himself. He wished to laugh the little mishap away, smile and charm the matrons, yet that morning he'd received notification that he was no longer welcome at Almack's, at least not until the cards were collected, burned, and a confession of guilt had come forth. Perhaps then an invitation would be extended once more. After a day of humiliation and a lecture from his uncle on how he had ruined all chances of a match with 3 of the ladies on the list, Lucian made his way to White's. He had agreed to meet Berkeley and Pembroke for a drink and a game of billiards. Yet as he stood on the stoop, he didn't know if flashing a smile at the doorman would be enough to gain entrance. Slowly opening the door, he waited tentatively until the doorman waved him in.
"Your Grace, do come in off the street," Atherton announced.
Lucian stepped over the threshold, pulled on his lapels, and then nodded to the doorman. "Fine day out, is it not?"
"Indeed, Your Grace."
With a bit more courage, he strode down the hall to the billiards room to find a red tablecloth ripped from its spot and thrown with grand ceremony to the floor as a cheer erupted around him. Pembroke stepped forward, handing him a glass of brandy.
"Man of the hour," he drawled. "And to think I knew you before you were infamous."
Lucian took a sip of the brandy and then slowly walked around the tablecloth red carpet as he entered the room.
"If one more person congratulates me for a scandal I did not perpetrate, I shall challenge him to a duel."
Berkeley stepped forward, handing him a billiard cue.
"Stand ready with your pistol, for this room is full of your admirers, and not one of us will lift a weapon against you."
Placing his drink on the table, he looked to his friends.
"Are we shooting billiards or gossiping?"
"Billiards," Pembroke said. Lucian ran a hand through his hair, expecting the excitement of his entrance to settle, when a young man, fresh-faced and looking like he was barely out of Eton, stepped forward, his hand outstretched with one of the calling cards and an inkwell and quill.
"As a trophy, Your Grace. I wish to show my friends at Cambridge."
Accepting the card, he smiled at the young man.
"I cannot rightly sign something I had no part in creating."
"Come now, Windsor, sign the card. It is all in good fun," Berkeley said as he pressed the quill into Lucian's hand. Perhaps he was overreacting to the card, yet he couldn't help but remember the lecture his uncle had pounded into his head that morning. He still had a headache from all the yelling. Although, in his uncle's defense, the card had undermined everything he had worked for. Not that Lucian had the same goals as his uncle. It was a bit of a relief that he was no longer being pressured into a match. In a moment of ridiculousness, Lucian accepted the quill and signed his name with a flourish.
"You can tell them you knew me when I was wicked."
Laughter sounded about the room, and 3 more calling cards were produced. He signed each of them in quick succession before taking up the billiard cue once more.
"I wager," Berkeley said, holding his hands up until the room went silent, "Windsor will next be implicated in a clandestine elopement. 5 guineas. If a respectable lady will have him," a man called out from the back of the room.
The young man who had first asked for a signature ran out of the room, returning a few minutes later with the betting book. Berkeley accepted it and quickly wrote the bet down before handing the quill to another man, a baronet.
"I dare say that Windsor will be run out of town by the matrons at Almack's before the end of the week. 3 guineas.
The baronet passed the quill to another man, an earl.
"I will take that wager, but change it to 6 guineas. I believe Windsor will survive the season with his dignity intact."
Pembroke took the quill from the earl.
20 guineas to the man who discovers the source of the calling card, for we all know Windsor is not foolish enough to ruin his own reputation so spectacularly.
Lucian shook his head as each bet was announced and accepted. Gaining a semblance of control, he slid the book out from the middle of the group. He closed it and then handed it to the young man once more, patting him on the back as he led him toward the hall.
"Take it back to its rightful spot. All this frivolous betting will do none of us any good."
Pembroke held up his cue.
"Let us play billiards."
Lucian chalked his cue with the quiet focus of a man trying very hard to ignore the amused glances of his 2 closest friends and the onslaught of admiration from the other men, most of whom he did not know well. Pembroke leaned one hip against the billiard table, swirling his brandy in idle circles.
"So," he drawled, "who do you think is behind the mischief?"
Berkeley coughed into his fist, which did nothing to hide his grin.
"Why should we concern ourselves with the source? Ride it out, Windsor. Enjoy the fame."
Lucian leaned down, lining up his shot with deliberate calm.
"I only wish it had not happened on my mother's re-entry into society. She laughed it off, but it was terribly embarrassing for her."
He struck the cue ball. It clicked sharply, sending a red ball cleanly into the corner pocket. Pembroke let out a low whistle.
"Very good form. One might almost believe you were not bothered by the calling card."
Lucian straightened.
"I have no qualms with it. I only worry about my mother."
Berkeley barked a laugh.
"My dear Windsor, your mother is stronger than you think."
"I suppose you are right," Lucian said flatly. Pembroke leaned down and lined his cue up for his shot. He took his time, measuring each option, then he pushed it forward.
"Do you think it could be a rival?"
"I have no rivals," Lucian said. Berkeley laughed so loud the gentleman at the next table glanced over.
"Are you certain about that? Your uncle has spoken of his desire for you to court Lady Beatrice Collings. Do you not think the men vying for her attention would attempt to discredit you? If that is the goal, they failed miserably. Did you not see the way it enlivened her?"
Berkeley leaned against the billiards table.
"If you ask me, that lady should be banned from Almack's. I was positively insulted by her behaviour."
Lucian pushed him away as he placed his cue on the table, lining it up for the next shot.
"Claimed you smell like an ash tub."
He took the shot and watched as the ball hit its mark.
"Do you plan to quit the habit?" "For Lady Beatrice." Berkeley pulled a cigar out of his pocket. "Have you lost your senses?" "A fair question, although I do not think I have." "And what," Pembroke said, pushing away from the table, "does one do with a scandalous calling card?"
"One burns it," Lucian muttered.
"No," Berkeley corrected. "One absolutely does not. One keeps it, frames it, and displays it for future generations with a plaque that reads, 'Here hangs the moment the Duke of Windsor proved he has a wicked sense of humour.'"
Pembroke folded his arms.
"I suppose the question now is, what do you plan to do about it?"
"I expect my friends to help me discover the source of the calling card." Pembroke patted him on the shoulder.
"Of course we plan to do so, but,"
he smiled as he held his cue up once more,
"that does not mean we will not relentlessly tease you about it."
Lucian rubbed the bridge of his nose.
I only hope this does not deter Miss Astley. Miss Astley does not need an excuse to avoid you, Windsor. This little mishap will do nothing to change her mind. She already considers you insufferable.
Lucian smiled, straightening his shoulders as he realized that was true. Bolstered by the thought, he laughed.
I suppose when a lady has such a low opinion of me, something so trivial as this cannot make me sink any lower in her sight.
Pembroke straightened, placing the cue on the ground as though it were a walking stick.
We shall be witness to her charms this evening. What do you think, Berkeley? Will our friend be humbled once more?
Berkeley pulled the cue out of Pembroke's hand. He leaned down and closed one eye as he lined up the shot.
Only if we are incredibly fortunate. I do hope she is in fine form this evening.
With that very happy thought, Lucian took his turn and landed 2 balls in the pockets. He still had a long way to go with convincing Miss Astley of his charms, but there was nothing he would enjoy doing more than starting anew that night at the dinner party. Chapter 13. A Large Bird. Juliana held her reticule close to her stomach as she entered the Duke of Pembroke's home. She and Rose stood behind their parents, walking in procession as they slowly made their way into the grand foyer. The last bit of sunlight for the evening streamed through a towering fanlight above the door, gilding the checkerboard marbled floors in soft gold. 2 sweeping staircases curved upward on either side, meeting at a landing with oversized gold vases lining the perimeter. The Duke, his mother, and 2 sisters stood at the bottom of the staircase as they greeted their guests. Juliana watched Rose for any hint of admiration as they made their way through the line. When they reached the Duke of Pembroke, a hint of pink brightened Rose's complexion as she took the initiative to speak for both herself and Juliana. It was no bother at all, for Juliana had more important things to consider. Most importantly, when and where she would place the next calling card. Holding Rose's hand, she stepped over the threshold to the drawing room, her eyes scanning each group until she found the Duke of Windsor, standing next to his mother and Lord Berkeley. Juliana turned to Rose to see her cheeks were still pink and a very pretty smile brightened her demeanour. She held her fan, waving it briskly.
Pembroke looks rather dashing tonight. Poor Mr. Wycliffe does not stand a chance with the Duke in your sights.
Rose instantly closed her fan and tapped Juliana on the arm.
Do not tease me. Anyway, Pembroke and I have become friends. At least I think we have.
Surprised, she turned to see if Rose was in earnest.
When did this happen?
That is none of your concern.
Very well. I shall leave that conversation for another time,
Juliana whispered, her reticule dangling heavy on her arm.
Are you prepared to cause a bit of mischief this night?
Avenging my sister is my greatest honour.
Rose squeezed her hand, and both girls giggled as they slowly made their way into the room. They were only halfway into the drawing room when Lady Beatrice and her little group of friends approached.
Miss Astley, Miss Rose.
My lady, Juliana said, her attention on the ladies, yet still very aware of Windsor's location. He had not moved from the side of the room, which suited her well. Who is your modiste? Rose asked, interrupting anything Lady Beatrice planned to say.
You are most fortunate to have such lovely dresses.
Lady Beatrice's eyes sparkled with amusement, and when she realized the sincerity in Rose's statement, she released Lady Margaret's arm and opted to take Rose's instead, pulling her toward the settee. You must forgive Beatrice's abruptness, Lady Margaret said as she exchanged a glance with Juliana. Oh? Juliana said as she turned to watch as Beatrice and Rose chatted as though they had long been friends. It is obvious she does not bear your presence well. Mildly affronted, Juliana took a moment to consider how best to respond. She could inquire further, but did she really care to know why she was so disliked? In the end, she realized Lady Beatrice's good opinion did not matter. I cannot conceive what I have done to earn her displeasure. Yet if such is her sentiment, I fear I have no power to persuade her otherwise.
She considers you a threat to all her plans,
Lady Margaret said with no compulsion of holding back. Juliana laughed.
It was terribly absurd, and yet it made perfect sense for everything she knew about society. You may well assure her that there is no need for concern. I have no desire to take anything that belongs to Lady Beatrice. Lady Caroline took hold of Juliana's arm, pulling her to the settee opposite Beatrice and rose. Leaning in, as though they were confidants, Lady Caroline spoke in hushed tones.
But that is exactly the problem. Do you not realize the Duke has designs on you?
The Duke? Juliana nearly laughed, but the two ladies hushed her as they peered around the room, making certain their little conversation would not be overheard. Juliana met their concerned gazes. If only they were privy to the information she had, Lady Beatrice would not be so disgruntled over Juliana's presence. The Duke merely wished to steal a kiss. He had no other plans for her, at least none that she knew. There is no need for jealousy on that score. Windsor and his friends are playing a game, and I vow not to be their fool.
As long as you are not encouraging the Duke,
Lady Margaret said, one brow raised as though she expected a confession. Certainly not. Juliana clutched the reticule once more. She would not divulge her devious plans, but she would make it known that encouragement was far from anything she desired. He is not the sort of man with whom I wish to consort.
Every lady wishes to consort with the Duke,
Lady Caroline said, her eyes slowly wandering to Windsor and then quickly looking away once more.
That is our entire reason for speaking with you this night. You must simply allow him to play his little game, then he will forget about you. Move on with his next conquest, which should be that of marriage.
Marriage to Lady Beatrice? Juliana asked.
Indeed,
Lady Margaret said.
I am glad you understand.
Juliana nodded. I most certainly do. Now, if you will excuse me. She stood, dipped into a slight curtsy, and made her escape. Escaping the drawing room was much easier than she'd expected. She walked down the hallway, finding a door leading out to a portico. Stepping out into the night air, she walked down the steps and across the lawn to a large water feature with a fountain in the middle. The sound of the fountain instantly quelled the confusion of her conversation with Lady Margaret and Lady Caroline, so she sat on the chilled stone edge in the hope of regaining her composure and, more importantly, refocusing her mind. The cool scent of damp earth and orange blossoms filled Juliana's lungs as she tilted her head backward, taking a moment to ease the strain that had settled upon her shoulders from the moment Lady Beatrice and her friends had approached. It wasn't that she worried about the conversation. At least, that was what she convinced herself of as she sat by the water's edge. It was the perception Beatrice had about her designs on the Duke. She did not want anyone thinking she admired the Duke of Windsor. The night sky glowed orange from the skittering of light from the setting sun as it peeked over the roof of an orangery to her right. She trailed her fingers lazily along the water's surface, letting the ripples tickle her fingertips. Miss Astley, are you unwell? Juliana gasped, nearly toppling into the fountain, but caught herself with her other hand. She whipped around, standing and quickly dipping into a curtsy. I am perfectly well, Your Grace. I grew concerned when you did not return to the drawing room. Must you always appear at the moment I seek solitude? She demanded. She brushed at her skirts, her reticule with the little calling cards bouncing on her wrist. He stepped forward, looking around them, then frowning at her. This is hardly the spot for Pembroke's guests this evening. The servants have not yet lit any torches. Her eyes narrowed. She knew it was not proper to wander around uninvited, but it wasn't very gentlemanly of him to remind her of the folly. And yet, you also seem to be wandering out of doors. That is entirely different. How so? Pembroke is my friend. More aptly stated, my cousin. You are cousins? Juliana had not realized the connection. Not that it made him any less insufferable, but it did make her think more earnestly about allowing her sister to pursue the Duke of Pembroke. If Windsor was expected to marry a woman of higher ranking, would not the same be expected of his cousin? Our mothers are sisters. Windsor stepped a little closer. Now may I escort you back to the party?
No, you may not.
Windsor took a small step backward. Why not?
You assume that because you are a duke, that everyone wishes for your presence, every room falls silent upon your arrival, and every female desires your good opinion.
He blinked. Well, generally they do. She let out an unladylike huff.
The nerve!
Windsor stepped closer, irritation tightening his jaw. The lazy smile he usually wore was gone, replaced by a far more serious countenance. Forgive me for being concerned. You ran from the drawing room as though you were pursued by
a tiresome duke,
she offered sweetly. The smile she'd come to recognize crossed his face, and yet it wasn't as bright as normal. Instead, it was more like she had wounded his pride. Perhaps her tone had been a little sharp, but she had good reason. Not only did she have the Duke and his friends playing a game, but now she knew for certain that she had unwittingly garnered Lady Beatrice's attention. This season would go down in the annals of her life history as the worst yet. I was not pursuing you. I only wished to ensure you had not fallen ill.
How noble,
she said, folding her arms.
Truly, the height of gallantry is to accuse me of impropriety, then appear unannounced to scold me for it.
I did not scold, he snapped. I merely—
You utterly scolded, accusing me of being in places where I was not welcome.
Now she was being ridiculous, yet she could not stop herself. Miss Astley, will you at least allow me to finish a sentence?
Only if it is not another lecture.
His eyes flashed as he ran a hand through his hair. He turned away from her, paced the length of the fountain, and then returned to stand in front of her. You are the most stubborn.
And you, she retorted, taking a step closer, are the most aggravating.
He moved to match her step, and she moved forward once more, not to be outdone by the Duke. If he wanted to present an air of dominance, she would match him every step of the way. Unfortunately, she misjudged the distance between them, his breath upon her cheek causing her to instinctively back away. As she did, her heels hit against the fountain. The Duke reached out, his hands resting upon her arms, but she instinctively swatted them away, hitting him with her reticule. Miss Astley, Windsor said as he stepped forward, trying to stop her from moving away once more, but she would not allow his help. She didn't need his help. An involuntary shriek burst from her throat as Juliana suddenly lost her footing, her feet flying out from under her as she fell into the fountain, water erupting around her like a cresting wave. She surfaced with a gasp, curls plastered to her cheeks, her gown floating around her like an unfortunate water lily. She looked out of the fountain, expecting to see the Duke, but he was not there. Turning to the side, she found him glaring at her, a pink water lily resting atop his head. Windsor stared, his eyes blinking rapidly and frozen upon her as he pulled the water lily off his head and wiped at the water dripping down his face.
Do something,
she sputtered, pushing wet hair from her face. He attempted to stand but slipped on the slick stone and fell backward again. The second splash was even larger, the water flying up like a large wave as it drenched her once more. Juliana wiped water from her eyes.
Is this,
she managed between breaths,
your idea of finishing a sentence?
He wiped a soaked lock of hair from his forehead. I may have miscalculated my footing.
You think?
They sat in the fountain, neither moving for fear of falling backward once more. Water trickled down her nose, dripping from her hair and sleeves, and suddenly Juliana laughed. A helpless, irrepressible laugh. Windsor stared at her, stunned, and then without warning his shoulders shook and he laughed too, deep and warm and utterly undone. Well, he murmured at last, breathless. I cannot imagine the explanation we shall give when we emerge like this.
Oh, that is quite simple,
Juliana replied as she plucked a water lily out of her own hair.
We shall tell them the truth.
He arched a brow.
That we both fell into a fountain while arguing. We shall be ruined.
Not at all, Your Grace. I shall tell everyone that you pushed me, she corrected sweetly.
I did not.
She carefully stood, stepping with care until she was at the edge of the fountain.
All the better, Your Grace. They will believe me entirely.
Windsor spluttered as he scooted on his backside to the edge of the fountain.
Miss Astley!
Juliana stepped out of the fountain, looking down at her ruined dress. She had meant to cause a scandal that evening, but this wasn't the sort she'd desired, and now all the little calling cards would be ruined. At least the ones in her reticule. She had a nearly full box sitting in her desk drawer. Holding her hand out, she offered it to the Duke.
Come along. If I must face humiliation before the entire household, you shall have to suffer with me.
He accepted her hand, climbed out of the fountain, and sighed.
You do realize I shall have to offer for your hand.
And I will have to decline, on principle, Your Grace.
No, Windsor said as he wrung out the bottom of his frock coat.
You must accept, for your reputation.
You mean to force my acceptance?
Juliana turned away from him.
How typical of a duke, or any titled gentleman for that matter.
What do you expect, Miss Astley? We are in a predicament.
Yes, but I have one thing that will convince the entire household in my favour.
And what might that be?
Juliana licked her lips as she slowly made her way across the grass and up the stairs back to the portico. The fabric of her dress uncomfortably clung to her legs as her slippers expelled excess water. She entered the house, and with each step down the hallway she did not have to worry about entering the room alone as Windsor's boots squelched behind her. She paid him no heed, planning her words carefully. As she entered the drawing room, all eyes turned to her as the women gasped. Her mother removed her wrapper and ran to where she stood, throwing it over Juliana's shoulders.
What happened?
Her mother asked, and then her eyes went wide as Windsor entered the drawing room. She looked from Juliana to the Duke, then turned away, reaching for her husband. Juliana took a deep breath, ready for her performance when Windsor stepped forward, taking centre stage. Everyone's gaze turned to the Duke, as did Juliana, to find he had his hand over his heart, and an expression of shock forced upon his very handsome features. His voice shook, yet she knew it was all an act. A fine one indeed.
It was the most frightening experience of my life.
He pointed to Juliana and then amended his statement.
Our lives. A wild bird flew over the orangery and attacked us as we stood near the fountain, and although we fought valiantly, our feet slipped on the stones and we tumbled into the fountain.
Pembroke stepped forward, his brows pulled together in disbelief.
A bird, you say? Upon my honour, it was a wild creature that nearly lifted me from the ground. I feared for Miss Astley's life, yet it merely sent us tumbling into the fountain.
Juliana raised a brow at him as silence fell over the room. She waited, wondering if this story would be enough to keep them from a forced engagement. The large grandfather clock chimed upon the hour, everyone waiting for it to finish before speaking, and then the Duchess of Windsor crossed the room to take hold of her son's very wet arm.
Mr. Astley, I believe you shall expect a visit from my son on the morrow. For now, both of our children must be seen to. We do not want them to catch their deaths.
Chapter 14. A brave man, although foolish. Lucian waited to change out of his wet clothing until Miss Astley was safely deposited in a carriage and on her way home with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. He accepted Pembroke's offer of a change of clothing and was ready for supper and a strong drink when he re-entered the drawing room to find it nearly empty.
Well, I should not have expected you to end the party,
Lucian said as he accepted a glass of brandy.
A bird?
Pembroke asked. Lucian nodded. He wasn't one for falsehoods, but the truth was far more scandalous, and if Miss Astley was insistent on refusing him, he had to protect her reputation even if it was at the cost of his honour.
A large one, wild and possibly in need of a sanatorium. Is it yet perched on the orangery? Must I send for a gamekeeper?
Pembroke raised a brow.
No,
Lucian said, drawing out the word and then taking a sip of his drink. He settled into one of the wing-back chairs near the fire, still chilled from his dip in the fountain.
I ran it off, for fear it would attack everyone in the party.
Pembroke nodded slowly, sceptically, fully unbelieving of the story.
Indeed.
Berkeley re-entered the drawing room, his eyes alight with mirth. Well, Windsor, did you manage to steal that kiss from her while she was swimming with you in the fountain? Lucian's eyes went wide as he looked around the room to ensure they were completely alone.
Silence!
Oh, do not fret. Your mother and Pembroke's family are in the courtyard seeing the rest of the guests off. He placed his hand over his heart once more, unsure as to why it was thumping so wildly. It had been plaguing him since the moment Miss Astley had stepped close enough for him to steal a kiss, yet he'd hesitated. For what reason he did not fully understand. Her lips had looked delicious, ripe for the taking, and yet he'd hesitated.
Windsor, are you unwell?
Pembroke stepped forward, brows pulled together once more, but this time it was concern, not doubt.
You have the pallor of a ghost, and why do you hold your chest?
Lucian waved the question away, yet he couldn't help but place his glass on the table as he went back to holding his chest, as though the pressure would stop the fluttering.
I did not win the wager this night.
Berkeley settled in the chair across from him. It seems you will not win any of the wagers you set. My valet is as unlikely to run away with Pembroke's cook as you are to win a kiss from Miss Astley. How much longer until I can declare victory?
I have enough time yet to win both.
To win what, Lucian? His mother asked, entering the drawing room with his aunt at that very inopportune moment. Lucian waved the question away. Nothing of consequence. He stood and crossed the room.
I have worn out my welcome this night. If you do not wish to leave, I can send the carriage back for you.
She took his arm.
I have already sent for our carriage. I should like to join you.
He escorted his mother back to the courtyard, helped her into the carriage, then moved to step in himself before Pembroke pulled him back.
Windsor, you would tell me if something were wrong.
I am perfectly well. Pembroke narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice.
Your father died in his 28th year.
Lucian patted him on the shoulder.
My father had consumption. I do not.
He leaned closer so only Pembroke could hear.
I am angry with myself, that is all. Do not concern yourself, for this reticence will pass by morning and I shall likely be the cause of a new scandal. If it soothes your regret a bit, Lady Beatrice was incensed over the entire situation and has now turned her attention toward me.
Pembroke groaned. With a laugh, he hopped into the carriage and settled himself beside his mother. That does add a bit of happiness to the evening, at least for me. As the door to the carriage closed, he knocked on the top and tensed his muscles for the initial lurch of motion. The carriage had just exited the drive and turned out onto the street when his mother asked, "A bird, Lucian?" He thought about continuing with the falsehood, but decided against it. There had been enough secrets within his family to last 3 lifetimes. Honesty was the only option. He sighed.
No, Mamma, there was no bird. If you wish to know the truth, I shall tell you all.
Lucian tossed and turned the entirety of the night, dreams of water splashing around him, a very enraged Miss Astley, and the fear of scandal ruining her reputation, keeping him from a peaceful slumber. Instead of fighting his bedsheets, he rose early and spent the morning reviewing the ledger and his monthly expenses. He broke his fast in his study as he studiously reviewed each entry in the ledgers. His goal that morning was simply to regain a semblance of respectability and to ease his mind upon the evening's events. Just when he had successfully gone a full 2 minutes without thinking about Miss Astley, the door to his study opened, admitting Uncle Henry. Uncle Henry stomped into the room, threw his hat and gloves at the butler who was running after him, and then without a word to the butler he slammed the door in his face.
"Tell me the rumors are not true."
"I do not participate in idle gossip.
Therefore, I can neither confirm nor deny any rumours."
Lucian sat back, placing his hands in a steeple under his chin.
"Mayhap you should find the source and confirm with them."
Crossing to the sideboard, his uncle poured a glass of brandy, drank it in one gulp, and turned back to him. Lucian could well imagine steam rising from the heat in Uncle Henry's cheeks.
"You cannot seriously consider offering for the girl."
"Is it not my duty?" Lucian kept his voice calm, refusing to match his uncle's temper.
"You, who have repeatedly reminded me of my duty since I was a child, should know what I must do in this situation." "Indeed,"
Uncle Henry calmed. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking once more. This time his voice was the soft, instructive tone he'd used when Lucian was but a child.
"For the sake of both your reputations, you must offer marriage."
Lucian sat forward, leaning on his desk. "I am glad you have come to your senses, Uncle. Now, would you care for a spot of breakfast?" Ignoring the question, his uncle continued.
"Offering for her hand will keep the rumours at bay, but we need not be in any hurry to see you wed. We will postpone the reading of the banns."
Uncle Henry crossed the room and sat in the chair opposite Lucian's desk.
"After a time, you and Miss Astley will agree that you do not suit. We will tell everyone she threw you over. She will go to the country and spend the rest of the year with her family while you make arrangements with Lady Beatrice. I will arrange a marriage for Miss Astley with a more suitable match. My son Matthew should do for her."
"I should have known you would concoct a ridiculous scheme such as this." Lucian closed his ledgers and stuffed them in the top drawer of his desk.
"Why must you insist on being so stubborn? Why do you refuse to take my advice?"
"I have been meaning to speak with you about your advice."
"Oh?"
His uncle settled in, a little smile playing on his lips.
"What exactly do you wish to discuss?"
Lucian had vowed to remain calm for this discussion, to present the facts without emotion, but now that the moment had arrived, he felt anything but calm. His heart raced, and for a moment he could not feel anything below his chest, yet he was surprised to find his voice steady.
"I have been to my solicitor's office to review the allocation of funds from my accounts. It appears you have taken liberties with my accounts for many years now." I would never," Uncle Henry spluttered. "Yet you have reduced my mother to a state of poverty, not only denying her the full amount of her widow's annuity, but allowing Devon House to fall to ruin by taking the funds and siphoning them off into your own accounts."
Uncle Henry stood, pulled on the bottom of his waistcoat, and crossed to the sideboard once more.
"Slander! If your solicitor told you this, then he is a no-good liar who deserves to be turned out."
"I am glad you agree." Lucian sat back in his chair once more.
"I have moved my financial affairs to another solicitor, one who does not do your bidding, and the remainder of the trust my father left has been added to my mother's accounts to make up for the widow's annuity that has been stolen from her all these years." "Your mother?"
Uncle Henry poured a liberal amount of brandy into his glass and slammed the decanter on the sideboard.
"How dare you!"
"And yet, the accounts are mine." He succeeded in using a flippant tone, the one that always set his uncle in a rage. "I am the Duke, the one with the title, the one who has responsibility over the estates, the entailment, and the funds." His uncle pointed his finger toward Lucian.
"You would be nothing without me, without my guidance."
"In truth, I do not know who I would be if I had been raised by my mother and Uncle Pembroke. We shall never know, because if my source is correct, you created a forgery of my father's will." Taking another deep breath, he asked the question that had plagued his childhood. "What purpose did you have in taking me from my mother? You told me that she did not want me, but it was all a lie."
"She could not have raised you."
His uncle carried his glass of brandy forward, the contents sloshing over the side as he marched back to his chair.
"I am the one who saw to your upbringing. I am the only person who has cared for you, and this is how you treat me."
"Then you do not deny committing the forgery?"
"It seems you already know the answer to that."
He hadn't expected his uncle to admit his wrongdoing so freely,
causing Lucian to pause. His voice faltered as he attempted to control the anger building in his chest. With his voice barely above a whisper, he asked, "Where is my father's will? The one that he wrote and signed?" Uncle Henry took a drink, lifted his chin, and sat back in his chair.
"It is gone. Destroyed by fire. You have no proof it ever existed."
Closing his eyes, Lucian counted to 10 in both English and French, but there was nothing that could calm him in that moment. His jaw tightened, his words driven by a sense of betrayal he had never expected from the man who had raised him. "I suppose you are right, but your admittance is more than enough for me to cut ties with you."
"You ungrateful lout!"
Uncle Henry slammed his fist on the desk, leaning forward with his glass still in hand, brandy sloshing over the sides. "I am sorry you feel that way." Lucian's hand shook as he reached forward and extracted the glass out of his uncle's hands. "I shall thank you to leave Montrose Hall forthwith. You are no longer welcome here." He'd expected more of a fight, but in the end there was only compliance. He watched as his uncle left, unsurprised that his butler was standing outside the study with Uncle Henry's hat and gloves. When the door closed and he was alone once more, Lucian took a moment to calm himself. He had his duty to see to, and his first task that morning would be to speak with Mr. Astley. It took less time than he had expected to ride his horse to Astley House. Given it was still rather early, he had counted on delaying his arrival with flower girls attempting to sell bouquets and young boys trying to convince him to sit for a shoe shine, but the streets had more than enough gentlemen on them this morning, and he was not bothered by any of the urchins selling services. As he passed the parish workhouse, he considered stopping in for a visit but decided against it. Visiting the poorhouse always affected him far more deeply than he cared to admit, even to himself, and it was best he didn't arrive to offer for Miss Astley's hand while in a foul temper. He pushed forward, ignoring the birds singing and the blossoming trees. Spring in London was truly magnificent as the world around him grew new life and displayed its natural beauty. Yet in his heart, he experienced very little of it. He wanted to offer for Miss Astley, more than he'd ever wanted to offer for any other lady, but he'd always expected the lady would desire the same, and he knew Miss Astley did not care for him. Tying his horse to the wrought iron gate, he slowly made his way up the 6 steps, lifted the knocker and tapped 3 times. This knocker was plain gold resting against a blue door. He handed his calling card to the butler, asked for Mr. Astley, and then waited in the vestibule until he was led into the study.
"Your Grace, you are most welcome."
Mr. Astley pointed to the settee and wing-back chairs in the centre of the room. Lucian accepted the nearest chair and settled in for what was certain to be an interesting conversation.
"Mr. Astley, allow me to apologize for the—"
Mr. Astley chuckled, his shoulders shaking as he attempted to calm himself but failed. When he had finally sobered, he met Lucian's confused gaze.
"Your Grace, it will not be long before you realize my daughters have a penchant for trouble. Falling into a fountain is the least of my concerns, although I do thank you for doing right by my Juliana. I suppose scandal was inevitable."
Lucian thought back to his first encounter with Miss Astley, the ballroom where the candles had blown out and she'd fallen into him, holding tightly to his cravat with her hand against his chest. Yes, she did have a knack for getting into ridiculous situations, but he was not discouraged by it. Indeed, he thought it rather endearing.
"Well, then I should like to offer for her hand." "I will accept, most heartily."
Mr. Astley clapped his hands and then sat forward to shake Lucian's.
"A gentleman's agreement."
"Certainly," Lucian said. He shook Mr. Astley's hand and sat back once more.
"I should think a special license would be in order, given the speed at which news has travelled regarding the incident."
Mr. Astley shook his head.
"Juliana needs time to come to terms with the arrangement. She will not be happy with the 2 of us planning her future."
Lucian couldn't help but smile, knowing her chocolate eyes would flare to life and the little gold specks in them would dance, almost like a flame. His heart quickened at the thought. Then shall I post the banns? A far better option. It will also allow me to send for her elder sister, Mrs. Northcote. She will want to be here for the wedding. Very good. Lucian stood and looked around, hoping if he delayed long enough, Miss Astley, Juliana, would enter the study. But talking about insignificant things was something he did with Pembroke and Berkeley, not other gentlemen. He looked to Mr. Astley. Might I request a private word with Miss Astley? Mr. Astley patted him on the shoulder. A brave man, although foolish. He chuckled again and then shook his head. She has taken herself to the poorhouse to help the children with their reading. Does she assist the children often? Every week. He tilted his head to the side and narrowed his gaze. I do hope you will not attempt to put an end to her charitable endeavours. She will fight you on it. Not at all, Lucian said as he pulled at his lapels. In truth, I find it an alluring quality, and shall look forward to joining her each week. Indeed. Well then, Mr. Astley said as he led Lucian toward the door. I think this marriage will be suitable to all involved. Thank you, sir. Lucian took his leave, nearly running to his horse as he swung up in the saddle. He tossed his hat on his head and gave himself just enough time to slip his riding gloves on before setting his horse to a trot. He needed to reach the poorhouse before Miss Astley departed. By the time the small brown brick building came into view, Lucian's heart was pounding. Not from the ride, but a wholly different agitation that left him reeling much as it had the night before. What was this power Miss Astley held over him? He entered the front door, placing his hat on the hook and tucking his gloves into his pockets. The corridor was silent of children, much different than when he usually arrived, but he didn't mind. The only sound echoing through the hallway was that of a pounding hammer. The men he'd hired to replace the roof had started the work that morning. He would check on it another time, as his one concern was that Miss Astley would have already left, having taken a different path home than the one he had travelled. Stepping up to the door of the matron's office, he knocked once, waited, and when there was no answer, he decided to continue through the building to the schoolroom. Her father had told him she assisted the children with reading, which meant if they weren't in the courtyard battling chickens, then the schoolroom would be his best option for finding her. As he neared the end of the corridor, he heard a low murmur of voices. Stepping up to the open door, he stopped in the threshold, taking in the scene before him. His eyes first caught Miss Rose and a group of children sitting near her. In the corner was the matron, busy with her own tasks as she oversaw the lessons that day. Unsatisfied with what he was seeing, his eyes roamed the room, searching until he found Miss Astley. She sat with her legs folded to the side on a woven rug beside 3 children who were seated cross-legged on the floor. A battered primer lay open across her lap. Light from the tall, narrow windows fell across her in a soft wash, illuminating her dark curls, warmed cheeks, and the smile she offered each hesitant reader. How he wished she would smile at him in such a pleasing manner. She pointed to the words gently, encouraging rather than correcting, her voice low and warm. "Very good, Mary," she said softly. "Now try it all together." The cat sat. Mary screwed her face into determined concentration. "Sat upon the mat." Juliana beamed at her as though the child had recited Shakespeare. The expression struck Lucian with surprising force. He had rarely seen her smile, and it was lovely. He could have stayed in that moment forever, watching as she read with the children, but his shadow gave him away. The moment Jane saw him, she jumped up from her spot on the carpet and ran toward the door. "Lucian!" Chapter 15. Tea at Montrose Hall. Juliana glanced up,
following little Jane as she ran across the small room and threw herself into the Duke of Windsor's outstretched arms. He lifted her and tossed her in the air as she giggled. "Your Grace," Juliana said, scrambling from the floor. "Forgive me, I did not hear you enter." He smiled, playfully tugged on Jane's curls, and placed her on the floor once more.
"I do not wish to disturb the lesson."
Juliana's cheeks warmed. She could have screamed for all the good it would do, as her every nerve reacted quite positively to his very presence. This man had no right making her blush like a little girl. She bent down and closed the primer. "We were nearly finished. The children have been very diligent today." "I could see that," he replied, his gaze following her every movement. She attempted to ignore him, but her hands shook as she finished gathering the books to place them on the shelves. Brushing a stubborn curl behind her ear, she exchanged an annoyed glance with Rose, who only smiled back. She turned to face the Duke once more. "I am certain you have more important things to do, like checking the progress of the repairs."
"On the contrary, Miss Astley." He stepped into the room, meeting the curious gaze of each of the children. "My sole reason for visiting today is to beg a moment of your time."
Juliana sighed. After their previous encounter, she knew he would do the right thing and offer for her hand, but it didn't mean she had to accept. If he wanted a positive response to his offer, he may as well go to Astley House and speak with her father. "I am far too busy, Your Grace. Perhaps you should continue to Astley House."
"I have already been there."
Stunned, she fumbled the books she'd been placing on the shelf, 3 of them falling to the floor. The Duke crossed the room, picking them up for her before she could bend down to gather them. She stepped backward, allowing Windsor to place the books on the shelf as she gathered her composure. It didn't take an imagination for her to know that her father had already given his blessing on a marriage, and yet a small sliver of hope still niggled around inside that he had taken her dire warnings on the carriage ride home the previous night to heart. She absolutely refused to accept that a marriage was necessary after falling into a fountain. It wasn't as though she'd enjoyed the splash, the ruin of her new evening frock, or the Duke's smug excuses. When she realized she had not replied, Juliana lifted her gaze. He was watching her expectantly, waiting for any sign she had heard him. "What commendable initiative you have, Your Grace."
"I do try to be attentive to matters of great importance."
"And yet," she sighed as she stepped forward once more, placing the rest of the books on the shelf. "You still thought it appropriate to seek me out? Have we not caused enough gossip for one season?"
"No one will be the wiser to a little conversation between us."
"I fear you may underestimate this section of London. Mayfair is not so far from the bustle of society. At any moment the matrons at Almack's may cross my path, and I shall be banned from the Assembly Hall as surely as you have been."
"It would do little good for them to ban you from Almack's."
"Yet it is a concern. I have sisters to consider, 2 who have yet to enter society. What of their reputations?"
"All the more reason for you and me to discuss the little mishap last night."
"I do not know." She turned around, seeking a possible excuse, but her mind had gone blank.
"Then shall we let the children decide?"
Knowing she had a good standing with the children, she instantly agreed. They would not argue against her. "Very well. Do your best at convincing them." Windsor turned around to face the children, who were waiting in eager anticipation for whatever delight they thought he had brought that day.
"Children, perhaps you may help Miss Astley and me with a little disagreement. Raise your hand if you think Miss Astley should allow me to escort her home."
Juliana's fond feelings of each of the children waned just a little as all hands instantly lifted in the air. But she was not ready to give in so easily. "Children, do you not think it more appropriate for the Duke to mind his manners and see to the chicken coop?" She stepped forward, encouraging them by raising her own hand. "Raise your hand if you agree with me." When none of the children agreed with her, she put one hand on her hip and glared at Windsor. "Traitors! Every last one of them!" Jane ran forward and wrapped her arms around Juliana's leg.
Will you come back and read with us again?
Juliana knew she'd lost the argument. She looked to Rose, expecting her sister to take her side, yet she had their baskets in hand already, having set the fairy cakes out on plates for the children. Rose smiled at her.
I shall follow at a respectable distance.
With all her excuses deflated, Juliana finally nodded.
Very well. You may speak as we walk.
It took less time than usual for them to leave the poorhouse, the matron taking extra care to usher her and Windsor out the doors, with Rose following behind. Windsor held the reins of his horse as they slowly walked back toward Astley House.
I suppose my father approved of your request for my hand?
Juliana kept her eyes forward. It was not a question. Her father, when faced with a duke, a powerful title, and the glimmering prospect of respectability for the whole family, would tie a bow around her neck like a little puppy and make the delivery himself.
He did, Windsor replied, peering sidelong at her. My only concern is your wishes upon the matter.
Juliana snorted, an unladylike sound causing her instant regret.
Since when have you cared about my wishes? I care very deeply.
She rolled her eyes.
I think the whole notion of a match between us to be ridiculous.
Ridiculous? His voice cracked astonishingly.
You find marrying me ridiculous?
Completely, she said, chin lifted. Absurd. Outlandish. Entirely.
I believe I understand your meaning, he muttered.
Preposterous. He gave her a dark glare.
Yes, thank you. I caught the sentiment.
Rose coughed behind them. Juliana slightly turned toward her to see she was hiding a smile behind a handkerchief pressed to her mouth. Well, at least her family thought this entire affair amusing. She, on the other hand, was not so easily swayed. Juliana continued, hands clasped primly behind her back. We cannot go 5 minutes without arguing, 3 minutes without you flashing a ridiculous grin in my direction, and I believe our record for time spent together without accidental physical calamity is currently, 11 seconds?
That is an exaggeration, he said indignantly.
Juliana stopped walking and turned to face him. Why are you doing this?
Doing what?
She shook her head, unwilling to meet his piercing gaze. I am not of your elated station, Your Grace. I thought it was imperative that you marry for an alliance with someone of far greater importance.
You are a gentleman's daughter. What about that makes you an inappropriate choice?
Must you ask? She took a step forward, and he followed his long stride, making up the distance before she could get away. After several quiet steps, he glanced at her again, but this time it was more timidly than she would have imagined a duke capable of.
Still, he said carefully, despite our unusual circumstances, I find myself quite
fond of me, she teased. He nearly tripped over his own boots.
No, I mean, well, not no, but Miss Astley, if you will allow me.
See, she said lightly, we cannot even have a serious conversation without chaos. Windsor pressed his lips together.
Then allow me to attempt seriousness once more.
Juliana folded her hands primly in front of her.
Very well, proceed.
He cleared his throat.
Despite the blown-out candles, chickens, water features, and, blast it, scandal, I find you quite...
She waited, delighted at how he was tripping over his words. It was quite possibly the most flustered she had ever seen the Duke, and she liked seeing him this way. A little less sure of himself and charming in a way he'd never displayed.
Formidable, he finished at last.
Juliana blinked. Formidable?
Yes.
His chin firmed as he confirmed what he had said.
Exceptionally so.
That is the most unromantic compliment I have ever received. She looked to him, back to her sister, and then to him once more. Surely you cannot mean formidable.
It was not intended to be romantic, he insisted.
Then you succeeded splendidly.
He sighed, looking heavenward as though asking the Almighty for patience.
Miss Astley, if you would simply allow me to show you who I am, learn more about me and not my title, then perhaps a match between us might not seem so off-kilter as you would choose to be with me.
Then you mean to say I have a choice in this matter? If I refuse your offer, you will walk away. Windsor looked down at his hands.
I am afraid not. We must marry after the fountain incident. She laughed, but only because it was absurd.
I must marry, Your Grace? No one will fault you for begging off.
Perhaps not, he said, straightening his shoulders. But I am a gentleman and would never leave a woman to defend her honour after a scandal.
She could not help but wonder what he might say if she confronted him about the wager he had placed in the betting books. Yet admitting she knew of it would require confessing how she had come by that knowledge. That information she planned never to reveal. Ladies of proper breeding did not eavesdrop, and even though she claimed not to care for his opinion, she did not want him to think poorly of her. I suppose you consider yourself a man without fault?
Hardly. I possess a number of faults and indiscretions, which you will discover in due course. For the present, however, might you consider doing me the honour of becoming my affianced wife by choice instead of force, and rather than disputing every word I utter, smile upon me occasionally and refrain, if only a little, from vexing me at every turn? She clenched her jaw and raised a brow. What exactly do you expect of me, as your affianced wife? We shall attend all societal functions together. She held up a finger.
But you are not welcome at Almack's, and how can I ask my sister to skip out on the invitation?
I shall take care of my banishment from Almack's. Do not concern yourself over that.
Indeed. She turned back to the walking path, keeping her focus steady. What else do you expect?
Allow me the opportunity to show you who I am.
I have heard enough of your antics, Your Grace.
Your sources, please?
One need only watch you and your friends as you charm every female of the ton, breaking hearts each evening.
If you are speaking of Lady Beatrice Collings, then I have not done anything to encourage her.
Yet she has needed no encouragement. He tilted his head to the side, impatient and ready for an alliance.
Miss Astley, have we a deal? Will you attempt to know more about me before our nuptials?
On one condition, Juliana said, turning to him as they arrived at her home. She stood at the entrance of the wrought iron gate, looking up at him. If, in the end, I do not wish to marry you, will you agree to release me from the engagement? His hand visibly tensed as he gripped the reins more tightly.
Only if you are able to beg off for a good reason. One that will clearly show the ton that you had no other choice and therefore will not harm your reputation.
Juliana smiled more brightly than she had ever done in her life. The little calling cards in her desk drawer would be her ticket out of this little arrangement, and so she stretched forth her hand to shake his in agreement. I accept your terms, Your Grace.
Lucian, he said.
He didn't stretch forth his hand to take hers. He stood staring at her, daring her to refuse the use of his Christian name. But she was not one to cower. Juliana. With that, the Duke of Windsor took her hand, but instead of shaking it, he lifted it to his lips and placed a gentle kiss on her knuckles. The warmth of his kiss stayed on her hand long after he had left Astley House. As she lay in bed, resting from her morning activities, she wondered at Lucian's insistence on the engagement. Surely he did not want to connect himself to her. She had no enviable connections, nothing to entice him toward marriage other than her dowry, but even then it didn't seem possible. The Duke was wealthy. He didn't need her money. And then she realized exactly what it was. He needed to win the wager, and having her as his affianced wife would make it easier to steal a kiss. Juliana slammed her fists against her coverlet. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction.
The fountain incident, the Duke's unexpected proposal, and her father's swift acceptance of it all weighed heavily upon Juliana's mind. Yet despite the burden of those events, nothing thrilled her more than the invitation she held in her hand. Afternoon tea at Montrose Hall with the Duchess of Windsor. She had exchanged only a few polite words with the Duchess at Almack's and seen her at evening affairs, always in the Duke's company, but she had not yet been granted the chance for a proper conversation. The prospect of sitting down with her filled Juliana with an eager, fluttering excitement. Juliana, Rose, and her mother arrived precisely on the hour. They were shown into a lovely morning room, a shade of green that reminded her of the Duke's emerald eyes, with 4 large windows on the south wall and a grand pianoforte in the corner. Entering the room, she curtsied to the Duchess and accepted a seat next to the woman on the settee, as her sister and mother sat across from them on another. Juliana had never expected to be invited for tea with a Duchess, never expected to be engaged to a Duke. Her voice quivered. "Your Grace, I cannot thank you enough for the invitation to join you today." "The pleasure is entirely mine, Miss Astley." The Duchess took hold of Juliana's hands, assessing her as though she were able to see more than just her outward appearance. Although Juliana had dressed with care, she was certain the Duchess would see the insecurity of having found herself in a life-altering situation, one she was unlikely to escape without a blight upon her character due to society's strict expectations. "I wish to apologize for the incident last evening." Juliana's neck heated as she imagined how bedraggled and wet she'd looked after falling into the fountain. "His Grace was most kind to make apologies for both of us." "Lucian explained everything to me." The Duchess smiled, no anger or malice in her expression. Instead, she appeared simply delighted. It was a far cry from how her parents had reacted, although with the offer of marriage, their ruffled feathers had quickly abated. The Duchess patted Juliana's hand. "I had a feeling he would have to resort to scandal to win your hand." "Pardon me?" Juliana sucked in a breath, her head spinning. "You must be jesting," her mother said, giving Juliana a little time to recover. "His Grace was likely as stunned as Juliana over the bird." "The bird?" The Duchess looked from her back to her mother and then back to Juliana once more. "Oh, yes. I forgot it was a bird that caused the entire incident." Juliana bit her lips together, avoiding her mother's questioning gaze. Her mother continued speaking, her tone a little less convinced than before. "Well, we are most pleased as to how it has all turned out. I begged Juliana more than once to be kind to the Duke. How thankful Mr. Astley and I are that your son did not give up on our dear Juliana." The Duchess laughed as she leaned forward to pour the tea. The table was arranged beautifully, the china painted with a spray of blue cornflowers, delicate cucumber sandwiches, and a tower of lemon cakes. The presentation was perfection, and would have remained as such, except that when she handed the first cup over, Juliana's hands were so jittery with guilt at having continued the falsehood of the bird with her own mother, that the cup tipped and tea splattered down the side of her dress to the white and green Persian rug. Juliana tried to catch the cup before it hit the ground, but she only managed to push it into the table, shattering the delicate cup. Juliana clapped a hand over her mouth, mortified, ready to die in that exact spot on the settee, as a slow yet steady clap sounded behind her. "Very well done, Miss Astley," Lucian teased. "I have always disliked the cornflower serving set. I think we should do away with it completely." She sat up, slowly turning to meet his delighted, cheeky smile as he leaned with ease in the doorframe. "Your Grace." She stood, fumbled with a curtsy, and instead of allowing her nerves to send her toppling forward, she sat once more. "I did not realize you would be here." Juliana quickly calmed her hurried breathing as she remembered there was no reason to be nervous around Lucian. He was the same man who had made the wager to kiss her, the same man who vexed her every thought, yet she had to admit something had changed inside her since they'd spoken that morning, and she couldn't quite put a finger on it. As he pushed away from the doorframe, entering the morning room with a smile and charming swagger,
she found her heart beating far more rapidly than it had when she'd broken the cup. He turned and pointed toward the door.
Pembroke wanted to greet my mother, and, well, it seemed a perfectly good excuse to see you.
The Duke of Pembroke stepped up beside Lucian. He smirked as he entered the room and bowed to the women. Juliana clenched her jaw, uncertain if he was sincere or being an abominable tease. "I cannot imagine why you would risk stepping into a lady's tea merely to watch me destroy a serving set."
"On the contrary, Miss Astley," Pembroke said as he approached. "Windsor's only goal this afternoon was to ensure you have not run away to the countryside to avoid your impending nuptials."
Pembroke took up the chair next to the Duchess, making himself comfortable.
"Might I have a cup, Aunt?"
She leaned forward and patted his cheek.
"Indeed, my dear boy, as long as you agreed to keep my son out of trouble."
Pembroke gave an impassioned sigh.
"It is a struggle. Birds appear out of nowhere with Windsor. I shall have to find a groundskeeper to clear them all off my property before he visits next."
Juliana looked down at her hands, her cheeks heating. No one except her mother and father believed the story of the bird attacking her in Windsor. Yet she was thankful her mother hadn't asked questions. It would have been terribly embarrassing to admit she'd been arguing with the Duke again. Even thinking about it made her blood boil. And suddenly her heart was no longer causing her distress. There was no more nervousness. Her hands weren't shaking any longer. As long as she remembered her purpose in vexing Lucian, in winning against his little wager, she wouldn't have to flutter about like a girl in love. She watched Lucian as he crossed the room and pulled the bell cord. Once he released it, he came back to the center of the room where the women sat with Pembroke. But instead of sitting and joining the conversation, Lucian knelt next to her, carefully picking up the shattered remnants of the cup she'd broken. Quickly bending down, she meant to assist, but he gently brushed her hand away. By the time the maid arrived, Lucian had stacked the pieces up on the corner of the table, making the clean-up a bit easier for the servant. Juliana ignored the conversation around her, opting for the observation of this man everyone considered her intended. Who was Lucian Montrose? And then his words of that morning came back to her. She didn't truly know him. She knew the man society knew, the Duke and his title. "What do you think, Miss Astley?" The Duchess's question pulled her out of her thoughts. "I apologize, Your Grace. What did you ask?" The Duchess smiled at her as though she had already known the question hadn't been heard. "I wanted to know if you would like to be married here in London or at Lucian's country estate in Berkshire." "Oh," Juliana allowed a smile to rest on her face while she considered the question. She had never considered the place she would be wed before that moment. "May I ask where you and the previous Duke were married?" Juliana caught the faintest movement from the corner of her eye as Lucian settled into the chair beside the settee where she sat. He did so with deliberate ease, as though he belonged there. Strangely, she accepted it as though the space next to her had always been his. She did not look at him, but she felt his presence all the same, warm and quietly attentive. When the Duchess answered the question moments later, Juliana realized it was not meant for the room at large. The reply was directed at Lucian alone, thoughtful and laden with meaning. It was an answer offered not merely as conversation, but as something he may not already know. "Lucian's father and I were married in a stone church near the estate in Berkshire. It was so long ago, and yet—" Her words trailed off as she turned back to Juliana. "Do not make your decision based on where I was wed. This is to be your day." She took the Duchess's hands. "If it is not too much trouble, I think the stone church would be the perfect place." Even as she said the words, she inwardly chided herself for entertaining the idea. She had no intention of marrying Lucian. At least that was what she thought. But it seemed since the previous evening she had to constantly remind herself of that fact, which was rather vexing. Chapter 16. The London rain is half-hearted. Lucian stood next to his mother, waving as the Astley carriage rolled out of the courtyard, taking Juliana away from him. Pembroke clapped him on the shoulder, kissed the Duchess on the cheek, and then took his leave as well. When it was just him and his mother once more, he escorted her back into the house. There was far too much Lucian didn't know about his mother and his father, including the place they had been wed, until Juliana had asked the question. Devon House needed repairs, and after touring the home and making a list of everything that needed to be done, he refused to allow his mother to reside in the home until it was renovated. Therefore, she now lived with him at Montrose Hall, which had quickly become one of the grandest decisions he'd ever made. They slowly walked back into the house, but Lucian didn't leave for his study. Instead, he followed his mother back to the morning room. He wanted to know about her childhood, her parents, and everything she knew about his father. A relationship with his mother was a blessing far more wonderful than he ever could have expected, and he did not plan to squander the time he had with her. As his mother collected her sewing, he sat on the settee with ease.
You previously told me your father settled in India. Is that where you spent your youth?
She smiled, and without reserve she took a seat next to him.
Until I had come of age. When I turned 18, my father arranged for both my sister and me to live with our aunt and uncle here in London. As you already know, my sister married quickly. The Duke of Pembroke was a good man, and once they were married, I lived with them for a time. He became my guardian.
Did your father have expectations for your marriage?
Once my sister married a duke, he had what he wanted. An old title in the family. His grandchildren would be titled, and that made him happy. My sister's marriage gave me the freedom to marry as I pleased, which I did.
Lucian smiled, content in the knowledge his parents' marriage had been true on both sides.
What was your childhood like in India?
She refreshed their cups with tea and then took a sip as a soft expression crossed her face, piercing through the wrinkles near her eyes. For a moment, he could see the beautiful young woman his father had taken as a wife in the stone church.
Ah, India.
She exhaled as if releasing a lifetime's worth of memories.
It was like living inside a jewel box, and also inside an oven, both at once.
Lucian leaned forward.
What do you remember most?
The colours,
she said without hesitation.
You cannot imagine it, my dear. England is all greens and greys. India is gold and crimson and indigo. Even the sky looks brighter. And the markets, oh, the markets! I once convinced my ayah to buy me a string of glass bangles. I thought of myself a princess.
I cannot picture you as anything less,
he said warmly.
She snorted. Do not flatter me. As a child I was filthy most days. My ayah would chase after me with a cloth, declaring I would shame the household if my father returned to find me looking like a little jungle creature.
Lucian chuckled.
Did you truly?
Absolutely, she said. I climbed mango trees. I rode an elephant once. Terrified the poor mahout nearly to death along with myself. And oh, the monsoons!
Her eyes grew distant.
The entire sky would turn the colour of ink. Then the rain would pour like nothing you would ever see here in England. My ayah told me the gods were washing the world clean.
Lucian had never heard her voice so soft.
You liked it there?
I loved it, she corrected gently, though I was too young to understand the complexities. My father's business associates spoke in whispers, and sealed letters arrived with alarming frequency. But for a child, it was magic. Heat and spice and stories. And then...
She paused, her lips tightening as tears gathered in her eyes.
Then I was put on a ship and sent to England. I had my sister with me for comfort, but even so, I was sad to leave my parents behind. Terrified that I would never see them again. My mother clung to me. My ayah wept harder than I did, and my father stood resolute, convinced my sister and I would only find titled husbands if we were in England. He was right. Yet it still pains me to think of my mother alone in India. I never saw her again.
He reached out, covering her hand.
I am sorry to hear it. You have suffered so much loneliness. It pains my heart knowing you have been alone for so many years when it was not necessary.
I am no longer alone, son,
she said, tears slowly dripping down her cheeks.
After I came to England, I thought perhaps it was better to leave India in the past. But in truth, I think some part of me has always missed it. And as for you, I have prayed since the day you were lost to me that you would find your way back.
Lucian hesitated, then said quietly,
I should have approached you sooner. That is a regret I shall carry the rest of my life.
Do not carry that burden. You have rectified the situation, and it is more than I could have hoped.
What was your first impression of England?
She laughed, wiping at her tears.
It was raining when we arrived. It was then that I determined that the London rain is half-hearted.
And you missed the smell of mangoes,
a gruff voice interrupted. Lucian closed his eyes, frustrated that the conversation had been interrupted, especially by his uncle. The butler ran in.
Your Grace, I apologize most.
Lucian held up a hand to stop the explanations. He knew his uncle well enough to know that he'd pushed his way into the house. He nodded once to the butler and then waited for him to leave before addressing the man before him.
Uncle,
Lucian said. He stayed seated, not inviting Uncle Henry into the room. After their last conversation, he had expected a reprisal, but not so soon. Instead of accepting the slight, his uncle stepped forward, taking a seat on one of the wing-back chairs.
We need to finish our conversation, Lucian.
Lucian crossed one leg over the other.
There is nothing more to say. Too many years together not to make amends. Perhaps over time. But this is not the moment.
Lucian took a sip of tea as he gathered his thoughts. Each time he thought about the vast amount of money his uncle had stolen from his estate, from his mother, he wanted some sort of retribution. But there would be none. His uncle obviously thought himself entitled to the funds. Elsewise, there would have been no reason to take them.
I raised you, Lucian. Everything you do is my concern.
And what of the state of Devon House? My mother's widow's annuity? Lucian looked to his mother and then back to Uncle Henry.
My father's last wishes for me?
What of it?
Uncle Henry demanded.
The past is over. We should look to the future. Your future as the Duke.
I have that well in hand. The title is secure, and now with Mr. Astley's blessing on the match, it will not be long before I am wed.
I came here to inform you of all I have done this day to right the errors of your childish behavior,
Uncle Henry said, a pleading smile piercing his harsh features.
I have arranged everything with Lady Beatrice Collings and her father. They will leave for your estate in Berkshire by the end of the week, awaiting the moment you and Miss Astley end the arrangement.
You have overstepped, as usual.
Lucian stood and tugged on the bottom of his waistcoat, straightening it before crossing to stand near the fireplace. He leaned on the mantel.
Do send my apologies to the Duke of Montague and his daughter.
You will need to let them know the misunderstanding was on your part and they are not invited to the wedding.
Turning away from him, Uncle Henry looked to the Duchess.
Do you approve of this match to Miss Astley?
She is a sweet girl. The perfect match to keep Lucian happy.
Uncle Henry swore under his breath, his hands clenching at his sides as though he were restraining himself.
Tell him the truth, Cordelia.
Lucian frowned, his gaze moving from his mother to his uncle.
What truth?
He asked carefully.
What more could possibly have been withheld from me?
Uncle Henry hesitated. It was only a fraction of a second, but that was enough. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, stripped of its sharpest edge as though he were ready to divulge a secret he had held for too many years.
The truth of your parents' marriage.
He glanced at the Duchess, something like regret flickering across his expression.
I heard you telling Lucian how my brother loved you, and he did. I never doubted that.
His mouth tightened.
But love does not silence society, and it does not shield a woman, no matter her title, from the judgment and gossip."
He turned to Lucian, not allowing time for anyone else to speak or even react to what was said.
"Your mother withdrew from the world not because her annuity was reduced, nor because grief demanded solitude. She withdrew because the beau monde never truly accepted her. Not as your father's duchess, and not as your mother."
Lucian's brow furrowed.
"What do I care for society?"
He shrugged and looked to his mother, his tone gentler.
"If that is another way you suffered, then I am more sorry than I can say."
Uncle Henry exhaled slowly as though bracing himself.
"You say that because society welcomed you. They welcomed you as Duke just as readily as they welcomed your father."
His voice roughened.
"They were not so generous to her. The daughter of a nabob, a duchess who preferred orange and bright yellow frocks to the more genteel colours gracing the ton."
Lucian stiffened. He couldn't imagine his mother wearing anything but mourning black, as that was all he'd seen her in. But then his mind went back to the painting of his parents, and he couldn't help but remember the orange frock his mother had worn. It had complemented her features in a way the black taffeta failed, and in that moment he hoped one day she would shed her mourning clothing.
"And what has this to do with me? With my choice of Miss Astley?" "It was a source of strain in their marriage,"
Uncle Henry said, less smug now, more weary.
"Your father spoke to me about it quite often. He loved your mother, but he was not blind to the cost of his marriage. He worried. He feared he had brought her into a world that would never forgive her for not belonging to it, and he feared his children would suffer for the lack of connections."
The Duchess gasped softly, pressing a hand to her chest. "Henry!"
"I am not saying he did not love you,"
Henry said quickly, turning to her.
"I am saying he suffered knowing what that love demanded of you, knowing he would not be here to protect you from side glances and scorn. And it is my humble opinion that this strain hurried his death."
Lucian crossed the room and placed a steadying hand on his mother's shoulder. His jaw tightened as he faced his uncle.
"You choose your words poorly."
Uncle Henry nodded once, accepting the rebuke.
"Perhaps, but I speak because I have seen what silence does. I forged your father's will, taking you into my care, because I could not allow you to suffer the same fate in society. Your position demands respect. I was the only relation who could give that to you. My uncle Pembroke was a duke. His children have not suffered from marrying my mother's sister. Perhaps not, but there was no way of knowing what the future would hold, and I will not watch you walk blindly into the same mistakes your father made without warning you."
Lucian narrowed his gaze.
"My father made no mistake in loving my mother."
Uncle Henry met his gaze, voice low but earnest.
"Please, Lucian, choose the easier path. Take a traditional choice in wife. The daughter of another duke will complement your title. She will offer connections Miss Astley cannot imagine. Lady Beatrice Collins has been trained to be a duchess. You will not suffer as your father did, provided you make the right choice."
For a long moment, no one spoke. Lucian finally said evenly,
"You wished to protect me. I cannot fault you for that, but you do not get to rewrite my parents' love to do so. Nor do you get to make my decision for me. The Astley family is well respected. Your concerns are invalid."
Uncle Henry inclined his head.
"I can see you truly are finished with me, finished with accepting my guidance."
"Indeed." He crossed the room, held the door open, and then watched as his uncle left Montrose Hall. Although in that moment, he accepted that his uncle genuinely cared for him, but also had to remember that Uncle Henry had stolen money and had deprived him of the relationship he should have had with his mother. Even with that knowledge, it still caused him a moment's pause as he sent his uncle away for what he knew would be the last time. He was truly the only father Lucian had ever known. As he sat down once more, his mother took hold of his hand. "It is perfectly acceptable to regret your decision. If you wish to make amends with Henry—" He nodded,
choking on the words he needed to say. His voice shook as he held back the tears. I have made my decision. It is for the best. With that, he waited for his nerves to calm, his composure to return to normal, before asking another question about his mother's childhood in India.
Chapter 17. A deliciously brazen madcap. Juliana pulled a handful of calling cards out of her reticule, hiding them in her sleeves for easy access. Handing a few to Rose, she helped her sister tuck them in the folds of her dress beneath the sash, armed and ready to hide them throughout the night. They stood before each other, checking to ensure no evidence protruded. Then they made their way down to the entryway to wait for their parents.
Should we start as soon as we arrive at the card party?
Rose asked, her face alight with mirth. Wait until I issue the signal, Juliana said. One scandalous night at Almack's had been exciting, but hardly enough to give the Duke his just dues, especially now that she needed to create a scandal worthy of begging off the marriage. I want to ensure we do not reveal our hand in the scandal. Lucian was the sort of man who knew he was handsome and saw no earthly reason to hide the fact. It was a charming characteristic for a man to be self-assured, and it bothered Juliana to no end that she could not continue to despise him for that one little flaw, not when he had begged her to learn more about him, discover who he was beneath the luscious locks and emerald eyes. Rose touched the folds of her dress where the cards were hidden.
Is there nothing you like about the Duke?
Juliana nearly answered with haste, but she had to admit he had some very likable characteristics. Perhaps a few things.
How generous of you to notice,
Rose said with a laugh.
Can you not see he is attempting to impress you?
Of course I can. Juliana touched her sleeve, checking it in the looking-glass. But it is the things he does without trying to impress me that leave a lasting memory.
Like what?
Oh, Juliana patted her sleeve, delaying in her answer, not wanting to think about his likable traits. Not right before another attempt to ruin his reputation. When Rose wouldn't allow her to ignore the question, she whispered, The way he is with the children at the parish workhouse. He is like an elder brother to them.
Quite dashing,
Rose said with a little laugh.
Jane thinks the world of him.
Juliana nodded. Why can he not choose a different poorhouse to frequent?
I am glad he didn't.
Rose adjusted her sash, causing one of the cards to peek out. Juliana quickly helped her tuck it in once more. Why not?
Because he has done so much for those children. A new roof, repairs to the building, not to mention the shoes, clothing, food.
Juliana had to agree he had done more for them than anyone else she knew. Very well. He is a man who is worthy of notice. Who is? Her mother asked as she entered the hall.
The Duke of Windsor,
Rose answered without guile. Her mother smiled, walked directly to Juliana and placed a kiss on her forehead.
Your father and I are speechless with pride, my dear.
Juliana squirmed under the praise. They would be livid with her once she broke off the engagement. That was if she successfully did so without ruining the entire family. If she managed to bring ruin upon them all, they may very well disown her. The carriage ride across town was filled with conversation between their parents, plans for the first of the banns to be read, and news that they had already sent for Myra and Daniel and received a date that they would arrive from Bardsea. When her father mentioned that he had sent them the happy news, Juliana's heart dropped into her stomach. She hadn't thought about her elder sister travelling across the country to attend her wedding. What a disappointment it would be when she arrived to find there would not be a wedding. Her parents quickly moved on from the upcoming wedding, speaking of the latest scandals, neither of them including the calling card, which told Juliana she was taking the right course of action to continue placing them. Her little revenge could not be so easily forgotten, not when Lucian was likely planning to steal a kiss to win his little wager. He had only a week left to do so before he lost to his friends. She would be ready for him. Ready to slap the smirk off his face and set him straight when he made the attempt. Mamma, are you not worried about the scandal with the Duke of Windsor's calling card? Juliana asked. She had to set the stage, convince her mother that she couldn't marry Lucian. Her mother considered the question. It took only a moment for her to respond, which was far too quickly for the serious nature of the little cards. It is obvious the person behind the cards has a vendetta against the poor Duke. As his affianced wife, you must stand by him and do what you can to stop the rumours. Juliana pursed her lips. If he wasn't a duke, her mother would not be so accommodating to scandal.
Terribly embarrassing for him, her father said. Although he has assured me that he has no hand in this little scandal.
Yes, but are you certain he is not making sport of the ton? Playing all of us for my dowry? Juliana asked. It was a low accusation, especially since the Duke was not destitute, but a fair question when one had a dowry as generous as hers. What do you mean? Scandalized, her mother looked from her to Rose and then to her husband. You cannot think Windsor would be so careless with his reputation, not when he has asked for your hand in marriage. Rose took hold of Juliana's hand. What makes you believe he is sincere in his request? The only reason he asked for Juliana's hand was because of the bird that caused them to fall into the fountain.
The Duke needed no such encouragement, Rose. He made his intentions clear long before the fountain incident, their father said with a wink in Juliana's direction. I should like you to be a bit more open regarding the Duke. He is a good fellow, and your future husband. Surely you do not wish to marry a man you are so adamantly set against? Of course not, Papa. Although should not my feelings be considered in this matter? Her parents knew very little about the Duke. They wanted him in the family for his title, which was as distasteful to her as the thought of Lucian stealing a kiss. Did her father know that Lucian spent his days at White's placing frivolous bets? Did he know that he engaged in wagers to steal kisses from innocent women? And how many women were on his list to kiss? Your sister Myra was not happy about her marriage, yet she is now content and in love with her husband. I have no doubt you will have a change of heart. Her father straightened his shoulders as though he were ready to give a lecture upon the matter. Her mother pulled a handkerchief out of the cuff of her sleeve, wiped her nose, and then tucked it in once more. I must agree, Windsor is a good man. Consider the way he cares for his mother, even after all this time. It is rather sweet. Juliana smiled to herself, knowing that what she had tucked in her own sleeves was anything but a handkerchief. She was about to argue with her mother, but then she realized she knew very little about the Duchess. What do you mean, Mamma? The Duke has a tragic history, Juliana. One that should make you more sympathetic. Her natural reaction was to ignore anything her mother said about Lucian, but she had agreed to learn more about him. Therefore, she decided to encourage the conversation. Tragic? Up until recently, the Duke did not have a relationship with his mother. They have only just been reunited. I am sorry to hear that. Do you think the appearance of this calling card will injure the relationship with his mother? Rose asked as her hands slowly drifted to her middle, where the cards were tucked into the sash. Appalling behavior. The person who created that card should be discovered and banned from all good society. Her mother again held the handkerchief up over her mouth and coughed into it. To think the poor Duchess had to witness her son's humiliation after such a long separation. If it had been me, I should have died of embarrassment. Juliana sat against the cushions, a wave of guilt washing over her as she considered the little bit she had learned. What a terrible shock it had to be for the Duchess. Her voice faltered as she spoke. Perhaps it is all a lark that will go away. Even as she said it, she knew if she wanted to beg off the engagement, she couldn't stop placing the calling cards. She had to continue with the little game to escape becoming his wife. It was for the best. She convinced herself of it. Once, twice, and then a third time, as the queue of carriages outside the card party took a lengthy time to move out so their carriage could arrive in the courtyard. When their carriage finally stopped near the door, Juliana waited as her father, mother, and Rose exited. Then she accepted her father's assistance.
As they entered the drawing room, she noticed Lucian and his mother. The Duchess was sitting on a sofa with the Duchess of Pembroke, and the Duke stood beside her, speaking with his friends, his hand resting on his mother's shoulder. For a quiet moment, she allowed herself to study her betrothed. He carried himself with the ease of a man wholly untroubled by the world, his smile appearing as naturally as sunlight slipping through a window. Laughter seemed to gather wherever he stood, rippling pleasantly among his companions. Then, as though he sensed her presence, his gaze shifted, settling upon her with a steadiness that allowed no escape. Juliana's breath stalled, and she had to remind herself to stay calm and simply take another breath while her knees quivered. She watched as he leaned down and spoke to his mother before crossing the room. He dipped his head as she bent into a curtsy. "Your Grace?"
"Juliana," he said, voice warm with genuine pleasure. "Your presence improves the evening considerably."
He nodded toward the tables.
"Will you partner me in whist?"
She tilted her head, following the movement of his hand. "That depends. Are you a careful card player, or do you throw caution aside as one might with dice?" He stepped nearer, lowering his voice.
"When it comes to cards, I am cautious. When it comes to you," his smile deepened, "caution seems to be forgotten." Her pulse fluttered. She didn't know what was happening to her, but her resolve to break off their arrangement was slowly waning, at least in that moment. Once she recovered, she would find the will to proceed with her devious plan.
"Then perhaps we shall both take a small risk tonight."
"If that is the case," he said softly, "I can think of no one with whom I would rather risk everything."
She followed him to one of the tables, Rose and the Duke of Pembroke joining them as partners. Juliana took the seat beside Lucian, her gloved fingers brushing his sleeve as she adjusted her skirts. It was the lightest contact, and barely a whisper of touch, but Lucian glanced down at the spot where she'd touched him, as though it had been deliberate. He smiled to himself, then looked at her.
"Are you comfortable, Juliana?" he asked, arranging the cards with elegant precision.
"Perfectly," she replied, though her pulse increased with his piercing gaze, the sound pounding in her ears and making her feel as though she had run up a staircase.
"Good," he murmured. "I should hate for you to be ill at ease while we attempt to put Pembroke and Miss Rose to shame."
"So confident?" Pembroke asked, arching a brow. He nodded and pointed to Juliana.
"In my partner?"
His voice softened.
"Always."
"Is this behavior what we have to look forward to now that you are engaged?" Pembroke asked. Juliana tried not to smile, yet somehow it was terribly difficult for her to maintain the stoic solemnity of the past weeks. She wished her mother hadn't told her the little bit about his past. Not that it should make a difference in how she viewed him, yet somehow it did. "Blast," Juliana thought as she took a deep inhale and slowly released it, attempting and failing to calm her thoughts. The dealer began distributing the cards, and Juliana picked hers up carefully. As she did, Lucian leaned a little closer, lowering his voice.
"I must warn you," he said. "I can be rather competitive. I never lose when I desire to triumph."
"Is that in all matters, or just in cards, Your Grace?" He frowned, and she knew it was because of her formality, but they were in public. She did not want to be as careless as he was when surrounded by so many people. Recovering, he lifted a brow.
"All matters, especially those of the heart."
"Then I shall try not to ruin your reputation," she teased. He shook his head.
"My reputation will survive anything you do. It has survived far worse than being partnered with the most captivating woman in the room."
Her breath caught as she looked at him, assessing the truth behind his words. "Your Grace, please guard yourself. Anyone can listen in and misunderstand your words."
"Do forgive me," he said lazily. "Was that too bold?"
"Yes," she said, her hands shaking as she attempted to hold her cards.
"Shall I take it back?"
She glanced up at him, and his expression was the picture of innocent mischief. "No," she said quietly. It would be quite rude of you to do so." His eyes warmed at that, deeply, unmistakably, and then a smirk crossed his features as though he had won a point where she was concerned. She considered it for a moment and suddenly realized she had allowed him a little victory. Worse yet, she wasn't upset about it. As the game started, Juliana placed a card, then glanced sideways just in time to catch Lucian watching her rather than the game. "You are supposed to look at the cards," she whispered. "Am I?" he said softly. "How foolish of me." Her cheeks heated and she dropped her gaze to her cards, which suddenly made far less sense than they had moments before as her eyes glazed over. "You are distracting me quite on purpose," she muttered. "Nonsense," he replied smoothly. "If I wished to distract you, Juliana, you would know it." She swallowed hard. "You are impossible." "Untrue. I am merely intrigued." "With what?" "With you." Her fingertips tingled as she held her cards a little more tightly. She had heard compliments before. Most of them sounded like idle flattery from bored gentlemen, admiration whispered in passing and forgotten soon afterward. But there was something in his voice, the way he said "you," that unsettled her, softened her, made her wonder if he was truly happy about this engagement and doing everything in his power to keep her from begging off. She placed her next card. "You are making it very hard to concentrate." "Am I?" he asked, sounding pleased. "I had rather hoped you might find me somewhat tolerable this evening, but distracting is even more than I desired." She risked looking at him, truly looking. The easy smile, the warmth in his eyes, the charm that she had once dismissed as arrogance now seemed more like earnestness, like a man trying to win her good opinion. He leaned just slightly closer. "Have I succeeded, Juliana?" Her voice nearly caught. "In what?" "In becoming someone you might like. Someone you might not wish to leave at the altar." Her next card slipped from her fingers and fell to the table. He grinned as though her reaction had been worth more than winning the trick. She cleared her throat, attempting but failing to sound dignified. "I have not decided yet." "Then I shall continue to give you cause," he said warmly. And as they played on, hands brushing, glances lingering, his whispers melting into her thoughts, Juliana began to realize something terribly inconvenient. There were far too many things she liked about the Duke of Windsor, and it was quite possible she had greatly misjudged him. As the night progressed, Juliana needed a moment to herself. She wandered out of the card room, seeking peace away from Lucian's charming smile. She needed time to think about him, to clear her head of everything she knew and didn't know about the Duke. Walking down the corridor, she couldn't stop thinking about the words of admiration he'd whispered so softly. Were they genuine, or a result of the evening and his desire to win the wager he'd placed in the betting books? Worse yet, she feared with all the compliments he'd showered her with that evening, would he attempt to steal a kiss? Blast the betting books, Juliana thought as she made her way into a darkened room. She allowed her eyes to adjust to the lower light of the moon shining through the windows before moving farther into the room. She settled by the closest window, ruminating over what it would feel like to allow the Duke to place a kiss upon her lips. Surely it would be more intoxicating than the kiss he'd placed on her knuckles, or her hand brushing against his arm or his leg. She simply didn't know, because she had never allowed a man to kiss her. "I wondered where you had run off to," Lucian said. She turned at his words, watching as he slipped into the darkened room. Juliana followed his every move, pressing herself against the wall as he drew closer.
She didn't mind that he had followed her out of the drawing room.
Your Grace, think about propriety.
Before he reached her, he changed direction. Stepping to the desk, he fumbled around in a drawer and then lit a candle. He carried it on a drip plate to a few more candles, lighting each of them.
There. It is far less scandalous if we are in a well-lit room. Moreover, we are engaged. No one would begrudge us a few moments of privacy.
She couldn't help the laugh that escaped. Is this what you consider well-lit?
Hardly,
he said, his lazy drawl making her smile even more.
But what is a man to do with so few candles around?
He stepped toward her, stopping when he was standing close enough that they could share a breath. She pushed against his chest.
He should stay in the drawing room with the other guests.
Yet a gentleman would not allow a lady, who is also his betrothed, to sneak off by herself. She may fall to harm. Or in your case,
he lowered his voice,
scandal.
She pressed her hand against his chest, pushing him away once more.
Your logic has failed you, Lucian, for I am not considered a lady, just a miss.
He groaned as he sat in the window seat.
A term that means very little to me, especially since you are to be my wife.
Why do you not concern yourself with rank? Surely it is important to your mother and your uncle.
She'd never met anyone who refused to see the difference between the terms lady and miss, yet if his words were to be believed, it seemed he truly didn't care.
What do you mean?
You are a duke, the highest title in our country other than prince and king. You have every right to expect your associations to be people who are of your same social standing.
A silly notion, and one born of snobbery.
He ran a hand through his hair as he stood, walking away from her.
If a man only speaks to those that society deems his equals, he shall have a very poor life indeed.
Then that is why you continue to associate with me?
He laughed.
What do you mean?
I add flavour to your life. Variety that you cannot find anywhere else.
With that, a boyish grin crossed his features and he burst into laughter. She instantly shushed him, not wanting to be discovered in a room alone with him. As he regained his composure, he agreed vigorously.
You most certainly have added something to my life. Whether it is variety or something far more intoxicating, I have yet to decide.
Well, she said, turning away from him with practiced indifference.
If you do not know how to describe my presence in your life, then I can hardly think it is positive.
He released a soft huff of breath, half disbelief, half amusement.
Juliana, he murmured. I assure you, before meeting you, I never once struggled so much to put words to a feeling.
She rolled her eyes, though her heartbeat stuttered.
You? At a loss for words? I do not believe it.
You should,
he said quietly. His voice was deeper than usual, lacking the teasing tone he usually used with her. Before she could gather a retort, she felt him step closer, not touching, not even quite near enough to scandalize, but close enough that she felt heat rising in her cheeks.
Look at me, Juliana.
Her breath caught.
Oh, that is unfair, Lucian. Utterly unfair.
What is?
The way you say my Christian name.
He laughed, his smile as charming as ever as he stepped even closer.
How do I say your name? Juliana.
Reverently, as though you are whispering it in a church.
Slowly, and against her better judgment, her common sense, and the knowledge that the last time they'd been this close they'd tumbled into a fountain, Juliana stepped even closer. He stood only a pace away, framed in candlelight and shadow, his expression unguarded and achingly sincere.
If you wish, I can be a bit more harsh with your name, but I do like the feel of it.
I only meant... Her words tangled themselves into nonsense. I do not think it is appropriate for you to sound so earnest. We could change that. He moved one step closer. Change everything this very moment by obtaining a special license and ending this little charade of yours. Her palms went warm, her throat tight, her mind an absolute muddle. Her lips moved, but no sound escaped as she tried to decide how best to answer him. How had she given in so easily? She had determined to dislike everything about him, and yet, in that moment, she couldn't remember anything she disliked about him. He studied her for a long moment, as though committing every inch of her to memory. And then, with a softness she had not known he possessed, he lifted his hand, slowly giving her every chance to flee, as he brushed one stray curl behind her ear. Juliana froze. This was the moment she'd vowed to avoid. The moment she'd told herself would result in her handprint on his cheek, and yet she didn't have the strength to lift her arm. My life has grown inconveniently pleasant since you entered it, he said, voice low. I laugh more. I think more. I want... He stopped, swallowing the word. She whispered, What do you want? He gave a shaky laugh. You truly have no idea, do you? No. Her voice was barely audible. Then allow me to demonstrate. Her breath hitched as he pulled her closer. He paused as he searched her face as though he were asking for permission. She did not move, uncertain if she wanted what he was offering. If she allowed him to kiss her, would he run from the room and claim triumph for the wager? Or did he actually love her enough to keep this moment between them? She was not certain she would survive a kiss if he was not sincere. And it was in that moment she decided, if he did claim triumph, she could always slap him later. Gently, so very gently, he lifted her chin with 2 fingers. Juliana, he murmured, if you wish me to leave, tell me this very moment. She didn't hesitate, fully convinced that he had somehow enchanted her senses, convincing her that she wanted this moment as much as he wanted to win his wager. If, in the end, he left her standing there alone, cold and rejected, a part of her was certain it would be worth giving in to his charms. Her voice broke as she fought against her better judgment and the desire pulsating in her every nerve. She began again, softer. Stay. His smile softened, and he closed the distance, erasing the final inch between them. His hand cupped her cheek. Her eyes fluttered. And then, very slowly, almost reverently, Lucian Montrose lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss was not bold, not ducal or arrogant, although she wouldn't have known what that entailed. Instead, it was the loveliest experience she'd ever had, as though he truly meant every gentle caress as he claimed her lips and stole her heart. Her hands found the front of his coat, clutching instinctively as the world fell quiet around them. When he finally drew back, their foreheads rested together, breath mingling. Juliana, he whispered, his voice hoarse. She couldn't speak, her breath trying to catch up with the rapid beating of her heart and the kaleidoscope of butterflies in her middle. Leaning into him, Juliana lifted her chin once more and pressed her lips against his, hoping he wanted to kiss her again as much as she did him. As soon as their lips touched, he took the lead, claiming her lips with more fervour than he had before. The world spun, his hands pulling her into him as she wrapped her arms around his neck. And then a noise sounded in the hall and she pulled away, leaving him mid-kiss. Lucian, she rasped,
He looked around, and for the first time in her life she saw a nervous, frightened man who did not want to be caught in another scandal. She too didn't care to be discovered in a darkened room with him, even if he was her intended. She looked around, searching for a place to hide, and in that moment she knew one of them had to escape that room. With the quickness of her wits, she crawled onto the window seat, opened the window, and then started climbing out of it.
"Juliana, stop!"
Lucian whispered, and when she refused to listen, he offered his hand, assisting in her escape. Before he released her, he leaned out the window.
"You deliciously brazen Madcap. I shall have you as my wife, make no mistake of that."
Juliana lightly patted his cheek.
"Not if I find a reason to back off. Do remember you've promised."
She laughed as she ran away from the window, finding her way around the house to the portico, where she could slip in through the door and return to the drawing room without causing a stir. In the light of the full moon, she knew her heart would not allow her to end their engagement. Not now that he had kissed her. Chapter 18. Not even a title is worth humiliation. Lucian couldn't stop smiling as he rejoined the card party in the drawing room. Juliana's insistence on climbing out the window was enough to keep him satisfied for an eternity. She was truly a magnificent creature, full of surprises and bound to keep him on his toes. The one bright spot of this evening was that no one was the wiser as to what had transpired in that darkened room. He planned to keep it that way, never letting on that he had kissed Juliana Astley. As he settled himself in a chair near his mother, he followed Juliana's every movement, admiring from afar as she laughed with her sister and the other women. What he wouldn't give to have her smile directed at him, if only for a second.
"Windsor, where have you been?"
Berkeley asked as he dropped into the seat next to him. He pulled a cigar out of his pocket and stuck it in the side of his mouth, unlit.
"Retiring room." "Strange, I looked in there. Did not find you."
Berkeley narrowed his eyes, examining Lucian in a way that only friends can do without causing a stir.
"You look happy."
"Do I?" Lucian met his friend's gaze.
"Am I not usually in good humour?"
"Certainly, but there is something different about you. It is more a look of contentment." Berkeley waved to Pembroke, pulling him out of a conversation. When Pembroke approached, he pointed to Lucian. "See here, is there not something different about our friend?" Pembroke dropped to the settee.
"He is an engaged man. Of course there is something different."
"No," Berkeley said, a smirk playing on his lips. "That cannot be it. His affianced wife despises him."
"Indeed, although even Miss Astley has not said anything to challenge him this evening."
Berkeley leaned forward, slapping his knee as he whispered.
"You have won the wager."
Lucian shook his head.
"Hardly. We have simply come to an arrangement of sorts. She will no longer attempt to vex me, and I shall be more sincere in my attention to her."
"A falsehood if I ever heard one," Berkeley said as he sat back once more. "As terribly rehearsed as the story about the bird."
"Silence, Berkeley. Reputations are at stake,"
Pembroke said.
"Do you expect us to believe the change has nothing to do with Miss Astley?"
Sighing, Lucian raised a brow to his friend.
"Think what you will. Although, what sort of gentleman would I be if I risked my affianced wife's reputation twice in 1 week?"
"True," Berkeley said with a groan. "And you are the sort of man to take the air, even if you do not smoke a cigar while at it."
"Your Grace!"
Lady Evans declared with a gasp loud enough to rattle the teacups. Both Lucian and Pembroke startled, neither of them knowing which one had earned her ire. He pointed to Pembroke at the same instant that Pembroke pointed to him. She stood with one hand pressed against her chest as though she had received quite a shock. "Surely your impending marriage to Miss Astley ought to have curtailed your penchant for making yourself the subject of every wagging tongue in the ton."
"Pardon me?"
Lucian pushed up from his chair, wary of facing Lady Evans and almost certain he knew to what she was referring. Without waiting for him to cross the room, Lady Evans stormed forward with her fox in arm, her hand outstretched, holding a little white calling card between two fingers.
Why, if I were Miss Astley, I would throw you over this very moment. If a man wishes to make a rake of himself, he should do so discreetly.
She threw the card at him and then dashed across the room, taking Miss Astley into her embrace.
Come with me, my dear. I wish to shield your innocence so that you do not have to witness this abhorrence.
Lucian met Juliana's eyes, silently pleading with her to believe he had nothing to do with the card, yet all he found was a shocked expression, one that spoke of disbelief. She looked to her sister and then back to him, her mouth moving yet no words escaping. He could laugh about it, make light of the situation, but given he had kissed her in a poorly lit room that very night, he wasn't certain Juliana would believe him. Stepping forward, he spoke so everyone could hear, but his words were only for Juliana.
I do not know the source of the calling card, but I shall discover it. I do hope you believe me.
Juliana nodded. It was slow and stunned in a way that made her look repentant and vulnerable. I do. Lady Evans pulled Juliana into her embrace once more.
You dear innocent thing. Not even a title is worth this humiliation.
Turning to her mother, Juliana reached for her. I wish to leave. Of course, dear. Lucian followed Juliana out to the carriage, waiting until she was settled before he took her hand and kissed it.
Believe me, Juliana, I have nothing to do with the calling card.
I know. She closed her eyes, and he was surprised to see a tear rolling down her cheek.
It is not as bad as all this, he said, pulling a handkerchief out to dry her tears. My reputation can withstand this little scandal, and there is nothing about it that can taint your name.
He handed her his handkerchief.
Now, do not think about it for another minute. I beg of you.
Before the carriage departed, Mr. Astley pulled him aside.
Your Grace, I have not the words to express how deeply concerned I am about these little cards. I do hope you discover the source forthwith. It is now my only focus, sir. I shall do all within my power to discover the source.
He stood at the doorway long after the Astleys' carriage disappeared into the darkness. It was a miserable conclusion to what ought to have been a pleasant night, and he vowed at once to discover who had orchestrated the insult. He would begin with the printer, for those cards must have come from somewhere, and once he had their ledger in hand, the culprit would not remain hidden for long. The following morning, Lucian left Montrose Hall with one purpose in mind: finding the printer. He went from one shop to the next, questioning each clerk and owner, only to be turned away time and again. It wasn't until mid-morning that he received a positive answer. The printing office was the same one he used for the cards he regularly ordered. It took little to persuade the clerk, and by 1:30 he had the ledger in hand and found the order had been placed by none other than the Duke of Windsor, whose personal secretary would pick up the cards rather than allowing them to be delivered. Slamming the book shut, he glared at the clerk. Not only did it bother him that someone had made the cards, but that they were using his name was an affront that could not go unanswered.
If another order is made, you will send a runner to let me know. Is that clear? Yes, Your Grace.
And, he said, narrowing his eyes,
you will hold the person here until I arrive.
Certainly, Your Grace.
Good.
He stalked out of the printing office, climbed into his carriage and slammed the door shut. As he sat down, he glared at Berkeley and Pembroke, who had boarded his carriage without his knowledge while he'd been in the shop.
Did you find the source? Berkeley asked. This is the shop, but the scoundrel who printed them covered his tracks. He shall remain anonymous unless another printing is requested. How many were printed in the initial run? Pembroke asked. 50.
Berkeley lit his cigar.
Well, you have only the rest of the season to dodge questions about the cards.
Not if I leave town, Lucian said as he sat back against the tufted seat. Pembroke shook his head.
It does not signify. You cannot leave with the reading of the banns and the wedding.
I can. Juliana has already agreed to be married at the little church near my ancestral home. Come now, Windsor. Berkeley threw his cigar out the window and lit another. It is but a lark. Surely you will not run from a little jest. Why do you do that? Lucian asked, pointing to the new cigar. Why do you waste half a cigar? Berkeley laughed, took a few puffs, and then threw the newly lit cigar out of the window. Because I can, Windsor. What fun is there in having money if you cannot live in excess? You are an idiot. And you are too high-strung. Berkeley pounded on the top of the carriage. When the footman opened the door, he gave instructions that didn't completely bother Lucian. Take us to White's. Lucian closed his eyes as the carriage lumbered toward White's. He had slept poorly, his mind unsettled the whole of the night as his thoughts focused on the calling card and the question of whom he might have offended so deeply as to provoke such a smear upon his reputation. Could not yet name the culprit, but he was certain of one thing. Whoever had orchestrated this little scandal believed they had ample reason, and discovering that reason might well be the only way to uncover their identity. Chapter 19. White's Membership Standards. The garden refused to offer the peace Juliana sought as she paced the cobblestone pathway. In the past, whenever her mind had plagued her, the garden had been a source of comfort, but it failed to calm the guilt pressing down upon her chest. Near to giving up or never finding peace once more, she turned around to find Rose blocking her path. She didn't want to speak to Rose.
Juliana, I already apologized 3 times last night. If you wish it, I shall offer my apologies every day for the rest of my life.
Tears rolled down her cheeks and she quickly swiped at them.
Please do not be angry with me any longer.
It had been easy to blame Rose. She'd stealthily placed the calling card on the table and had successfully done so without notice, but it had been done without Juliana's knowledge. Just when she was ready to argue, the anger deflated and her shoulders slumped. Rose was not to blame, and her anger the previous night and that morning was not about Rose. It was about herself. I am not angry with you. Juliana dragged her feet across the garden to the stone bench, thankful Rose followed her lead. How can I blame you when it is I who gave you the cards and did not inform you of my change of heart?
Change of heart?
Heat burned in Juliana's neck and cheeks as she turned away. But Rose would not allow her to hide, tugging on her arm until she turned back to face her.
Whatever do you mean?
Juliana took a deep breath, deciding there was no shame in admitting she'd kissed her intended. I may have allowed Lucian to kiss me.
May have? Lucian?
Rose shook her head as she leaned backward, balancing her weight with one hand.
You allowed him to steal a kiss? Juliana, was not the goal to make him lose the wager? Even now he is likely bragging about that kiss to his friends and collecting his winnings.
I know. Juliana stood and resumed her pacing, but this time she only walked the length of the bench. Her vision blurred as she stared at the flowers. But I cannot take it back. A kiss is forever given, and I am a fool. Rose leaned forward, burying her face in her hands. After a short time, she looked up, at a complete loss.
What will you do?
I have to find out if that kiss was all about winning a wager, or if it was sincere. She groaned as she took a seat once more. He spoke so sweetly, and I completely lost my hold on propriety. For those brief seconds when we kissed, it was as though I really mattered to him, and the future didn't seem so bleak, not as his affianced wife, nor as his duchess.
Oh, Juliana,
Rose lamented.
Do not forget what you heard him say. He bragged about kissing you, bragged about claiming your lips in front of his friends. How can you be certain it was sincere?
She'd wondered about that the whole of the night, and the only answer she could give herself, and now Rose, was that she would know the truth of that kiss by discovering if he had collected his winnings.
I must find out if the kiss has been recorded in the betting book.
Then you must tell father about the Duke's wager.
Shaking her head, she knew that was not an option. Father is too excited about the prospect of having a duchess for a daughter. He will likely tell me to forget about the whole thing and forgive the Duke. I must see to this myself.
But they do not allow women in the gentlemen's clubs.
Rose frowned, her concentration focused on the cobblestones, and then she suddenly perked up.
Myra and Daniel will be here before the end of the week. You could ask Daniel to find the entry.
Again, Juliana shook her head.
We do not know Mr. Northcote well enough to ask him such a favour. And can he be trusted? He has likely written his own wagers in that book.
Rose frowned.
But how will you find out if he collected on the wager?
Juliana tapped her cheek with her finger.
First, I must discover all I can about the betting books, and then I will find a way to view the entries.
But, Rose's expression turned utterly frightened.
What do you plan to do?
Biting the side of her cheek, she shook her head.
I haven't any idea. At least not yet.
Father, might I have a moment of your time? Juliana stood in the doorway of her father's study, waiting as he finished writing in his ledger. Once he was done, he placed the quill on the blotter and motioned for her to enter.
I am in need of a respite.
He smiled at her, motioning to the soft chairs in the centre of the room.
Although your mother planned to take you to the modiste today. Are you not in need of ordering wedding clothes and new dresses?
Juliana sat in the softest chair in the room and waited for her father to join her.
I should very much like a new dress.
Then we shall make quick work of this conversation so as not to delay a trip to the shops.
There was no way to ease into the conversation. No matter how she sugar-coated it, the question would be abrupt and out of place coming from a young lady. Therefore, she thought it best to ask first and apologize later.
Father, what do you know about the betting books?
He laughed as he crossed one leg over the other. His answer was quick and to the point.
Far more than you shall ever know.
He smiled at her indulgently.
Why the sudden curiosity? Do you think the culprit behind the campaign against Windsor has written it in the books?
Juliana hadn't considered using that as an excuse, but it was an easy way to explain her sudden line of questions. Hesitating with the falsehood, she decided one more deception couldn't hurt her situation.
It had crossed my mind.
I shall mention it to Windsor. He attends White's often enough to check the entries.
Juliana nodded, taking in the information her father had provided. So the book he'd made his wager in had likely been at White's. Well, that was a start. Carefully, she asked,
Have you made entries into the books?
In my youth, although I have long since stopped playing such foolish games, and I hardly even step foot into White's any longer. I spend more time at Boodle's, and sometimes I even go to Brooks.
Then the betting books are only at White's?
No. They all have betting books, but each club caters to a specific crowd. If you wish to discuss serious political matters, a man will find himself at Brooks. Now that I am getting on in years, there are times I prefer a quieter atmosphere. Hence I go to Boodle's.
And if you wish to gamble and make a nuisance of yourself, you go to White's?
Her father chortled as he wagged a finger in her direction.
I did not say that, my dear girl. Although...
He winked at her as he leaned forward to whisper.
You have the right idea. Do not hold that against Windsor. He is still young, and a little fun never hurt anyone.
I shall remember that. Thank you, Father.
She stood, unsure what she would do with the information now that she had it, but excited nonetheless. With a quick kiss on her father's cheek, she ran out of the room to meet her mother and Rose at the front entrance so they could go to the modiste. Before she crossed the threshold, her father called out to her.
Do not get any ideas, Juliana. I do not want to hear of my daughters creating a betting book among the ladies in town.
Juliana stopped at the door as she turned to her father. Of course not. Whatever would possess a female to act so mischievously?
One never need ask my daughters such a question.
Juliana laughed and then quitted the study without a backward glance. She might not have a betting book to enter her activities into, but that didn't mean she wouldn't plan and concoct her revenge against the Duke. As she sat next to Rose in the carriage, Juliana thought about all the things she could do now that she assumed the betting book with her name was at White's. She silently made a list, decidedly keeping it only in her mind and not on paper so no one would be the wiser. First, she needed to confirm that the Duke had entered her name in the betting book. Second, she needed to know that he hadn't collected on the wager. If he had, she would throw him over the moment she next saw him. The bell above the door chimed as they entered the Modiste, Juliana and Rose following their mother into Madame Lefever's establishment, the best shop for every odd and end a fine lady need purchase for the season. Everyone knew about this shop, but not all were fortunate to be able to afford the specialty materials direct from China, India, and most importantly, France.
Mrs. Astley, Madame Lefever cried out as they stepped up to one of the pre-made dresses hanging in the window. You have arrived within minutes of my newest shipment of fine silks. They have come all the way from France.
Her mother clasped her hands together. That is precisely what we were hoping. Might I have a peek? As their mother and Madame Lefever busied themselves with silk at the counter, Juliana ran her hand along the material of the blue dress in the window, lovely and soft. She could settle for purchasing that dress if only it would allow her to think more clearly about how to get her eyes on the betting book at White's.
What are you planning?
Rose asked, her voice low enough not to alert their mother's attention. Juliana held the fabric out, ignoring Rose's question. She kept focus upon the dress in the window until she could avoid the piercing stare no longer.
Never you mind. Focus upon the fabrics and patterns and leave me to my thoughts.
I only wish to help, but if you do not think I have any devious ideas of my own, then continue in this manner.
Devious ideas? Juliana laughed. Your problem is that you romanticize everything. Between our conversation in the garden and now, you have likely decided Lucian was sincere when he kissed me.
I have not,
Rose pouted. Juliana wrapped an arm around Rose's shoulders.
Once I have a plan, I shall inform you. Until then, we must act as though nothing is amiss.
Our parents are not so easily fooled. They are watching you. Concerned about what happened last night and certain you plan to end the arrangement with Windsor.
Well, they are not wrong.
Juliana turned to look at their mother.
If he collected on the wager, I would have no other option.
Forgiveness is an option.
Juliana shook her head.
I would never be able to trust him.
Very well. Give me a chance to help you plan, I beg of you. The season is beginning to be repetitive, and I fear the only man who has shown keen interest in me is Mr. Wycliffe. He is taking me for a ride in Hyde Park on the morrow.
Why did you accept?
Father accepted for me. He is eager to learn more about floating amongst the clouds and thinks matching me with the aeronaut will be a fine solution, she whispered. I need a diversion from that eventuality, elsewise I shall go mad.
Indeed, you have a point. Poor Rose obviously needed her help not only to stave off a match with Mr. Wycliffe, but to avoid thinking about the situation altogether. Taking a deep breath, Juliana decided her sister had proved herself worthy of confidences.
You will not tell a soul?
Rose quickly nodded, pulling Juliana to another corner where the fashion plates were lying on a table.
I promise.
Juliana picked up one of the fashion plates, making a show of looking at it as she quickly revealed everything she had learned about White's and the betting books. Of course, it didn't take long, but it was enough to give her sister something to think about. Before she was done, Rose had concocted a viable plan.
Perhaps we could speak to the Duke of Pembroke. He is honourable. He might be willing to tell us if he paid out on the wager.
No. Juliana couldn't imagine speaking to one of Lucian's friends. They would wonder where she had come by the information, and admitting to eavesdropping was out of the question. Moreover, they would tell Lucian everything. There has to be another way.
What will you do? Rose asked, her voice timid.
If I could only sneak into White's and take care of the entry myself. Do you think they allow female servants in White's?
No women are allowed. They likely have butlers, under-butlers, footmen, and the like.
Juliana looked out the window of the modiste shop. The streets were busy with men hurrying toward their destinations, women slowly browsing the shops, and coaches rumbling down the streets. If only she could... And then Juliana knew what she had to do. Grabbing hold of Rose's arm, she smiled in relief as she whispered her plan.
I shall borrow clothing from the attic, something from Father's old trunks, and sneak into White's. It is the only way, and I will need your help in my disguise. What do you say?
Rose's eyes went wide.
It is too dangerous.
What would you do if it were your reputation on the line? Rose looked to their mother, then back to Juliana.
What if you are caught? Then my reputation will be no more ruined than it is while written in the betting book.
Girls, their mother called out as she waved them over. Do look at these fabrics. Are they not the sweetest colours you have ever seen? Juliana gave a pointed glare to her sister and left Rose near the window as she confidently reviewed the fabrics, touching each one and giving her approval for all before her mother pushed her toward the standing block. Madame, please fit Juliana first. Her gown must inspire admiration, and ideally a fashion meant for a future duchess. Madame Lefevre circled Juliana with her tape measure, sizing her up with her eyes before whipping it out to get the correct measurements. You are beautiful, my dear, but we shall make you look irresistible. Not a man in London will be able to take his eyes off you, especially the Duke of Windsor. I know his preferences well. Juliana couldn't help but think about the modiste's declaration of beauty as she searched through the trunks in the attic that night. She'd slipped up there after everyone had gone to bed, determined not to alert her parents to the ridiculous plan she'd concocted. She sneezed as she dusted off the trunks, searching through old clothing until she found a suit. With a bit of adjustment and sewing, she would make it look a bit more stylish and a perfect fit for her smaller frame as she made her debut at White's. The looking-glass offered little comfort. Juliana frowned at the stranger staring back. She looked like a rather earnest-looking youth in an ill-fitted coat and a cravat that had long ago given up the will to live. She fiddled with it, expecting to make it look like the one Lucian sported, but no amount of folding or pressing would make it look smart. I look nothing like a gentleman, she muttered, tugging at the collar. Behind her, Rose stifled a laugh.
You look exactly like a man who must dance with a lady he does not like, pale and uncomfortable.
Thank you, Juliana said dryly. Your encouragement is overwhelming.
Although your skin is too delicate. Most men have rough cheeks.
Rose nervously began chewing on her fingernails.
You need a moustache.
Well, I am doomed if that is a requirement. Juliana touched her face, acknowledging the predicament. She was too feminine to pass as a man, even in an itchy suit.
What if we cut a bit of your hair and paste it on your face?
Juliana's eyes went wide as she considered cutting her long tresses to paste them to her lip. It was far more devious than she'd planned. She ran her fingers over her upper lip, the idea less exciting than it sounded. I do not think it will work.
It must. I will find the paste.
Rose searched about the vanity until she found a shearing knife.
Cut just enough to cover your upper lip.
The entire scheme was utterly ridiculous, so much so that Juliana nearly abandoned the idea of sneaking into White's altogether. Yet when Rose ran out of the room, Juliana tugged off her hat, allowing a few rebellious curls to fall down her back. Looking at her hair, she shrugged, sighed, and decided that trimming a little from the bottom could hardly do any harm. She lifted the curls, measuring them from her nose to her lip before snipping the first locks. They fell in a clump, laying haphazardly until she gently pushed them into a pile. By the time Rose returned with the paste, a small mound of sacrificed hair lay upon the dressing table, ready to grace her upper lip. Rose set to work with all the solemnity of a portrait painter. She spread the paste beneath Juliana's nose, the smell making Juliana twitch as the curls were flattened and pressed into place one by one until a most astonishing transformation took shape. Juliana stared at her reflection. She looked preposterous and yet, somehow, infinitely more masculine with the moustache than without. Rose quickly went to work on the rest of Juliana's hair, twisting and pinning it before placing an oversized hat on her head. Straightening her shoulders, she nodded to Rose and attempted a male voice.
Rose, are you certain our parents are out for the evening?
Rose burst into laughter, her giggles nearly breaking Juliana's resolve. Well, no one will think you a threat to their marriage prospects. Juliana had to smile at that. In another attempt at sounding like a man, she cleared her throat this time before speaking.
Then I will not find myself challenged to a duel.
I suppose not. And as to your earlier question, yes, our parents are at a card party.
Then I shall be off. I prefer to arrive home before they discover I am missing.
She slipped down the back stairs, following behind Rose so that none of the servants would discover what she was doing. When she was finally out on the street, Juliana walked with haste toward White's. It was quite the walk to St. James Street, but she preferred to save the pin money she had for the carriage ride back, since she anticipated it would be late once she finished her search of the gentlemen's club. The grand building known as the most prestigious of gentlemen's clubs in London was intimidating. Juliana closed her eyes and leaned against a stone building across the street, attempting to clear her mind of all the sounds around her as she planned the next step. Up to that point, she hadn't considered anything beyond her costume. Now that she was here, it seemed a bit more ridiculous than it had in the safety of her bedchamber. Now she had to gain entrance into the building. Pushing away from the building, she straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin and marched across the street. The only way she would get into the club was the front door. She dodged a few carriages and a group of loud and inebriated men as she slowly took each step up to the entrance. Just before placing her foot on the bottom step, a group of young men spilled from a carriage, paying no heed to her as they bounded up the steps and pushed through the door. Juliana straightened her shoulders and followed behind them, laughing along with the men as if she belonged. The doorman took one look at the group and turned away, either not noticing her or assuming that the men were vouching for her entry. White's smelled of cigar smoke and leather. Juliana hesitated for only a second before following the group down the corridor. Once she was out of the way of the doorman, she chose to turn to the left, finding herself in the bar.
"What will you have, sir?"
Juliana leaned against the counter, looked around at the men in the room, then, lowering her voice, she made her request.
"Brandy."
The attendant poured without question, though his gaze lowered from her face and lingered on her gloved hands. There was nothing she could do about her hands being smaller than the men around her. At least she was wearing men's gloves and not her own.
"New member, sir?"
"Visiting," she replied curtly.
"From the country?
Miss," she coughed, catching herself.
"Mr. Ashtyn."
He nodded, completely uninterested as he went back to serving the men as they called out orders. Juliana turned away from the attendant, sipped the brandy, promptly choked, then turned back to set the glass down as she pressed a hand to her chest. "Good heavens!" she squeaked, then instantly lowered her voice once more.
"Do men drink this voluntarily?"
An inebriated gentleman chuckled and slapped her on the back, pitching her forward.
"Acquired taste, old boy."
"Yes," she said hoarsely. "Like heartbreak or gout." She pounded her chest until she was certain the effects of the drink were gone, then pushed the glass toward the attendant. Stepping away from the bar, she walked through each room, choking on the smoke in the most masculine way she could muster and listening in on loud conversations that no one was trying to hide.
"You cannot tell me that Lady Fenmore's hair is naturally red. And why not, sir? Where are her freckles? I have yet to see a woman in all my life who has red hair and no freckles. It is a fact that you cannot have one without the other."
Juliana kept her face impassive as she muttered under her breath.
"It is a wig, gentlemen."
Every lady in town had already had that conversation, and although she was not one to gossip, it had been one of the first scandals of the season. She crept around from room to room, stopping only briefly in each to avoid suspicion as she watched a card game, a game of dice, and then listened to 3 men wagering on Old Man Banning's hunting dogs, while another group wagered on a spider as it crawled along the tabletop.
"And they say women are ridiculous," she muttered.
She stood against the wall, watching the men gathered around the spider. Any wager of consequence would need to be recorded, which meant the book could not be far. Her gaze swept the nearby tables and shelves until her eyes fell upon a book that she was certain was the infamous leather-bound volume. Juliana waited, eyes moving from one cluster of men to the next, schooling herself to have patience. Convincing herself that the book would be collected soon, she waited. But when the spider's fate was decided, the book remained open. Another wager was called, then another, each dutifully entered in its pages. And to her greatest frustration, no one put it away, denying her a chance to review the entries. She was nearly ready to give up on the ridiculous plan when the book was slammed closed and handed over to a man. She followed the book with her eyes as it was carried around the room, and the man suddenly walked past her, carrying it down the corridor to another room. Juliana pushed away from the wall and followed. She waited in the corridor, watching out of the corner of her eye as the book was placed on a pedestal. When the man left the room, he nodded in her direction, then continued his way back to the room she'd just left. With the way clear, Juliana quickened her step, approaching the book before anyone else wished to make a wager. Checking behind her, she made certain no one was watching as she opened the book. She turned back and began leafing through pages upon pages of ridiculous wagers. Flipping to the last pages, she started the search at the last entry, knowing the bet about her had been made within the last few weeks. She ran her finger up the page, reading each entry until she found the one with the Duke of Windsor's signature, Lucian Montrose. Steal a kiss from Miss Juliana Astley before month's end. 5 guineas was crossed out and replaced with 10 guineas. Juliana growled, saying his name as though it were a curse upon her lips.
"Lucian Montrose."
She read the line multiple times, checking to see if there was any indication that the wager had been claimed, yet nothing stood out to her. There were multiple lines marking the winners of certain bets. Mr. Newman was the winner of a bet that claimed Lord Sanderson would pass away on the 10th of April. Lord Cartwell was the winner of a wager that claimed a thin man could win a race against a fat man. Juliana gasped as she read some of the entries, disgusted at the frivolous amounts of money pledged and the time wasted on such ridiculousness, and then she remembered her father's words. It was considered a rite of passage for men of the ton. Disgusted, she grabbed the quill that sat next to the book on the table, but before she could decide what to write, a sound startled her. A scream escaped her throat as she dropped the quill before turning around to find out who had interrupted her. The man she'd least wanted to see was leaning in the doorway, a glass of port in his hand and a smirk on his face. Covering her mouth, she quickly recovered her composure and lowered her voice.
"I do apologize. I did not expect to find anyone behind me." "Oh, surely you knew the club was full this evening." "Of course,"
Juliana coughed, covering the lower part of her face before crossing the room, expecting Lucian to be courteous and move out of the way. When he didn't, she had to speak again.
"Pardon me, Your Grace." "No, I do not think I shall."
Juliana looked up at him, her eyes blinking rapidly as she tried to find something more to say, yet she froze before him. Unable to think of anything beyond the way he smelled of bergamot and getting lost in the softness of his eyes.
"Well," he said, his drawl lazy and amused. "Either White's has lowered its membership standards dramatically, or you have finally managed to prove yourself a madcap."
Juliana lowered her voice as much as she could without causing her throat to dry out.
I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, Your Grace. I am new to town, visiting from the country.
He grinned, took a sip of his port, then ran his finger along her fake moustache. The hairs tickled her lip.
Then why has this particular gentleman pasted hair on his upper lip?
Juliana's fingers flew to her fake moustache, pressing it tightly upon her face and gently massaging the spots where his finger had affected her.
I know not what you mean, good sir.
Do you not? Windsor asked. He drank the rest of his port and then placed the glass on a side table before taking hold of her arm, pulling her down the hall and pushing her into a closet. Striking a match, he held it out between them.
You can stop the ruse, Juliana. I would recognize you anywhere.
Juliana narrowed her eyes at him. The ruse was most certainly up, which meant she no longer needed to lower her voice.
Just how exactly did you know it was me?
The match flickered out. Lucian quickly found a new one and struck it on the doorframe.
That is none of your concern. Now what are you doing here?
It is my concern.
She blew out the match and then realized it had been the wrong thing to do, for she could not find the door handle in the dark without her hand accidentally brushing against him. He struck another match, and when she looked to the handle, she found his other hand was resting on it.
Now, Juliana, what are you doing here? Why do you have hair on your lip, and what are you wearing?
I find this disguise helps keep unwanted admirers at bay.
You are failing miserably. I cannot stop looking at
my moustache. Or my legs?
She asked so innocently as she was certain he would lose his composure.
Lips. Though I admit they are harder to admire now that they have gone into hiding. And your legs, well.
The match went out, and he promptly lit another. Juliana pulled at his frock coat, finding the pocket with the matches and discovering it was nearly full.
Well, I suppose you have enough in there to last the night.
I keep them handy for when Berkeley exhausts his own stash.
The match went out, and he lit another.
Now tell me once and for all, what, pray tell, are you doing in a gentleman's club of all places?
I had it on good authority that my name had made it into the betting book, and I needed to see it for myself.
Ah, Lucian said, his face contorting into something that resembled regret. Was it possible the Duke, who laughed at everything and walked about the ton with a jovial attitude, had other emotions?
I must apologize for that.
Juliana looked away, choosing not to accept his apologies.
I suppose it matters little, now that it has been seen by likely every man who attends White's. I wish to leave this place and arrive home before my parents discover I am gone.
Juliana.
He said her name in the same reverent manner he had before they had kissed, the tone making her lips throb with the desire to kiss him once more.
Why did you not ask me about the entry? There was no need for you to sneak in here this night.
She hesitated, looking away from him so that he couldn't see the pain in her eyes. Another match went out, another lit. His thumb caressed her cheek as he leaned toward her. Pushing him away, Juliana rested against the wall. I had to know if... She couldn't bring herself to say it.
You needed to know if I collected on the wager.
Lifting her chin, she finally met his gaze.
Do you blame me?
Not at all.
With another match in hand, he ran his finger over her lips.
That kiss was between us, Juliana. I planned to lose that wager. Pay the 10 guineas and have done with it.
Why did you put the wager in the book to begin with?
Lucian's hand pulled away, as though her words had burnt his fingers. He rocked backward, running a hand through his hair.
I was foolish. Can you ever forgive me?
Could she forgive him?
Yes. The better question was, would he forgive her once she admitted to creating the calling card? Would he understand her reasoning? She met his gaze, refusing to answer his question.
Can you help me get out of this place without being discovered?
That could prove a challenge. Perhaps we should stay in this closet until the club empties of all patrons. What would we do? I could think of a few things. Talk. Kiss.
You wish to? She pointed to her moustache. Kiss my hairy lip? He chuckled as he leaned close to her.
What if I pull it off, then kiss you?
I do not think we could put it back on.
Her words came out with her breath, sounding far too enchanted by the man in front of her. He ran his thumb along her lips.
Then I suppose a kiss will have to wait.
She shivered, her lips aching with his touch. But she couldn't give in, couldn't allow him to remove her fake moustache.
I think, Your Grace, that we should sneak out of this closet and out of the club altogether before I am discovered by more than just you.
His voice lowered as he nodded.
Follow me, and do your best to keep your hips from swaying. Men do not walk with such elegance.
He blew the match out and then opened the door, checking to ensure the hallway was clear before allowing her to step out with him. They walked side by side down the corridor, through the maze of rooms until they were nearly to the entryway when Lord Berkeley stepped in their path.
"Windsor, where did you get off to?"
He puffed on his cigar and blew the smoke in front of them.
"And who is this?"
Juliana coughed. She attempted to cover her mouth so as not to sound too feminine, but she failed miserably and Berkeley's face went white, his eyes wide with recognition. Lucian pushed him out of the way as he took hold of Juliana's arm, pulling her out into the hall.
"Sorry, old chap, no time to talk."
He kept hold of her arm until they were back out on the street in front of the building. Lucian waved down a cab and assisted her into it before taking the seat across from her and giving the directions to her home. The carriage ride passed in silence, though Juliana was far from bored. Her intended appeared entirely undone by her attire, his gaze skittering about the carriage as though the upholstery was suddenly fascinating and the people walking on the streets were highly entertaining. As he assisted her from the carriage, he smiled down at her, the same mischievous glint in his eyes that she had noticed in the light of the matches.
I do hope you know I am not the sort of man to kiss and brag about it, and I do vow to kiss you again before we are wed.
Juliana pressed a hand against his chest, pushing him backward until he was climbing back into the carriage.
Then do not be surprised, Lucian, when you discover how I have punished you for your behavior.
I shall look forward to the grand reveal.
She slammed the carriage door and then ran around to the back of the house to the servants' entrance so she wouldn't be seen by anyone who could relay the details of her appearance to her parents. The night had been a success in part. She had confirmed that her name was in the betting books, and more importantly, that Lucian had not collected his winnings. Chapter 20. Guilt and Confessions. Lucian brushed an errant leaf off his shoulder as he bounded up the steps at Astley House. He wasn't certain how he would be received that morning, since this was his first time visiting since the card party fiasco and Juliana's infiltration into White's. But he knew the only way Juliana would learn the truth about him was if she spent time with him, which meant he would request a small portion of her afternoon. He handed his calling card, the one he had commissioned, to the butler, to find the man eyeing it with suspicion as though he expected to find the scandalous rendition placed upon his palm. With a weary acceptance, he opened the door wide enough for Lucian to enter.
"Is Miss Astley at home to visitors?" "You may wait in the parlour, Your Grace."
The butler led him down the hall and into a small room directly to the right of the main corridor. It was a charming little room, filled with overstuffed chairs and daffodils sitting sweetly in vases on every surface. He unnecessarily tugged on his gloves, nervously fitting them against his fingers as he considered what he was doing. Was he truly leaping out of the comfortable banter they'd exchanged over the past months and requesting an afternoon with her? It hardly seemed possible that she would accept, given her lack of enthusiasm for any of his requests, yet the banns were well underway, and her reaction to him at both the card party and at White's led him to believe this visit would not be in vain. As Miss Astley and her mother entered the parlour, Lucian stepped away from the daffodils he was examining.
Miss Astley, Mrs. Astley.
Your Grace, Mrs. Astley said as she pointed to a chair. What a happy surprise. We were not expecting you this morning.
I do apologize for arriving unannounced.
He tugged on the ends of his gloves once more.
Is your family well?
Quite well, Your Grace.
Good,
Lucian said as he looked around the room. He noted that Mrs. Astley walked to one of the chairs, taking a seat, while Juliana continued to stand near the door. Taking a chance, he looked to Mrs. Astley.
Might it be possible for Miss Astley to join me for a ride this morning? The weather is fine, and I have it on good authority that she is an accomplished rider.
Juliana held her hands primly in front of her. Your Grace, She will be happy to accompany you, Mrs. Astley said, crossing the room to stand next to her daughter. Allow her a moment to prepare.
Of course.
Lucian dipped his head in their direction, certain Juliana had been ready to refuse his request, yet once again her mother had stepped in accepting for her. Juliana was the most vexing woman of his acquaintance. He didn't care for the ladies who laughed at his every joke and giggled at his very presence. Nor did he care for the ladies who swooned when he entered a room or dropped their handkerchiefs and fans in front of him so that he might retrieve their belongings. Those women were tiresome. Yet his heart had been stolen by a woman who varied from one day to the next in her interest in knowing him, and that was perplexing.
What sort of man chased a woman who wanted nothing to do with him?
What sort of man vowed to kiss that woman and then found himself engaged to her by scandal? It was possible he had lost his mind. Yet, upon reflection, could he trust his own calculation upon the matter? He stood in the parlour for a quarter of an hour before Juliana returned wearing a deep blue riding habit. Mrs. Astley entered with her. I do hope you will not object to a chaperone. I know you are engaged, but for the sake of propriety, I must insist.
Not at all, Mum. In fact, given the scandal from the card party, it is a wise decision.
He held his arm out to Juliana, escorting her out to the front steps where his horse and her mare waited along with the groom. Once he had assisted her onto her mare, he mounted his and led the way toward Montrose Hall. He wanted a little time with her away from the prying eyes of society, and his property was well situated with a large park behind it, perfect for riding.
It seems, said Juliana, that you were interrupted when I asked if you would join me for a ride. How did you intend on answering?
Juliana bit her lips, keeping her face forward. I am overjoyed at your request, Lucian. Lucian laughed, unable to stop the sound bursting from his chest.
You little liar.
Excuse me?
Come now, Juliana. Falsehoods are unbecoming.
You have no room to talk, she said as she leaned toward him. The betting books.
That is not a falsehood.
Then what is it?
A bit of fun.
Not to the person whose name is on the pages.
My name is on multiple pages, but you do not see me sneaking into whites dressed like a...
Men do not have to sneak, Lucian, she interrupted before turning away to face the road ahead of him.
Touché,
he murmured as he positioned his horse closer to her, then reached out, grasping her hand.
Can you ever forgive me for that?
I do not know. When she didn't pull away from him, he lifted her hand and placed a soft, penitent kiss on her knuckles. The touch set his lips tingling.
Please, I am most repentant. Terribly so. I can hardly eat, for food has lost its flavour, and I cannot sleep, for my nights are dreamless.
You had no troubles eating your supper at the last party we attended.
I was nervous.
You are incorrigible, she said, pulling her hand back, yet he refused to release it.
Only because I am waiting in fear for the moment you exact your revenge. Have you decided upon my punishment?
Juliana's brow rose, a smile forming on her lips. What makes you think I have not already done my worst? He thought about it for a second and then shrugged.
If you have done something, I certainly have not seen the consequences of it.
No? She asked, her tone as sweet as a chocolate drop. Then I shall have to do a better job of it. He kept hold of her hand as he led her into the park.
Perhaps your revenge was the hair you pasted on your upper lip. It was a respectable moustache.
Juliana choked, turned scarlet, and set her gaze straight ahead.
I think not.
Then was it the trousers you wore?
He leaned toward her, a wicked smile pulling at his lips.
I confess, I could become accustomed to the view.
Her mouth moved, yet nothing came out as her cheeks turned a hue of red he'd never witnessed before. He pulled his horse to a stop, and she did the same.
Will you walk with me?
He didn't wait for her answer. Once he had dismounted and assisted her down from her horse, he handed the reins to the groom as they took to the walking path.
Lucian,
she managed to say as she regained her composure.
You cannot say such things.
Why have not?
It is highly inappropriate.
He laughed, running a hand through his hair.
Have you not heard, Juliana? I am a dealer in love, kisses, and embraces. I stroll down candlelit pathways with women who belong to other men, and I am an egregious flirt.
I have been informed.
Beyond that, we are engaged.
He smirked at her, watching her every move.
As my affianced wife, would you like a demonstration of my services?
Juliana's eyes flashed with mirth, and then her neck and cheeks went crimson once more.
Your Grace, silence, lest you are overheard, she whispered.
What do I care if the groom overhears?
He released her hand and lifted both his hands in the air as he called out.
Did you hear that? I shall offer my...
Lucian abruptly stopped talking as he felt a tap on his backside. He turned, eyes wide, as he looked to Juliana. He couldn't be certain, and yet he was quite aware that the sting on his backside could only have come from one source, her riding crop. Juliana held one hand over her mouth, stunned at her own actions.
Lucian, do forgive me.
He wagged his finger at her, throwing his head back as he laughed.
Juliana Astley! Did you mistake me for your horse?
She bristled, turning away and then back to him once more. Your imagination is getting away from you.
It most certainly is not.
He used his riding crop to tilt his hat a little.
Now, I wish to hear your answer once more. Did you mistake me for your horse?
Certainly not.
You wicked, wicked woman. That was a falsehood, and worse yet, you enjoyed every second of it.
I most certainly did not. Juliana turned away, walking back to her horse. But Lucian was not ready for their little outing to end. Quickening his step, he cut off her retreat.
A scandal on Montrose Hall estate. What will the gossips say?
Juliana turned around, her riding crop following her every move.
No one witnessed it.
Ah, he said, leaning back on his heels.
Then you admit it did happen?
Not in the least. Something occurred, an accident of sorts.
An accident? He repeated, aghast. Please do tell me what you intended.
She lifted her riding crop and gently swatted his arm.
If you had not thrown your hands in the air, I should never have...
She turned away from him, a hand pressed against her mouth once more.
There is only one course of action after that sort of behaviour.
Stop, Juliana said, lifting her riding crop and gently touching it to his lips.
Do not say the words. I beg of you to keep them to yourself.
My duty as a gentleman compels me to insist on a special license.
No.
She took a step backward.
It is only that we do not need to rush into anything, for it does not look as though anyone witnessed our little mishap. Even the groom is looking in the other direction.
He folded his arms, balancing his weight on one leg.
Much like there were no witnesses to your foray into whites.
Do keep quiet about such things.
Then let us come to an arrangement of sorts.
Juliana held her riding crop up threateningly.
Make your proposal, and we shall see if it is acceptable.
I will tell no one of these little mishaps on your part, and you will forgive whatever indiscretions I have committed that made you dislike me so.
Oh, she said as she suddenly became interested in the rocks along the pathway.
Well, I mean, we did agree that I could punish you for the incident at White's.
Yes, although you had a special dislike for me before the wager was even considered.
She looked up at him as though she would tell him what it was he had done, but then she clamped her mouth shut again.
I shall never relent, Juliana. Tell me what I did to make you dislike me so.
If I tell you, you will consider me silly.
My dear Juliana, I could not consider you any more of a madcap than I already do. He smirked. And if you have not noticed, I am still seeking your admiration.
Yes, but that is just it. Even though you have asked for my hand, it is not the will of your family. I heard your uncle demand that you marry Lady Beatrice Collings.
Pardon me? He laughed as he ran a hand through his hair. You little eavesdropper.
She blushed, her cheeks turning a pretty shade of pink that made him very happy. I do apologize.
Then you have been punishing me for both the betting book and my uncle's expectations.
I suppose I have. She placed her hands over her cheeks. Oh, I am a fool.
No, not a fool.
He gently removed her hands and tipped her chin up so she would look at him.
And as I said earlier, it is not as if your punishments have left a lasting effect.
But they have. Her voice broke. Juliana turned away abruptly, refusing to meet his gaze. I must go. Before he could speak another word, she hurried toward her horse, calling for the groom. Panic flared in Lucian's chest, sharp and wholly unwelcome. The last few days replayed in his mind. The mortifying tumble into the fountain, the calling card scandal, her ongoing coldness. He did not want to believe she had been capable of such malice, but her flight and her tremulous regret could only mean one thing. He ran after her, closing his hands around hers as she clutched the reins.
Tell me now, Juliana.
She shook her head, misery etched in every line on her face. You will hate me.
More than you despise me?
Yes. No. Oh, I do not know, she whispered. He wanted to ask the question, say the words that had plagued him over the last few days, but as he looked into her eyes, the regret he saw there was enough for him to know that she could never do anything so terrible that he wouldn't instantly forgive her. Was that not the very nature of affection, of friendship, of love itself? Please, Lucian, she murmured. I need to go home. He waved the groom away, refusing to allow her to mount and ride out of his life, for he knew with the way she was behaving she would throw him over as soon as propriety would allow.
Not until you admit what you have done.
She hesitated. Then her shoulders rose and fell in a slow, resigned breath. When she turned to face him, the softness vanished and the proud, untouchable version of Juliana Astley stood before him. I created the calling cards, she said. Her lips trembled even as she kept her tears at bay. When he didn't respond, she pulled her hand away from his grip. He released his hold. Lucian stared at her, unable to speak, unable to breathe. When he finally found the words to speak, his voice was hoarse.
You wished to ruin me.
Is that not what you meant to do with the wager? She retorted, her composure cracking at the edges. You wrote my name in the betting book for all and sundry to gossip over, and when the wager was won, your triumph recorded, my reputation would be the forfeit. Lucian recoiled as if struck.
Juliana!
He stepped away from her, ran a hand through his hair.
Blast it all! You truly believe I would gamble with your name? Your reputation?
You did gamble with it, she said fiercely, though tears gathered in her eyes, her lips trembling. You wagered whether you could steal a kiss. You turned me into sport among your friends.
That was never my intention,
he said, a pain entering his chest that felt much different than anything he'd ever experienced. Intentions matter little when the outcome is the same, she whispered. I may have caused a little scandal for you, but your reputation will recover. By this time next week you will have an invitation to Almack's. White's has not refused you entrance. Indeed, you have laughed heartily with your friends over the entire fiasco, and you will be celebrated for having caused a scandal, whereas I will not."
A silence fell between them, the air thickening as they stared at each other. Juliana turned away from him, but he wouldn't allow the groom to help her. He lifted her, assisting her onto the side saddle.
"I shall leave your conscience in peace, Your Grace."
"Juliana." But she was already setting her horse into a canter, riding away from him. Lucian could do nothing but stand watching as she rode down the lane, her figure growing smaller with every heartbeat. He didn't want to believe it, although the proof was right before his eyes, and deep down he knew he had lost her. She had her reason to break off the engagement, and worst of all was that he deserved it every whit. Chapter 21. The Betting Book. In the past, the study had been a place where Lucian could go to think through matters financial and otherwise, but after the argument with Juliana, he was certain never to find peace again. His chest tightened every time he thought of her words, the truth behind them and the pain his actions had caused. When the wager had been made, he'd never imagined it would be the source of so much trouble, and yet... He paced the room, rubbing his wrists as he considered how best to approach the matter, yet his mind was blank, blocked by his insufferable arrogance and the consequences of his actions. If she were to forgive him, it would take time to build trust once more, if ever she had actually trusted him.
"Lucian?"
His mother's concern brought his pacing to a stop. He attempted to mask the turmoil, failing miserably. His mother crossed the room, her hands reaching for him.
"What has happened?"
For many years he'd longed for his mother, longed to know that she cared for him. And now that their relationship was mending, he did not want her to see him in this way. It was embarrassing, and to admit to such a folly was unthinkable.
"It is a little matter. Nothing to fret about."
"Well, if that is the truth, then you should consider pacing on the wood flooring. This poor carpet will be threadbare by the time you work through whatever has caused this distress." His shoulders dropped, and instead of continuing his march, he fell into the nearest chair.
"I have ruined everything."
"It cannot be so terrible as all that." His mother sat in the chair across from him, her eyes soft as she took in his crumpled posture. "I have only ever seen a man so downtrodden when it concerns a lady. Have you and Miss Astley quarrelled?"
"The worst sort of argument. I fear she has ample evidence against me to successfully call off the wedding."
He buried his head into the arm of the chair, one hand resting on his head as he attempted to accept the truth of the matter.
"It will not be long before society has confirmed I am a worthless lout unworthy of my title."
"Can you not apologize for whatever wrong you have committed?" He sat up, smiled sadly, and shook his head.
"An apology is not enough. Not for what I have done."
"What have you done?" Her tone was sharp, as if she expected to hear he had committed the unpardonable. He knew exactly what she suspected, which he could thankfully assure her was not the issue.
"Nothing as terrible as you think, and yet something of far greater consequence than a simple apology will mend."
She reached out and took his hand. "No one is past hope, my dear boy. You must try." Needing a bit of inspiration, he sat back, wondering how best to ask the question plaguing him. His Uncle Henry and Aunt Mary argued on a regular basis, neither of them ever apologizing for their part in the debacle, but somehow they always moved past one argument only to find themselves tangled in another. Was that marriage? Or was there another option when spending the rest of one's life with another person? Taking a deep breath, he decided to simply ask his mother about his father.
"Did you and my father ever argue?"
"All couples have their disagreements, but it is how you reconcile the problem that builds unity."
She sat back, resting her head on the plush cushion.
There were many smaller arguments, but never anything so terrible that we could not find an understanding.
When he made you angry, how did he convince you to forgive him?
Her eyes glossed over as though she could see his father once more, the memory as sweet as the long-ago moments she'd spent with him. It made him appreciate his mother even more to know that after all this time, she still loved her husband, his father.
Rupert would surprise me with flowers. He would not purchase them from the hothouse. No, he would go out to the garden and find the prettiest blooms, and he would arrange them in a lovely spread.
Lucian chuckled.
A duke knew how to arrange flowers.
The housekeeper helped him until he learned how to do it himself. He became quite adept at choosing the loveliest ones.
Then flowers always made you forgive him?
Oh, no, she laughed. Flowers convinced me to open the door for him. He would then give an apology, and when he was finished he would tell me with the deepest sincerity that he loved me. That is why I never held a grudge, and I could never stay angry with him for more than an hour.
Is that why you never remarried?
Her life would have been much easier had she remarried. His uncle's theft of her widow's jointure wouldn't have affected her so deeply had she a husband to see to her needs.
There was no reason for me to remarry. I had already found the love of my life. I could not bring myself to share that deep and abiding love with any other man.
He thought about it for a moment. He knew he could gather a bouquet of flowers and present them to Juliana, but did he love her enough to declare himself? Did she care enough about him to accept what he had to say? The ache in his chest was enough to tell him he did, indeed, love Juliana Astley. He'd liked her the moment she'd fallen into him, fingers hooked in his cravat as though they were already intimately acquainted. But love? At which point had he fallen in love? It could have been the moment they'd waltzed, or when he'd heard she'd accused him, with unjust accuracy, of being a man of unnecessary confidence. Or perhaps it was the moment she'd chased after the chickens in the poorhouse courtyard. He may well never know. But one thing was certain. He loved her, and there was no possible way he would allow her to beg off their wedding. Before he could put words to his thoughts, his mother kissed him on the forehead.
I know you will win her back. Be yourself.
I am afraid that is what Juliana dislikes about me the most.
His mother laughed, patted his cheek, and then walked toward the door. As she was leaving, she called back to him. Juliana Astley loves you. That is why this argument has hurt her so deeply. Lucian needed time to think, to plan, time to figure out the sort of man he would be when it came to a marriage and partnership. Instead of sitting in his study, he walked out to the gardens. The cobblestone pathway was lined with flowers and shrubbery, enough blooms to fill all the vases in Montrose Hall, but something told him flowers would not win Juliana's heart. He had to do something of far greater consequence, and by the time he concluded his walk, he hadn't any idea as to what that would be. By the following Wednesday, Lucian had done nothing to win Juliana back. Therefore, he took himself to White's. The club was packed with every gentleman of the ton in his same predicament. Every man there that night had failed to secure a voucher to Almack's. For the first time in all the seasons he had spent in London, Lucian Montrose found himself among them, barred from its hallowed doors. He did not particularly mind, except for the fact that his Juliana was, even now, in the assembly rooms, likely dancing with any number of eager suitors who may well convince her to leave him at the altar in exchange for whatever they were offering. He could only hope that Pembroke and Berkeley kept a vigilant watch over her. They'd agreed to be his eyes and ears at Almack's that evening, and once the evening had concluded they would meet at White's to give a full report. Although the grate held no fire, Lucian settled beside it, half listening to a knot of gentlemen gleefully recording their wagers in White's infamous books. Compared to their outlandish nonsense, the bets he and his friends had scrawled earlier seemed positively saintly. Still, as he overheard stakes involving everything from ill-fated courtships to the predicted collapse of Lord Bevington's ridiculous toupee, Lucian could not help wondering what they all thought of his entries. Had he been marked down as a callous fool, or merely an imaginative one with too much time on his hands? He regretted ever having signed his name in the book, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Previous betting books were preserved in the annals of White's history and would likely continue for years yet. The little wagers he'd made would live on for eternity, unless he did something about it. What to do, he didn't know. He could blot every one of his wagers out of the book, but that would be noticed, remarked upon for the scandal it would cause, and questioned until everyone knew what he had done. In truth, exposing himself did not matter, but it would put a blight on Pembroke and Berkeley, as they would be suspected along with him, which was one reason to stay his hand upon the matter. He kept an eye on the book, watched as the group of men threw pounce on the pages and then closed it, handing it off to another group. Lucian's attention never wavered from the book, and then, when everyone had had their fill of the large leather-bound folio, it was removed to rest in its distinguished spot until the next wager. He was prepared to sit back and wallow in self-pity when a wild thought occurred, one that was so completely absurd it made him question his own sanity. And then he admitted, only to himself, that absurd or not, it may well be the only way to earn Juliana's forgiveness. Lucian knew what he had to do. Taking one last drink of his port for courage, he placed the glass on the table and made his way to the room where he knew the book was kept. The same room where he'd found Juliana when she'd infiltrated White's. When Pembroke and Berkeley arrived that night, he would be long gone. They could make their report about Almack's and the men Juliana had danced with another time. As for him, he planned to make recompense for his actions and leave White's before anyone realized what he had done. Lucian cast a glance over his shoulder every few steps, ensuring no one was following him and that no gentleman of the ton could later swear he had even entered the room where the infamous book resided. Once he was certain he had avoided notice, he slipped inside, seized the book from its pedestal, and after a brief, frantic calculation of available hiding places, he shoved it beneath his waistcoat and down the front of his breeches. It was immediately apparent that this solution had not been thoroughly thought through. The betting book was larger and far more rigid than he realized. Yet he was determined to do this for Juliana, and so he moved it around, allowing it to shift beneath his clothing, the chill of the cold leather binding far more uncomfortable than it should have been. Worst of all, once he stopped adjusting the book, the corner of the spine jabbed him in a manner that would certainly not go unnoticed. That was if he was required to sit, stand, walk, breathe, or exist in any posture whatsoever. Leaving the room, he leaned forward in an attempt to keep the book hidden. He was in the corridor when his heart thudded to a halt. He froze as footsteps echoed down the hallway. "Devil take it!" Lucian winced, straightened, and attempted to assume the expression of a man who definitely did not have an oversized leather-bound ledger tucked against his person, and then he adopted a casual stance, leaning against the wall while holding the lapel of his frock coat out in a ridiculous manner. Then he realized he looked too casual for a duke. He tried a dignified stance, yet that caused the book to jab further into his ribs, so he settled on what could only be described as a stiff-legged waddle, accompanied by an expression suggesting he may be suffering from a severe illness. Just as he exited the corridor, he nearly ran into Mr. Fitzherbert. Startled, he clutched his middle, increasing his play-acting. "Windsor, is that you? You appear... Are you quite well?" Lucian offered a strained smile. "Never better. You are walking rather oddly." "A sprain," he said quickly. "In your legs?" "Yes, both, simultaneously." Fitzherbert blinked at him and then accepted the falsehood as though it were completely normal. "I had heard you were banned from Almack's. A pity." "Not for long.
Lucian said, his voice straining as the binding dug further into his ribs. Well, we all cannot have your influence. Fitzherbert laughed. Then he tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. Might you need a physician, Windsor? Not at all. Lucian sped up just a little, his face contorting as he neared the corridor leading to the front door. Well, Fitzherbert said, walking along with him. Do carry on. He hesitated. Though you truly should consider sending for a physician. You appear to be cramping. Lucian nodded. I shall take it under advisement. The moment Fitzherbert withdrew, Lucian lurched for the corridor, each step reminding him that he was now committing what was, without question, the most uncomfortable theft in the history of whites. All he needed to do was get out the front door without alarming the doorman, any of the club's members, or the entire male population of London. Chapter 22. A gift unlike any other. Juliana slouched on the sofa. She'd refused to attend Almack's, opting to stay home with a feigned headache, but instead of finding relief in her solitude, she only found misery. Books held no interest, food tasted bland, and even the tea sitting before her was in need of something more than sugar or lemon. Pushing it away, she stared at the wall, her thoughts upon Lucian, wondering if he could ever forgive her, for she couldn't forgive herself. When she had decidedly spent too long staring at the wall, Juliana considered leaving for her bedchamber, but found the butler standing in the doorway, blocking her retreat. The Duke of Pembroke and the Marquess of Berkeley are requesting an audience. Shall I send them away? Smoothing down the front of her dress, she straightened her posture. Please show them in. If anything, she could discover where Lucian was, and perhaps a little about what he was thinking since their last encounter. She regretted every second of their last conversation, at least the part where she'd refused to forgive him. As they entered, she dipped into a curtsy. Your Grace, my lord, I am pleasantly surprised by your visit. Were you not at Almack's? Pembroke dipped his head, then stepped forward, accepting the seat she offered. When you did not arrive with your family, we decided it was time we confessed our role in this entire debacle. Juliana smiled, turning away as she remembered the conversation of weeks before. I am aware that you encouraged Windsor to write my name in the betting book. Are you? Berkeley sat on a chair opposite her, a pleasant smile stretching across his face, and for the first time since she'd met the Marquess, she noticed a change. He didn't have a cigar in his mouth, nor was one stuck between his fingers. It was surprising, but she did not inquire. At that moment, she was more concerned about Lucian than Berkeley's eccentricities. Did Windsor tell you everything? I admit he has told me very little. She did not care to confess to these men that she had eavesdropped. If Lucian hadn't told them, there was no reason for such a revelation. Although I do know about the betting book. You must forgive him for that, Pembroke said. She shook her head. You do not know what you ask. Please explain, Pembroke said, making himself comfortable. Juliana kept her eyes focused on the cup of tea before her, the dark liquid cooling as it sat untouched. It is simply that men do not understand that a woman's reputation is far more fragile than that of a man. Windsor will miss out on one night at Almack's, but as soon as word spreads that my name was written in the betting book and the details behind the wager are known, I shall never recover. My sisters will bear my shame as well. Berkeley crossed one leg over the other as he nodded in agreement. He lifted his hand, patting the front of his frock coat as though he were searching for something. Then he dropped his hands, clasping them in front of him. Then you should know that I am the one who wrote your name in the book. I do not believe you. She studied his face, uncertain in her decision, for he seemed so sincere and nervous at the same time. Surely he was not nervous to confess his actions. What purpose would you have in writing my name? It was a jest. Berkeley sighed,
ran a hand through his hair, patted his chest once more, then dropped his hands to his sides.
Windsor wrote a wager claiming that my valet and Pembroke's cook would marry, and I had to repay him in kind. I certainly never meant to cause you distress.
And did he win that wager? Juliana asked.
Pembroke laughed. Only this morning. We discovered the cook was gone when I had no breakfast, and Berkeley's butler had to help him dress.
I see. Juliana bit her lips together as she thought about what she'd seen in the book. Then why was Lucian's signature under the wager?
Well, Pembroke said, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. We never said he was wise. When a man is faced with a wager, he cannot back down without looking a coward, Berkeley said as he slid his hands under his legs to sit on them. Please, can you not forgive Windsor?
Is that why you are here? Does he send the two of you to make amends each time he has been insufferable?
Juliana watched as Berkeley continued to fidget until she could stop herself no longer.
What, pray tell, is wrong with you?
Pembroke rolled his eyes as he kicked Berkeley's foot. If you wish for a cigar, you only need ask.
I am determined to rid myself of the habit.
He took a deep breath as though it would calm his nerves, yet he was equally as agitated as he had been before.
Keep every last one of them until I am begging, curled up on the floor and crying.
Juliana held back a laugh, but only because she could see that poor Lord Berkeley was fighting a battle of his own making.
Why now?
Berkeley shook his head. No, Miss Astley, that is a question I will not answer.
Well, Juliana said as she feigned disinterest, it is highly irregular for a man to quit any habit without good reason, like a lady.
She turned to Pembroke.
Do you not agree?
I shall keep my opinion to myself on Berkeley. Pembroke may not have agreed with her in his words,
but the sparkle of mischief in his eyes was enough to let her know she had guessed correctly. Very well, although I do hope you win her heart, my lord. And more than that, I pray she sees the sacrifice you are making on her behalf.
You have quite the imagination, Miss Astley.
Berkeley smiled at her, although he did not deny her accusation. They sat in silence. Then she asked once more, Are you here to make his apologies? It was important to know if this would be Lucian's form of penance each time they quarrelled. If he did send his friends to clean up his mistakes, she would continue with her current plans of ending the engagement. She would not have a husband who avoided difficult conversations. The two men looked at each other, then back to her. They paused, and Pembroke straightened his shoulders.
Absolutely not, Miss Astley. Windsor has no idea we are here this evening. He believes we are at Almack's, ensuring no eligible gentlemen steal you away from him.
He does not trust me?
He does not trust the men in society. Berkeley leaned forward, pointing at her. You may not know this, Miss Astley, but you are highly sought after.
I cannot imagine why. Then she had to acknowledge that there was one virtue nearly all men of the ton wanted from her. Her dowry.
Can you not?
The question caught her by surprise, as it didn't come from either of the men sitting across from her, but from the doorway. She turned, her heart leaping straight to her throat as she met Lucian's gaze. My dowry?
Only the fools seek money.
She smirked. My lips.
Closer,
he said, a scandalous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he crossed the room with the confidence of a man who had already survived a dozen ill-advised decisions and was about to commit one more. He held a satchel in his hands, which he placed on a table. My eyes, she teased, lifting her chin.
Tempting, he murmured, but not quite.
My natural blush, she insisted, laughing now, though her pulse thundered like a runaway carriage as heat pierced her cheeks. Lucian stopped just in front of her chair. He leaned down, not enough to touch her, but enough that every nerve in her body seemed to draw up to meet him.
Your heart, Juliana.
Her breath caught. He cleared his throat, confidence faltering just enough for sincerity to slip through.
"Though," he admitted, "your lips are making a rather persuasive argument at the moment."
A cough erupted from Pembroke, and Berkeley let out a low whistle before mumbling,
"Bold, Windsor."
Juliana pressed a hand to her mouth, both to hide her smile and to keep herself from doing something utterly reckless, such as leaning forward the last few inches.
"You ought not to say such things," she whispered.
"And yet," he murmured, eyes warm and wicked all at once,
"I find myself unable to stop. But there are witnesses."
"I noticed," he said, glancing at his friends.
"They shall attest to my good behaviour."
"I am not convinced they will. We have bonded over our conversation, and they are now my friends, not yours."
His grin deepened.
"Then it is fortunate you are the one I wish to convince."
Her heart swayed, soft and unsteady.
"Lucian."
He held her gaze, all teasing dropping away like removing a mask.
"Juliana, you are sought after because you are worth seeking. Not for your dowry, not for your lips, but because you are—"
He exhaled, as though the word carried weight.
"You."
She smiled, knowing in her heart that she belonged to him and he to her.
"That," she said, "is the closest you have come yet."
"To what?"
he asked.
"To being right."
He laughed, low and delighted, and though he straightened at last and stepped back, she felt the warmth of his presence like an imprint on her heart.
"I have brought you an offering, one I hope will prove my deepest sincerity and apologies for all I have done wrong."
"Berkeley would like me to believe he is the one at fault. Have I been rightly informed?" Lucian raised a brow, turned to his friend, and then back to her.
"Whatever confession he made, it does not account for my part in the situation. I willingly signed my name below the wager, a decision of which, in hindsight, I realize the error, because at the time I did not protect you, your reputation and that of your sisters. It was foolhardy."
"I do not know what you have brought, but the sincerity of your confession." He lifted his finger and slowly moved it back and forth.
"I went to great pains to get this for you. Please do not forgive me until it is in your possession."
A smile slowly spread across her face as she followed him with her eyes. He crossed back to the table where he'd placed his satchel and carried it as though he were presenting a token to a queen. Excitement bubbled up, her stomach fluttering in anticipation as he pushed her cold tea aside and placed the bag on the table. "What is it?"
"No one can know about this." He turned to Pembroke and Berkeley, his expression grave. "I do mean no one. You may want to leave now so you can deny association with the culprit."
Pembroke sat forward, brows pulled together.
"What have you done?"
Berkeley, still sitting on his hands, looked ready to burst.
"Thunder and turf, Windsor! Do not keep us waiting!" "It is Juliana's gift. She should be the one to open it."
Juliana reached for the latch, but stopped. "I cannot in good conscience accept a gift from you until I know you do not hold a grudge against me for the calling card."
"Pardon?" Pembroke asked.
Lucian didn't respond, and neither did Juliana, her focus entirely upon the one whose forgiveness she desperately desired.
"I forgave you the moment you admitted your guilt."
She swatted his arm. "Stop being so agreeable."
"Then you wish me to be angry?"
"Not forever. But I do expect you to tell me how you feel about it. I hurt you. Your reputation, your mother's good opinion of you." Lucian chuckled as he lifted her hand and kissed her knuckles.
"Darling, you had one thing very right. My reputation will not suffer from the little calling card. It will be a distant memory with the next scandal to hit the ton, as long as you burn them and do not commission a second printing."
Juliana nodded. "I have done just that. Burned them, I mean.
Good. Now, if you do not open this satchel, Berkeley and Pembroke may expire from curiosity.
She quickly untied the leather cord and then peeled back the flap to find a leather-bound book. She pulled it slightly out of the satchel and then held it in front of her. It looked familiar, like something she'd seen before, yet she couldn't quite place where that had been.
What is it?
Berkeley swore under his breath.
Windsor, have you lost your senses?
Lucian knelt before her.
It is yours. Forever. How the blazes did you manage to get that out of White's?
Pembroke asked, his hands reaching out for the book, but instantly pulling backward, as though he feared touching it while not in the hallowed halls of his gentleman's club may very well ruin both him and the wagers inside.
Never you mind, Lucian said.
Juliana bit her bottom lip and then slowly held it out to him.
I cannot accept this.
He pushed it back onto her lap.
Yes, you can. By now, the book has been missed. I cannot safely sneak it back into the club without getting caught. Therefore, it is yours forever to do with as you please.
She looked up at him, her mind racing with all the reasons he would have done this, and then she realized something was different about him, the way he looked at her. It was not with the suave grin of a man who knew he was charming, nor was it in a way that was teasing and ready for a battle of wits. No, Lucian Montrose was repentant for his actions. In that moment, she knew he truly saw her for the person she was, and his emerald eyes were softened in a way that told her he was quite pleased.
Lucian? Yes, Juliana. Why did you do this?
He lifted his hand to her cheek, brushing her stray locks away as his thumb traced the curve of her jawline.
Without you, I am a man who spends my days with those two fools over there making wagers.
There is so much more to you. Your charitable contributions to the poorhouse, for one.
Indeed, if you are determined to see the best in me.
He smiled as she laughed.
I do not want to be that man any longer. I mean the one who lounges about White's and makes ridiculous wagers.
Juliana noticed movement out of the corner of her eye as Pembroke and Berkeley attempted to sneak out of the room without notice. It didn't matter how unsuccessful they were at it. She was thankful they left, giving some much-needed privacy. What do you think you shall do with yourself now that there is no betting book at White's?
I was hoping that you might take pity upon me, find it within your heart to forgive a foolish man and consent to be my wife.
You mean I must give up the desire to throw you over? Her mouth twitched with the effort not to smile. How very inconsistent of me.
Yet, if you agree, I shall make you the happiest woman for the rest of your life.
Do you promise?
I give my word, as a gentleman.
She tossed the book aside and slipped from her seat, kneeling beside him. She barely reached the carpet before he gathered her into his arms with a soft, disbelieving laugh, as though he could not fathom his own good fortune. Then, she whispered, brushing her fingers along his jaw, I do believe I shall accept your kind offer. He leaned in, his forehead touching hers, his lips hovering a scandalous inch away.
Juliana Astley, I love you. Without you, I am half a man and wholly lost.
Her lips trembled against his mouth. Heaven knows how, she murmured. But you have stolen much more than a kiss from me. You have stolen my sense, my peace, my very composure, and you have convinced both my heart and my head to love you. How shall I ever forgive you? With half a laugh, he pulled her closer. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he claimed her lips in a kiss that made her believe the truth of everything he'd confessed that night. She didn't have to wonder if he was sincere, not with the way he held her, as though she were the only thing that mattered in that moment and forever. The caress of his lips and the betting book resting on the sofa told her she could trust this man to be her husband and protect her for the rest of her life. Chapter 23. Engaged to a Mercenary. Lucian would have kissed Juliana far longer, hours, possibly days, had the moment not been shattered by the unmistakable crunch of carriage wheels and a sharp rap upon the door. He tore himself away just as Pembroke's head appeared through the narrow crack.
"The carriage has stopped outside."
Juliana sprang back as though scorched, her cheeks flaming as she scrambled for her footing. Lucian rose with considerably less grace, then steadied her with a gentle hand before they set about smoothing their decidedly rumpled clothing. He had nearly regained his composure when his gaze landed on the book.
"Blast,"
he mumbled. In an instant, Lucian launched himself toward it with all the elegance of a startled cat, snatching it off the cushion and ramming it back into the satchel before whoever was visiting at this unseemly hour could discover his guilt, or see precisely what sort of comprising wagers were written upon the pages. With the greatest of speed, Berkeley and Pembroke re-entered the room and sat on the same chairs they'd been in when Lucian had arrived, followed by a maid with a new tea tray. He too took a seat, but decided to sit on the sofa next to Juliana as she expertly poured the tea, her hands shaking.
"What should we discuss?" Berkeley asked, his eyes wide with guilt. "You have nothing to fear, Berkeley. Stop looking like a fox in the henhouse."
Lucian accepted a cup from Juliana and then slowly sipped as the front door opened and the echo of voices travelled down the hallway to the room where they sat. Juliana's face lit with a smile of recognition. She stood and turned as the newly arrived guests entered the drawing room. "Myra!" she squealed. Without notice, Juliana ran across the room and threw herself into the woman's arms. "I thought you would be at Almack's this evening," the woman said. Juliana pulled away, her hands resting on the woman's shoulders. "I did not wish to go, but Mother and Father are there with Rose." She looked around and asked, "Where is Mr. Northcote?" "He is directing the servants with our luggage." Myra peered around Juliana's shoulder. "Will you introduce me to your guests?" Taking her hand, Juliana tugged her forward. "My intended, the Duke of Windsor, the Duke of Pembroke, the Marquess of Berkeley, and my sister, Mrs. Northcote." Myra's attention, of course, went straight to him. As for the other two men, Juliana might as well have introduced a tray of pastries for how quickly Myra forgot his friends. "So, this is the Duke you despise," she said lightly. "I can see why. He is far too handsome to have a pleasing personality, likely the arrogant sort." Lucian narrowed his eyes, though the sparkle in hers told him she was teasing rather than attacking. Accepting the challenge, he arranged his features into what he hoped resembled mild indifference. "I have been known to be something of an annoyance to your sister," he allowed, "although I believe she has at last forgiven my faults." Myra's brows shot up, wicked amusement dancing across her face. "Has she?" Juliana made a strangled noise that sounded deeply suspicious, but he was not one to back down when faced with a challenge. Enjoying himself far too much, he replied, "She has, although I admit I had to work rather diligently to earn her good opinion." Myra folded her arms. "I expect that was exhausting work." "You shall never know how excruciating the task has been. All details shall be taken to my grave." "Oh dear. And how soon shall that be?" She turned to Juliana. "I have suggestions for ridding oneself of an unwanted husband. If you would like, I can share." Juliana groaned softly. "Myra, please." Myra smiled sweetly. "I am only attempting to determine whether he deserves you, dearest. At present, I find the evidence inconclusive." Lucian bowed with exaggerated solemnity. "I shall strive to improve my standing at once." Juliana muttered, "Heaven help us." He laughed, then turned as a flicker of movement near the doorway caught his eye. Daniel Northcote entered. He was a little older, but still possessing the same mischievous glint Lucian remembered from their years at Cambridge. Lucian stepped forward to meet him, grasping Northcote's outstretched hand. "Good to see you again, Northcote." "And you?" Northcote shook once, then angled his head toward his wife and Juliana with long-suffering affection. "Marrying one of the Astley girls, Windsor?
What, pray, are you thinking? Juliana groaned.
Daniel.
Myra swatted her husband's arm.
Do ignore him. He enjoys pretending he's the only man clever enough to marry into our family.
Northcott grinned, entirely unrepentant.
I simply feel it is my duty to caution the Duke. Astley women are, how shall I say this politely? He paused, pretending to ponder. Overwhelming.
Incorrigible, Myra corrected sweetly.
Unmanageable,
Juliana added with a helpless shrug. Lucian folded his arms, adopting an air of thoughtful consideration.
Then I suspect I shall be exceedingly happy.
Northcott barked a laugh.
So the man walks willingly into the flames. Admirable. Utterly mad, but admirable.
He turned to Berkeley and Pembroke.
I trust the two of you will stay close enough to save him when necessary.
Both men shook their heads. Berkeley raised a brow before teasing.
You cannot save a man as far gone as Windsor.
Juliana stepped to Lucian's side, her expression softening despite her exasperation.
He knows perfectly well what he's doing.
Lucian offered her his arm.
I do indeed.
Northcott let out a mock sigh of defeat.
Well, Myra, it appears this one is beyond saving.
Myra beamed.
Good. Juliana deserves someone hopelessly besotted.
Lucian glanced between them, unabashed.
Hopelessly and thoroughly.
Juliana's blush deepened, but she slid her hand into the crook of his arm all the same. Northcott raised both hands in surrender.
Very well, then. Welcome to the family, Windsor. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into.
Lucian smiled, his chest doing somersaults as he gazed down at Juliana.
I believe I have every idea, and I cannot wait. Shocking disappearance at White's,
Lucian said as he read the headline in the news sheets.
The infamous betting book has vanished without a trace.
He sat next to Juliana on the settee, the news sheets spread out before them as they sat quietly reading together. They weren't alone. Mrs. Astley, Miss Rose, and Mrs. Northcott sat in the middle of the room, chatting as they worked on their sewing while playing chaperone. Juliana lay her head on his shoulder as she read the next paragraph.
London awoke this morning to a most astonishing report from St. James Street. Sometime between the late hours of last night and the earliest watch of dawn, the notorious betting book of White's Gentlemen's Club was discovered missing.
Lucian chuckled. He read the next paragraph while twisting his finger around the tendrils resting on her shoulders.
Members are said to be in a state of utter dismay, with several declaring the calamity to be a disaster unparalleled in the annals of gentlemanly mischief. One breathless footman asserts that at least half the ton will be holding their breath until the book is restored.
Are you certain no one knows it was you?
Juliana whispered. She pulled away from him, meeting his mirthful gaze.
Positive. Although I was walking a bit oddly, and rumours may abound even now that I am in need of a physician.
Juliana giggled and continued reading.
Lady D has been heard to whisper that the book fled of its own accord, unable to bear the weight of a certain gentleman's handwriting. Mr. S insists it is the work of a rival club, seeking either enlightenment or entertainment. The butler was heard to have suggested the culprit must possess both brazen audacity and a suspicious familiarity with scandal to have succeeded without being caught.
Lucian winked at her.
You have mentioned my brazen ways before. It is rather exciting to know it is now fodder for gossip.
Juliana looked at her mother and sisters to ensure they were completely occupied by their conversation before quickly kissing his jaw. She gazed into his eyes for a few seconds, then continued reading.
White's management assures the public that all measures are being taken to recover the book swiftly and discreetly, though the latter promise appears unlikely, given that every household from Grosvenor Square to Piccadilly is already aflutter with the news.
She laughed and then muttered under her breath.
I see they failed to mention this reporting of the theft as a culprit behind spreading the word, but alas, we shall have to forgive them the oversight.
Clearing his throat, Lucian adjusted his tone to sound formal.
Readers are encouraged to forward any relevant information to the Gazette Anonymously, if needed, especially if one's own hand might be recognized within the missing pages.
Do you think they will offer a reward?
Lucian shot her a look of mock outrage, then poked her in the side, sending her into breathless giggles.
You little fiend! How dare you even consider turning me in?
She lifted her chin, all innocence and sparkling eyes.
I am merely being practical. If the reward is substantial, it seems only sensible to evaluate my options.
He narrowed his eyes, leaning in until his breath brushed her ear.
If you value your freedom, Juliana, you will abandon that line of treachery immediately.
She pressed a thoughtful finger to her lips.
Freedom or a tidy sum of money?
Lucian groaned dramatically.
I am engaged to a mercenary.
She tapped his chest, sliding her arm around his waist. Just as he began wrapping his arms around her, Mrs. Astley loudly cleared her throat. Lucian pulled away.
Forgive me, Mrs. Astley.
Juliana bit her lips as she tried not to laugh.
Not only do you plan to turn me into White's management, but you will be the cause of a scolding from your mother. Tell me, is she kind when she is angry?
Nonsense. I would never surrender you to White's or my mother.
He let out a long, exaggerated breath as if the confession relieved his mind. Sitting back, he relaxed until she added sweetly,
Not unless the reward is truly extraordinary.
He let out a scandalized laugh.
Juliana! You are a little traitor, and here I thought you loved me.
She brushed a light kiss across his lips. He savoured her nearness, then slightly jumped as Mrs. Astley cleared her throat even louder. Scooting away, he slyly looked to the centre of the room. Mrs. Astley and her 2 daughters continued to sew, but he could see she was watching out of the corner of her eye. Juliana pulled him back to her, running her fingers along his jaw.
I do love you, but surely you do not expect me to ignore a windfall.
He tapped her nose with playful challenge.
Very well. Should a reward be posted, I shall simply have to outbid White's for my own freedom.
Brilliant,
she whispered, grinning.
I adore a man who can pay handsomely for his crimes.
So, Lucian said,
what do you plan to do with the contraband?
I have given it quite a lot of thought since I received your stolen goods last evening.
She leaned closer to him.
I think it must be returned.
How do you expect to do that?
I still have the clothing from my first foray into White's.
He touched her upper lip.
And will you reprise your most excellent moustache?
Her mouth moved around for a little as if she had an itch.
Perhaps not. It is an intrigue I do not care to repeat.
Was it the sneaking about that has discouraged you this time?
He lowered his voice, teasing and a bit more seductive than he'd intended.
Or hiding in a closet with me?
I should very much like to hide in a closet with you any day.
How very bold of you, my love.
Her cheeks turned a bright shade of pink that made him smile.
Lucian Montrose, you know exactly what I meant.
I am sure I do.
She pushed him away.
Stop teasing me, Your Grace.
Very well.
He took her hand, kissed her knuckles.
In all seriousness, if you wish to return the book, I will see to it.
I appreciate the offer, but I wish to see to it myself. After all, you did give it to me.
I most certainly did.
And I would not wish my intended to find himself arrested and locked away only days before we are to be wed.
A kind consideration, given I would not survive prison, at least not without you by my side.
Then allow me a little time to think things through, and when I am ready, I shall return it with the secrecy I displayed while dressed as a man.
Lucian ran his thumb along her upper lip once more.
My dear Juliana, I shall wait with the greatest anticipation of what is to come.
By the following morning, Lucian had decided every gentleman's club needed this sort of scandal once every 100 years. Accusations were tossed about. No member of the club was free from accusation except for him. As he stepped into the hallowed halls of the club, more than one man asked him about his illness. It appeared that Mr. Fitzherbert had vouched for him, claiming he was far too ill to have stolen anything that night. With his head held high, he sat in his usual spot near the hearth across from Berkeley and Pembroke.
"How was your interrogation?" Lucian asked. He knew each man had been questioned upon entry.
Pembroke eyed him with accusation.
"Must you question our loyalty?" "Not at all. I simply wished to know if you are on the list of suspects."
Berkeley pointed at him, then swiped his hand in front of his face as if he had decided not to say what he originally intended.
"What is the plan, Windsor? Pembroke and I are under suspicion for having left Almack's early that evening." "The very notion," Pembroke said. "It is as though no one around here knows us, knows of our unwavering loyalty to mischief. Why, we have a number of wagers in that book, should they get out." "Gossip is spreading like wildfire," Berkeley interrupted. "There is a claim I grabbed it from the pedestal and cried out something ridiculous. I believe the exact quote is, 'What is a little larceny among friends?' The nerve of some people." "Worse yet, you know exactly where that book is and how it left the club." Lucian grinned at his friends. "I do apologize for putting you in the thick of it all."
Pembroke smiled, more forgiving than he'd expected.
"It earned her forgiveness. We cannot fault you for that. Do not worry, boys. She plans to return the book."
"When?"
Berkeley leaned forward eagerly. "How?" Pembroke asked.
Lucian shrugged.
"No idea. But she does not want me to go down in the annals of Whites as the man who put the ton on edge. If some of those wagers were made public—"
"Can you imagine it?" Berkeley declared, eyes gleaming with wicked glee. "The reputations that would crumble, the marriages that would teeter on ruin, the absolute fortunes that would be flung at her feet in the desperate hope that she would keep silent." He leaned forward, whispering so those nearby could not hear. "Why, your lady love hides a veritable treasure trove of blackmail in her pretty little hands."
"It almost sounds as though you wish to keep the book out of White's," Lucian said.
"No," Berkeley said, sitting back and crossing one leg over the other as a man posing for a scandalous portrait. "I merely observe that your future Duchess sits upon a rather valuable source of income. She could make a fortune off me alone. I have more scandalous wagers in that book than half the ton combined."
"You wish for us to believe you a rake, yet we know better,"
Lucian scoffed. He was not fooled by Berkeley's cavalier attitude.
"We have witnessed every last one of those wagers, and not a single one has ended in your favor."
Berkeley straightened indignantly. "You jest, Windsor. I have won the majority." Pembroke arched a brow.
"Name one."
He opened his mouth, paused, and shut it again. He thought about it and then shrugged it off.
"Very well, as you say."
Lucian sat back, resting his head on the cushion of the wing-back chair.
"Berkeley, when do you mean to tell us about your latest improvement?"
"Whatever do you mean?" Berkeley asked, a smile tugging on his lips.
"The absence of smoke drifting above your head is a refreshing novelty,"
Lucian remarked, his tone warm with teasing pride. He had known Berkeley since boyhood and could hardly recall a single day when the man wasn't armed with a pocketful of cigars and enough matches to ignite all of Mayfair. Berkeley shifted in his chair, first adjusting his coat, then his cravat, then his cuffs, fidgeting like a man preparing for his own execution. At last, seeing no escape, he released a sigh and confessed. "I have been informed, by more than one lady, I might add, that it is an abhorrent habit. Apparently a gentleman may smoke one cigar after supper without ruining his appeal, but carrying the scent of Havana at all hours has rendered me undesirable to certain observant members of the ton." Pembroke tried to smother a laugh, but failed miserably. "Good heavens, Berkeley, you have surrendered to gossip." Berkeley groaned. "And by a swarm of very opinionated noses." Lucian's thoughts drifted back to the evening at Almack's when Lady Beatrice Collings had commented on Berkeley's smell.
"It is not Lady Beatrice's good opinion you seek."
"Gads, no!" Berkeley placed a hand over his chest as though the implication was far too shocking to consider. "Her good opinion is one I care not to earn."
"Then is there another lady you seek?"
"Mayhap there is,
although it is far too new and I should not share at this time, for I do not know if she shares my sentiments."
They settled back once more, letting the hum of masculine boasting and the clink of glasses swell around them. Lucian's mind, however, had thoroughly abandoned the room and wandered straight to Juliana. He was just beginning to rise, quite ready to hunt down his future bride like a besotted hound, when the peace was shattered. A tremendous rumble, followed by an unmistakable whoop and an even less dignified holler, thundered down the corridor. Chairs scraped, cards dropped. Pembroke swore under his breath as he startled from his seat. Lucian shot upright, his fists clenched, ready for fisticuffs if necessary.
"What in blazes?"
Before anyone could make sense of the uproar, a young footman barreled into the hall at a dead run. His hair was askew, eyes wild, as if he had personally wrestled a pickpocket on the stairs. He skidded to a halt, chest heaving.
"The book!" he cried, voice cracking with the urgency. "The book is back! It's back in one piece, and we have confirmed there are no missing pages!"
A collective gasp rose around the room, followed by cheers and applause.
"Then my dignity lives another day," the Earl of Cardell called out.
A few laughs rose above the commotion as the Earl buried his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Mr. Smith slapped the table.
"A deuced miracle! I thought we were all ruined."
The Duke of Kendall sagged in visible relief, shouting to the young footman.
"I need a drink, a strong one. On second thought, bring the decanter."
Lucian closed his eyes, utterly bewildered, completely repentant for having caused so much turmoil for these men and more than a little impressed. How in heaven's name Juliana had managed such a feat he would never know. To return the book in broad daylight, under the very noses of half the ton and without a single whisper of suspicion. His affianced wife, it appeared, possessed talents he had not yet begun to comprehend. He exhaled a laugh. Blazes! He would have to keep a very close eye on her. His future Duchess was a force of nature, a delightful, dazzling madcap, and he could not wait to marry her before she outwitted him again. Epilogue. The Stone Church. The quaint stone church stood nestled among the ancient yews, its grey walls softened by the late spring roses trailing lovingly along the path. Bells pealed gently across the Berkshire countryside, their sound drifting over rolling fields with the distant shimmer of Lucian's ancestral home. Juliana stood outside, gasping for air as she attempted to calm the wild beating of her heart. If it didn't stop pounding, she may well consider this moment her last, for she could not rightly enter the church to get married with pink cheeks and gasping, uneven breaths. She stood in the churchyard, dressed in the finest gown her mother could commission with only a month's notice. She wore ivory silk, unadorned save for a delicate lace edging and a ribbon of emerald around her waist. When she was finally ready, her father offered his arm, leading her through the side door to the front of the chapel where Lucian waited. He appeared calm, his smile for her alone. It wasn't the charming, arrogant smile she'd despised months before. No, this was Lucian Montrose, the man she had learned to love. The man who had forgiven her without a second thought when she'd admitted to the calling cards. The man who had proved to love her even when she had treated him with disdain. Juliana spoke her vows clearly, though she felt the truth of them tremble through her chest before they ever reached her lips. The chapel seemed to grow impossibly still as she spoke. When the final words left her mouth, happiness settled sweetly upon her, and she couldn't help but find pure joy in the knowledge that they were forever bound, never to be parted. She lifted her gaze to Lucian's, her breath catching as his eyes held hers without wavering. The warmth of his hands held hers with a steadiness she had yet to accomplish that day. He was her anchor, the one person she could rely upon now and forever. From this moment forward, she was his Duchess, and he her Duke. But the titles felt distant, almost insignificant, especially beside the ache in her chest and the fierce, unexpected longing that bloomed there. She wanted him, wholly and without hesitation, from this moment and for all the moments that would follow. His fingers tightened around hers, and a smile curved over her lips for him alone. Every second since she had first allowed herself to love him had led her here. Standing beside him now, she felt no uncertainty, only warmth and a great amount of joy. When Lucian spoke his vows, his voice low and resolute, Juliana smiled up at him, his promises perfect. Then he pressed a ring upon her finger.
I will.
His words echoed through her, steady and sure, and she knew that he would love her for the rest of her life. Just when she was certain her heart could handle no more, at last the vicar smiled upon them both. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Lucian did not wait for permission. As soon as the words were said, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her with reverence, sealing the precious promises they had just made. She wanted to lean into him, wrap her arms around his neck and stay in this moment forever, kissing him with a fervency that would let him know she loved him with all her heart. But that kiss would have to wait until they were alone. As they slowly separated, applause filled the little church. Juliana laughed as she leaned into Lucian, and then he whisked her away, down the aisle and out into the sunlit day. As they exited the church and ran to the buggy, rose petals rained down upon them, catching in Lucian's curls and the folds of her dress. She picked one out of his hair and decided to leave the rest so that they would fly away as they drove toward their home. Do you know, she said thoughtfully, looking up at him through her lashes, you have changed my life entirely. He squeezed her fingers with one hand as he guided the horses with the other.
I should hope so. You have done the same for me.
She leaned into him, contentment settling softly in her chest. The day was not yet theirs alone. That night they would host a supper party with family and friends to celebrate their wedding. Then they would be alone. Well and truly alone. The house had grown hushed. The last of the guests finally departed. The music faded into memory as the orchestra packed their instruments and left. Candles flickered along the corridor as Juliana entered the bedchamber she'd been shown earlier in the day, the one that was connected by a door to her husband's chamber. As she entered, she looked around, noticing that her trunks had been unpacked and her personal items were placed throughout the room, making it hers. In addition to those items, she was surprised to find the room was filled with lit candles on every surface. Her maid had just begun to lay out her night clothes when a soft knock came on the door. Turning to the door that separated the bedchambers, she took a deep breath and dismissed her maid before answering. Yes? Her heart fluttered. The nerves were far different than those of that morning. As Lucian stepped inside, closing the door behind him, she placed a hand over her heart, hoping to stop the pounding, but his presence only increased the passion, making her feel a bit weak. He looked different. Still the Duke, still handsome beyond reason, but somehow he appeared softened and unguarded.
There you are, he said quietly. I missed you.
She laughed, the sound somewhere between that and a gasp. She couldn't convince her feet to move, and so she stood there, waiting for him to close the distance. You married me only this morning, and we parted scarcely 10 minutes ago. You cannot have missed me so easily. He crossed the room and took her hands, lifting them as though they were something precious. He kissed her knuckles and she closed her eyes, cherishing his touch.
All of this day, I have wished for a moment, he said. Just us, away from all our family and friends.
She relished his kisses as he moved from her hands to the inside of her wrists. As have I. When he didn't immediately answer, she whispered, What are you thinking?
I am attempting, he said, smiling.
to commit this feeling to memory, in case I am ever foolish enough to forget how fortunate I am.
She took a half-step closer, resting her forehead against his.
You need not remember it alone. I shall remind you.
He pulled her into his arms, pressing a kiss to her temple, then her cheek, slowly kissing his way down to her lips as he spoke between each touch.
I have loved you in many ways, he murmured. With impatience, with foolishness, with pride.
He paused.
But tonight, I love you with all my heart. I did not know love could feel like this.
Juliana smiled, her hands slipping around his neck as she pulled closer.
Nor did I. Although, in my defense, I never wanted to feel this way about you.
And now, do you regret your decision?
She went up on the tips of her toes as she kissed him exactly the same way he had kissed her, starting near his right temple and trailing kisses across his face and along his cheek until she landed next to his lips.
You are stuck with me, Lucian, my best friend and my lover.
Lucian's fingers found the green ribbon at her waist, loosening it and releasing it until it drifted softly to the floor between them in quiet surrender. She lifted her chin, and when he claimed her lips, she gave him the kiss she had wanted to give him hours before in the church. A kiss filled with all the promises they had spoken aloud that day. When she pulled back, her voice was barely more than a breath.
I love you, Lucian Montrose.
He drew her into his arms and lifted her from the floor as though the words had given him strength.
Words I wish to hear every day for the rest of my life,
he murmured against her hair.
For I have loved you from the moment you fell into my arms, and every day since.
Author note and extended epilogue. Thank you for spending your time with Juliana and Lucian in The Duke I Despise. It is no small thing to invite new characters into one's heart, and I am deeply grateful you chose to walk beside them until the very end. While this story is a work of fiction, it is set against the rich and fascinating backdrop of the Regency era. Certain liberties were taken in the interest of storytelling, particularly in matters of Juliana sneaking into White's, Lucian stealing the betting book from White's, and Juliana tapping Lucian on the backside with her riding crop. But every effort was made to honour the spirit of the era. I was unable to find any evidence that a lady ever snuck into White's, especially dressed as a man, but there is evidence that women did dress as men for other reasons, and it did occur during the Regency era. For example, Hannah Snell is known to have enlisted in the British Army, dressed as a man. She served several years before her gender was discovered. Another woman, Mary Ann Talbot, lived disguised as a man for many years. She also served in the British Army and the Navy. As for stealing the betting book, it is important to note that there is no evidence that the betting books have ever been stolen or misplaced from any gentleman's club. In fact, the betting books are considered an important part of the history of each club, securely tucked away and safe for historical purposes. Readers who are interested in seeing the ridiculous nature of some or all the bets can purchase the White's betting books on Amazon. I did have Juliana tap Lucian with her riding crop on the backside in one scene while he was teasing her. This was extremely scandalous, and there is no evidence that anything of the sort ever occurred during the Regency era. But it fit the scene, and since there were no witnesses, they didn't have to marry immediately. If it had happened in a public place like Hyde Park, a special license or a trip to Gretna Green would have been in order. I do hope you can forgive the liberty I took for that scene, and I hope it didn't pull you out of the time period. I have always been drawn to stories of quiet devotion, of love that grows patiently and proves itself through choice rather than grand declaration. Although grand declarations are quite lovely and can be a great tool in storytelling, it is my hope that this story left you with the same sense of warmth and satisfaction it brought me while writing it. If you enjoyed this novel, I invite you to leave a positive review on your favourite platform. If you would like to read an extended epilogue to find out who inspired Lord Berkeley to stop smoking, visit bookhip.com/ZKBVTSK. With gratitude, Angela Johnson. This has been The Duke I Despise, Madcaps of Mayfair, Book 2. Written by Angela E. Johnson. Narrated by Grace Noble. Copyright 2026 by Angela Johnson. Production copyright by Angela Johnson.